Hi. One second, let me. Wait, hold on, wait. What? Uh, hey? Let me check something. Wait, what is the. What is blink sensibility? Visual effect display. I don't know, man. I don't know. It doesn't capture my mouth, and I wanted to use my audio. Use microphone. Let me see. That should. I hear myself thrice. There we go. Let me see now. No, still I don't mute my mouth. That's a shame. I mean, speak up. What do you mean? You hear me low? Oh wait, I need to. Here. Oh, I small. There we go. Am I can increase my voice. There we go. Is that better? Is that better? Yay, I'm back. No more music. And yeah, it doesn't capture well my mouth. I don't know why. Even though I'm also using vibration. There we go. Okay. Anyway, now you like me speak with that mouth. You like me speak mostly with that mouth flapping. I mean, yes. I don't. The thing is, when you get in the Eva get Shinji, you gotta do a bit of overreaction. So yeah, you gotta be like express a bit extra. You get what I'm saying? So anyways, as you can see in the title, we have a lot of games to play. Also, pengu. There we go. Where is Steam? What is Steam? Here is Steam. Oh, 2K publisher game. Pokemon. Oh, excellent. start streaming, I start yawning. What's that? Borderlands 4 story pack with you. Anyways, Bladesong. Okay, we are going to start create your new challenge champion. Can I? Oh no, it takes me to. No thanks. It takes me to Discord. Not now. We are start since from scratch because I think it's better for the story. In Glowing Darkness, you write, you cling to life by the lips of your fingers. Something takes shape in the emptiness, contours of flesh, tracing along familiar lines, a withered old woman's face, floating before your own. Damn. Oh yeah, he didn't say yes. Sorry, I didn't hear it. Let me check that.
Are you thirsty? I'm thirsty.
I am thirsty. Also, I hear that one. I don't know if you notice the Can I Pet the Dog? The hand is a certain shade of orange. Yay! I don't know if you can try. What you mean a cat? I'm a dog. I'm a dog. Yes. Look at it again. Can I trigger it myself? 1 second. What it is? Since you use the... What is Can I Pet the Dog? Here. Oh, it's on cooldown. Let me see. Wait, I need to go here. Alerts. Let me show you the new the channel points. Pet the dog. Look. Do you see that orange? I took it literally from Bun's oh, yes, that was the idea. I put Kiki as the one patting the dog. Yes, your ref sheet from Bun. So, back to the old lady. Sometimes take shape in an emptiness, contours of flesh, tracing an. Also, I need to drink water. Sometimes take shape in the emptiness, contours of flesh, tracing along familiar lines, a withered old man's face floating before your own. When she speaks, she has a rasping voice of a raven wing. Who are you? A swordsmith? A survivor? A saint? A dying man? Dying? Wrong, it's not yet your time. The sundering claiming untold lives, yet you endure when so many around you perish. What did you do to survive? I'm going to choose the same as I chose before in my testing. Mercenary. A cold hand touches your brow, water causes you burning throat. You keep something through all your hardships, a keepsake from a better time. What is it? For a story focused playtime, I to choose this one. What do you believe in now? What do you believe in now? The voices have abandoned this war. We are better one without the voices. I choose the nihilism, the one, you see things more clearly than most. That will help you play your own role in things. But even so, your every breed defies the boy you claim to embrace, does it not? I will leave you one final question, and I don't expect an answer. What will fill the silence the boys are left behind? The old woman's face retreats into inky blackness, a spark flickering into life behind one by one a field of stars, burning with a sickly pale light. Like seeds taking root, they twist and expand, their tendrils branching and burrowing through the darkness until they have been strangely inked with light. Now wake, Smith. You still have a part to play in humanity's final act. A new day has dawned. Your eyes flutter as you regain consciousness. You feel faintly surprised to find yourself alive. Either death did not come for you, or when it did, it found you unyielding. Awoken. You sit up, gasping, sweat drenched, the fever has broken. Remember, a lifetime from a battle to another, watching your comrades go down in their prime, whittled from a full company to a handful of shadows, you had enough. It was a long journey to Eren Keep, through dust and despair. Your last memories are... You my pet dog. Your last memories are sliding from your dying horse. Your no... Yippee! My eye. It was a long journey. But your numb legs tracking furrows in the mud as someone dragged you to a shelter. But who? Outside the tent is a crude field force, completed with an anvil. Did you crack here in a daze, or did your mysterious caretaker bring you here? Either way, the anvil gives you a feeling of home. Get your bearings. You are in a tent. There is no sign of your caretaker apart from a half-empty water, pale and damp cloth on your brow. You peek out of the tent flap, squinting against the sunlight. Outside, as far as the eye can see, stretches of chaotic sprawl of tents and shelters, churned mud and shallow graves. Most of your rations. I told you you made it in my hand, I guess he had to see it. Yeah, because you asked for the "Can I pet the dog?" Feel, and you do so much for me, Kiki, so you deserve the honor. Most of your rations are gone. Your heart already dying when the fever took you. It's about nowhere sand by now, it's like a soup, you are on your own. It seems to have been abandoned for some time, lacking anyone with the skill to work it. But it won't require much effort to get running again, should you need to make a living out here. Hopefully it won't come to that. First you should head out to the gates and try to secure entry to Eren's Keep. That's why you came here after all. This is tutorial. Okay, I'm going to do the tutorial. Wait, is the... I think... options... There we go. Flat and the blade. Match with ability, change with it. I think I have to tell bless you to Pengu. Find the point of the sword. This area has two steps. First, you need to give a blade sharp edge. This, This is now sharp, and you can further adjust the shape of the processor until the hexagon. Real, your blade is complete with the heal mode. Ah, 200 for 200 unit. A second. Let me think it a bit. Wait, what? I like this one side maybe polished. Change with press X to issue to the man takes the swords and shots with a slow grin across his face. It should do the trick. Thank you, sweet. Here is a payment. A nameless sword. The customer awaits. This is the one that requires repairing. No repairing this customer. So first no. Okay, this should scrap him in inventory. Yeah, I have to grab here and F to savage it. End the day. And that's pretty much the cycle of the game. Allegedly, by the Steam reviews, this game has a great story, so I'm expecting big things. Passage into the Eren skips from the coastal gate taller than a ship's mast. It was built to withstand enemy armies, but since the Masked King's accession, it mainly keeps out the desperate masses seeking his protection. Examine the magical barrier. It's unvisible half-light down or even pursuing. A faint shimmer rises from the walls, a captures Eren keep in Bastlon. I failed the check. Its origins are shadowly mystery. The Masked King is somehow the key of his powers. The barrier is why so many travel so far camp outside these walls. This is the reason you came here. Braving countless dangers, the barrier keeps the danger of wasteland at bay. Approach the gate. As you approach the portcullis rises to amidst the caravan, and chaos breaks out. The crowd swells like a racing tide. Refugees push forward, begging for entry, and the guards battle them back with their shields. The merchant mango barrel through the drivers using a horse whip to lash strangers out the way. Sneak through with the wagons. You don't get far from Agor grabs you by the shoulder and flings you down into the churned moon. Not on my watch. He is damn you like a fisherman disappointed with his catch. I want to enter the keep. You, a citizen, or got yourself a worker's permit? Of course, so if you could let me through, let me see your papers. And I must have misplaced it. Get out here, applicant, and stop wasting my time. Applicant, that's the way for me the guards used to refer the desperate orders. Camping at the ante gate, it has a nicer ring, you suppose, than refugee. I have useful skills, I'm a blacksmith. Every applicant who comes here begin is a doctor or a master glass maker. The damn alchemist. You think I was wrong yesterday? If you're a smith, prove it. I can show you a sword I made. And how I am supposed to know you're telling the truth? I got a sword too, doesn't make me a smith. Buzz off, little fly. Back to the tent. You return to the tent where your makeshift forge awaits. You hardly at your best working with such limited materials. That's all you have for the time being. It won't be long before your cage of steel runs out. Since it seems you are going to be here for a longer than expected, you should make it a priority to find a merchant in this forsaken place. A new day has dawned. Nicely done, you finished the tutorial. From today on, you will have more stamina to spend. You won't be able to complete every commission, so pick the ones you like the some of. The game will be open up from here. Don't be afraid to explore. Here are a few resources to get you started. We have Shaman that says the man who approaches from his blade and swinging his startled face and shaving head, letting him school like a spring. With his speed, his voice is a hollow rasp, a play. He glares at you, don't get the impression that he's in the mood to answer question. God. Oh. A woman stands in armor, her eyes scanning the horizon. She flinches as you approach her. I hear it at night, you know, circling, scratching, getting closer. Hello, Smith. Nice setup you got here. This is my smart room, horseshoe, leather bag, and actually more experience. What is that? The amount of metal I need. A glimpse man limps to you, scratching his scarred shawl with his deep black fingernail. I'm after a weaponsmith. Now listen, I know a good blade when I see one, so don't try to fool me with a half-assed job. What happened? They only have one though. Also, but scanning such revealing. What? I forgot to continue. The others say I'm mad that we left that thing back in the waste, but they didn't see what I did to my brother. It looked at me as it tore him limb from limb. I don't hunt like an animal. It watched me, enjoying my fear, and purifying me out this way. Sounds like a good blade at your side could come handy. I don't know what a sword can do against something like that, but I figure having a sword is better than having nothing at all. Forge. has to have swiftness. Okay. Yeah. Point. Can I polish it? No. Let me see now. Collateral. There we go. Seems good enough. That's a good one. Survivor. The balance is perfect when it comes. I won't hesitate. Not like before, not like when I ran and they when I left them. I heard it again last night, closer than ever. Let it come, I'm not scared anymore. You have earned a skill point. Open a skill tree to spend improvements. I want this, at least for now, because I like this. Next, Kanya. But this useless piece of trust. I'm fed up pretending this thing can kill a man. Think you can get back to Sorgnar and yes. No. What the hell? Point. No. Cross section. sharpness. Broad point. There we go. Balance. I think the weight. Let me see. There we go. Balance. The weight of the heel and the blade. I need to reduce the thickness a bit. There we go. My god, this weapon is very thick. Oh wait, I need to change the point. Well, see, maybe better. Why? I would equal slice the leaves of a man. Sorry, before he only chased me, my enemies will lament your name. Okay. Wait. Remain. Clearly seniors on it. I haven't passed away a few days ago. Display. This is display. This is display. I told him it needed maintenance, but he insisted it was fine. What do you think, Smith? I should have known that warrior is gonna see. We couldn't chop a car with that thing. I thought so. For me, now I'm alone, I would like to have a weapon I can rely on. Yep. Let me check. Oh my god, the FPS. Narrow point. Yes, fix the point first. There we go. Now the sharpness cross section. Now change thickness. There we go. The length is okay. The point is alright. Let's call this more. This is so much better, even to my own training eye. It was really worth carrying before. Was it? Thank you, Smith. Welcome. Memoir. Let me cheat. Oh, one more. The better match for some prepping a battle blade from a difficult. I haven't taken proper care of this. Been to focus on Jedi Survivors. Could you fix it? Yeah. It requires broad point. Already has a broad point. Needs more sharpness. No, this thickness. Now I need to cross section. Here we go. So you brought it from the dead. I abused me. You're welcome. Okay. in the day. Yes. Oh, I make bank. Other gate. Come. Let's check the other gate. The other gate looms over the camp, both red and beacon. Refugees gather pleading for entry while impressive wars lock on. The gas is a ram tank gazing out over the horizon is heavily flickering white when you confront the division. What do you want? There's a sneeze special bonus in this unit. I want to enter the keep. You are ascending or you suffer repairing. No, what are able to for a worker's permit? I'm a blacksmith and I've been playing my trade out here for a while now. Yeah, and I'm a dragon slayer, the other applicant. Okay. A new dawn. Another day has dawned. Chicken. Okay, let's see what we have here. The customer follows bristly smile and empty eyes. I need a proper weaponsmith. I have come to realize that you can get far in this world with a short little knife. If I'm to cloud the sunlight from this cause, I require leverage. And in times like this, nothing provides leverage quite like a yellow sharp steel. As my man approaches to your anvil, he stands out conspicuously healthy, lacking the stick-thin frame and hollow cheeks of most people in the camp. Hold despite I need of a good weapon. A woman approaches you, Rambil, and her face grey with worry and exhaustion. She has a small boy hanging around her ankles, sucking out his tongue. His honor horrible face makes his eyes stand out like a dinner place. You're a smith, right? You make swords. I already lost 2 children on the road here. I cannot lose another. I need something to protect him with. All things considered, look, smith companion. What's that? Wait, what? You can see here what do you know in the first job. Alright, 170 meters from before the collapse, the crows they all went. I cannot. So I have sure, why not? Mommy. Don't in any way, at least this is why I control my own fate. What you need from me? Okay. Mobility. The sharpness, the length. There we go. Okay, that's the length. In the hill area. Oh, I need a handle. Quality. But let's change the point. Okay, I need to let me change the point. Cross section. Now I need to change the width. Damn. This is a big boy. Another cross section. person vendor. As well as only when the light. Okay, let me see if I can. Okay. Yeah. Ability. That was a survival when it's light and has little weight in the hilt. Little weight in the hilt area. Little weight in the hilt area. Wait, what? Maybe no. When it's light, it's little weight on the hilt area. Ugh. I should have taken a nap. Wait. There we go. Now a regular point. There we go. Why are we making this not finish? What the hell? 11, just a few sprint and swing. Ah, splendid blade. He sheds the sword and shoulders his back in the earth camp with the smoke wisp and circle faces of cushion echoes. Wish me luck. Look out there, girl. They're not justificating the first day. I can make any bruise out of the lace after that. Mark my words, if I strike it rich, I will come back and we use both adversary to get in keep. For circle, ooh, level 3. I can get what else I need. Requires level 3. Oh. That's cross-section controls allows you to forge asymmetric ways. Oh. No, I'm a bit very peaceful. I might take a tactical nap. It's mine. Okay, balance. Sharply. Regular point. There we go. Cross section. What do you mean no pairs? What do you mean no pairs? There we go. What do you mean no pairs? Ah. The problem is that I wake. Savage. Oh, you can. Oh, it requires energy. Check so. Time to eat. End the day. Yes. Let's check in the gate. The alternate zones are the camp, both red and beacon refreshing entry. There's a rampant. Well, again, I already told you, applicant, you're not getting through without a worker's permit. Trust me, time. Maybe he will let me in by sheer pity. Let's see what we have. 100 miles surplus toward your anvil, he's unclad with dirt and surely started across his back. And he stinks of soil. He's a dwarf. I need a sword, I need a sword. Look, a Smith's companion. Do I have a Smith companion? Locksmith Company required at least to twisted grips. Come on, right leather bar. With this, I can get leather. Smith. Yes, okay. Yeah, okay. Almost like really. He looks like he has like weeks. What's from the stuff? In this war, we should sort of stealing life. Let's someone's got to do it, and in place of war, will they really discount fewer hunger desperately? While in the way, I sort of curious rumors when circulating about these hungry reptiles. They say, he is still from the dead. One man in particular, he thinks I took his white ring when I planned heading the Earth's. Yeah. Well, I ask you what use Santa have for the ring? They're supposed to be on the standard. I don't think they're for free, and the dead are the only ones who pay. That's what I offended them. Let's change the left. There we go. Okay, now. It has to be two-handed. Narrow point. let's reduce the thickness. There we go. What am I missing? What do you mean it's not sharp? Be right back. I'm going to look up for Elara because I don't know where she is. I'm back. I found the letter. I was a bit worried because after the vaccine, I was scared she might be feeling a bit weak. But no, she's chilling. Being chilling. Oh, I got the runes. Nice. I want to lower the. There you go. Continue. Toughness, diplomacy, knowledge, and finesse. End the day. Yes. Man, I'm making back. Dormammu, I came to bury. You again, I told you, hey. Let me destroy this. I need some leather. Oh, this one gives leather. Mystery reward. Okay. You bent over your anvil, repairing one of your hammers when a sudden voice at your shoulder makes you jump. Hello, Smith. One must have as quick as a cat. His smile, weary, with a balding head and eyes almost lost within deep black circles. He looks like he hasn't slept in a week. Yeah. You startled me. You should keep a better lookout, Smith. Name is Tucker. I try to keep watch over the camp at night. Walk the perimeter, check on folk, warm off thieves. Are you sure of that? 3 nights ago, I caught some fella trying to break into old Martha's. Then she got nothing but a few scraps of food and some blankets, but they were going to take it anyway. No, not about thieves. I called to them, told them to move along. They just laughed at me when I was going to fight all 3 of them with my wooden club. I need a sword. Cheers up. Did they take anything? Ah yeah, they did. Took her last bit of dried meat and the good blanket her daughter gave her before she died. Left the old woman shivering and hungry. All because I had nothing but a lump of food. Next time I want to give them pause. I take up yourself to watch over everyone. Someone has to. The watch up in the keep don't care what happens down here. Long as we don't cause them trouble, we are not wrong. Way I see it, if we stick together, we can make the camp, well, not a nice place to be, but unbearable neither. Trouble is, people always want to blow at each other, over who's got the most scrap. What kind of lady do you need? Nothing fancy, just something that will make thieves think twice about whether they really want to burst their luck. Okay, impact. Oh, hand and a half. Okay, narrow point. Yes, for shit. Less sauces. Okay. Has to be younger. Bong, 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 bong. mobility, swiftness.
Very well. Submit to my authority and you may join me.
Blursid just subscribed for 4 months. I'm banging live on twitch.tv, have you no shame?
No, I don't. I'm smacking my metal. His hand and a half flip. Okay, let's go with this one. There we go. And cup. Oh, that looks ugly. Give me a good old pommel. And this one? Yes. Okay, impact. Swiftness. Sharpness. Narrow point. I feel like I'm going to end up making a fucking narrow point. There we go. I don't know, man. Can I? Fuck. No. Let me give me some. There we go. That's nice. And now let's call it actually I have a lot of food, so let's go 5 more. Let's call it fear me. Fear me metal stick. Fuck you, Seeking. No. Oh, another level. Asymmetrical. Let me see. Asymmetrical. Sure. Colors, fuel, gray. Finish by one. Low to end, sword parts. Let me check the stream because on my side it's like toying. Is it toying? Is it laggy? Let me see. Looks fine to me. Yeah, looks fine to me. That's all. That's all. Let's do sure. Oh. Now cross section. There we go. No. I have to lower the thickness. Hey, not bad. Pretty good show so far if I say so myself. So how do you do this? Can I edit it, David? There you go. I actually would like to know how to make this one. ¿Sabes? When you are reaching the point of spell, you need to find a vegetable celestial. There is no one in the camp. Perhaps you should look further afield, past the field on 10 slides, the lost city, and the offering cave. You hear the lost city full of loot, beginning over the edges of the old war. There might be still to find too. The lost city. The lost city. No también Kim was granted the Max King's protection. In centuries past, the city spilled beyond its ancient walls. Now the barrier which traced the world's course has left the outer areas to the mercy of the waves. Nicknamed the Lost City, the scrambling district had been picked over by the countless looter. But rumors persist that there is worldwide treasure to be found amongst the rubble. a close vision of the city core alive. From places go through the ruins, finding that small number as I said. Fortunately, the scrap peddler is easy to find. He warms his hand over the blazing fire on an empty market square. A sad-looking woman burning cart of junk. Oh my fucking god. He's enough put inside. Most of his head is bandaged, but the exposure areas are a mess, festering sores and flaking skin. You're ready to think what the bandages are hiding. No contagious. At least he's aware. The prayer points at his same as he shouts. One yellow eye peers madly at you through the gauze. It's way to stimulate what kind of malady afflictions. No contagious, I swear it. He doesn't seem to fully understand your question. Taking a look at him, his disease looks like either leprosy or a terrible skin condition. Either way, best not get too close. I have many things. I find them in the dark places. I sell to you. This is no one has killed you, so you're good. I'm good at hiding. If I found, I cough and explode and pretend to be contagious. The bad men run mine. But I'm actually not contagious. I swear it. The difference, Steve. The dark places came to me. I find forgotten things here and there. Towards the mule reaches through the expire. But you still hear many things, much to be found for those who know. Can I see your where? But it's too dark. The dark time is for taking my favorites, no giving. Come back in daylight so you can see what you is buying. This is for relevance. Entering deep into the city. Oh, wala lang. A new day has dawned. Oi! Oi! What you doing here? Hi, pengu. Let's go in order. Oh my fucking god. Is this game that heavy that everything lags? Hi, Asami. Hi, pengu. Hi, Mika. Hi, Hi, Woofy. Let me do a digital pen king. And now I'm so for which Sammy.
How about I do this? How about that? Oh shit! Well, what's
Nice. There we go.
Merry Christmas.
Check out the cuties. I was in the temptation to maybe take a nap
I think I'm traumatized.
and leave you all
So
with
stupid.
any essay video.
Hi sir. How you doing, man? Enjoy your trip as well?
I regularly day visit vendors to get resources and other items. Oh, scrap. You're welcome, Woofy. You're welcome, You're welcome, Pengu. Hope you had fun revisiting Black Flag. I was rude. What I can move from him. This game needs a narrator. It's for you, yes. It's a question for you. What's your name, peddler? That's right, I'm peddler. A scrap is the game. What condition are you suffering for? Nothing wrong, my skin just doesn't like me anymore, I think. Do you ever go inside and skip? Guard says no. Says I make people sick, but lies. No contagious. You see, not even a little bit. Have you seen anything strange in the rest lately? The words make songs sometimes. They do beautiful sweet song for the sleep. Okie dokie. I might could here take a nap and whenever I wake up start Jedi Survivors. So maybe we can align so you watch Jedi Survivors. Maybe what's the plan all along? Maybe was coming in this race. Once I had a shop, take a nap with all the goodies. Yes, that's the plan. Put a essay video and IPA beat. Once I had a shop, I shop once and floor then. He's just given the shot. No, I have a mule. Mule doesn't care about face. Mule supports me through hard times. How long you asked? 10 years, 70. How long does a mule live? I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I don't have any question. Why you sell? 50. My man. Wait. 5 for each. I have... Can I sell this? Oh, I can sell it, yeah. For ring to this card calling sweet and this rapper cow bristling nuts. No, I kinda want to grab this and this. Some leather and this. Okay, let me save. Sorry that you read and I'm literally taking a nap, but I don't know, maybe because I wake up at 4 AM or because I took Elara to the bed, which she's fine, she's chilling, but I need to up. Good bot. Let me see. Good bot. Yippee, good bot. Okay. You know what? I'm going to do something. Something is cooking in the kitchen. Python. I'm going to grab. So I'm only sleeping, which is kind of funny because no, I'm stupid. Game. Yes. Now, what I need is, let me see on OBS. Actually, if I do like this, close my eyes, and it has to be proper. I need to be looking, close my eyes, turn my head. It doesn't detect I'm closing my eyes. One second. I got this. I got this. There we go. Now I'm eeping. Let's see. Any video. I actually want to put this one, but it's short. This is a shorty. Let me see. Oh. There we go. Let me put the beer away. Be right back. I need to record the bit of eeps. Next. On a weekend, Jedi Survivors. Survivors. Oh, Survivors. Surreal Sundays. Let me chill. Creepcast. I think I saw something. The Harbin experiment. 1 hour and a half. Let me. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Add to queue. Let me add this and then this. Papa meat. Papa Schmidt. I think this is a bit too much. No, all of this. Let's see Wendigoon. A Magnus Opus. Whoa. This looks promising. Okay, I should have more than enough. Expand. The queue is loaded. That should be a good amount. On awakening. Okay, that's it. Also, wow. Also, Blue, I didn't say thank you for the resub. Sorry, I got distracted by your comment. That was kind of funny. Smile. Okay. Hippie times.
Welcome back to Creepcast.
Today, I believe we are reading a classic, or at least this is one that Isaiah knew from when he was a kid.
Yes.
Called The Harbinger Experiment, which also you said that there's posts on our subreddit that basically said like, oh, you should check this out. I remember it being good. Well, the one post you were reading me, it was kind of funny. The guy was like, yeah, you should read it. I don't remember anything about it. I just kind of remember that I think it made me feel pretty scared, but I don't remember. And you're like, what kind of review is that for the story?
Well, not to mention their context around that was I was in the grocery store with my mom. So
Yeah, I love that.
prime age to be scared by. It's also funny to imagine a woman walking around and like there's an iPad boy next to her listening to creepypastas.
Yeah, a version 1 iPad, giant brick, reading a Harbinger experiment, whatever.
Which
You
was,
know, it was
that
this,
was
and then also
unironically me.
this. Yeah, you were that little kid. Hello. Yeah, what is that on your iPad? Basically smut. You just have to tell him. It was this. We ended up on this too. One of these days, I keep seeing people. There's a story called Happy Appy that people say is like a classic or something too. So I don't know. That's one too that I think we're gonna have to read in the future. But I looked at
you'll
the
love
length of it,
that
I was like, oh
one.
my god, this is like a fucking 4 or 5 hour long read.
Yeah,
So-
well, you'll be excited when that one shows up. So
Okay, so that's a terrible story, is what you're saying.
don't no.
You're a horrible liar. That I immediately can tell that that's going to be a dog shit story. If it's a fucking my best friend's ruining my life, I can't do it. If it's that long of a story and it go that was an actual
You
prison sentence.
didn't appreciate what that story gave us.
I hate David King so much.
No, well, yeah, the point of the story is to hate David King, but
Fuck you. God, fuck off.
I think what's important.
You don't get it, princess. That's what he wants you to
That's
do.
what he wants you to do. No, you don't appreciate that story because there are so many boring stories where I wish it became a PSA about credit card fraud. And
I mean, that's
like
true.
David broke into the apartment and choked his roommate to death for no reason.
That is true. If you're going to go there, at least go there. And it did go there. I mean, I will give credit where credit is due because I know that for some god awful reason, it's one of our audiences. I would say it's like a top episode. People fucking love that episode.
Don't say for some reason. You know exactly why. You were screaming.
crash out.
I was laughing.
It's the crash. It's the crash out. But I'm not gonna. I refuse to acknowledge it. I actually wanted to do something here though, because you don't really remember. Do you think you can at least set up what you think you remember from the story?
Okay.
Or do you remember anything at all?
Okay, so for context, the Harbinger experiment was posted to creepypasta.com on December 20th of 2013. So it is a 12-year-old story at this point. And I remember listening to it. Gosh, I would have been 14, I think, 14 or 15, when I think Mr. Creepypasta covered it. And I remember it freaking me out. I just remember I was listening to it in my room and I got scared, and then I made my friends listen to it, but they didn't like creepypasta, so they just bullied me for liking creepypasta. But that's another story. I feel there was something about 3 test subjects. I remember that. And there was some doctor running some evil experiment, but something had happened to the test subjects and it had something to do. So the word harbinger means like, you know, the bringer of something bad or like an omen or something foreboding. So I feel like there may have been apocalypse vibes or like it was to stop the end times or something like that mixed
That's
in
usually
there.
safe to say with a lot of these stories too. I think a lot of them kind of skew to the end of the world kind of doomsday thing. I do think there's a lot of like in these earlier stories. Well, even nowadays, I think people do like this kind of like evangelical end of world, biblical kind of thing. I always think that that's a through line, which always makes you think too that like a lot of these authors are from like the Midwest or like the South or something where it's like that's an oppressive thing that they think about. I went to one of my buddy's churches and they were like, it was just death and hellfire it was horrifying. And then there's other churches where it's like, oh, this is awesome. This is lovely or whatever. So I could see some people taking that and being like, I'm afraid.
Is this religion the same, or not religion? Is this church the same one that told your mom you need professional help?
No. That was a different church. And They were kind. I drew a lot of very odd things. I don't blame them for what they said.
How old were you?
I can't remember. Maybe like 11.
So at 11, church faculty who met you one time immediately pinged that you needed psychiatric help.
I think around that time I was really hooked on this comic, this Tokyo Pop manga. I don't even know if Tokyo Pop's a company anymore. There's this Tokyo Pop comic called Priest, and I was so stoked on it. It was by this fucking awesome Korean artist named Menu Hyung, and he was amazing. But anyways, he drew these like, it was like all, it's a kind of like this Western. I don't know if you've never looked at that comic, Isaiah. I think you would actually like it a lot, but it's an interesting like Western comic, but it's all about like a guy who takes a deal from the devil, yada yada. Like that's pretty generic, but the way that the guy draws is awesome. And I remember I just kept drawing all these like he like shoots all these angels because all like the devil's henchmen are all like the angels that went with him or whatever, but they still look beautiful, and it's really cool. But I kept drawing all of these like people like getting their like wings ripped off and shit. So like I could see people being like, oh, this child has evil in his heart. But I was just stoked on Priest. That's all it was.
Sure. Okay. Also, it was funny a second ago when you said, I think this is a lot of these doomsday stories come from people in the Midwest or South. And I see now that you were talking about because they have religious influence. I thought you were implying because in the Midwest, the rapture just happens every now and then.
Well, that is true too. I think just being in these flyover states, you never know what happens. And I think that it's just constant sorrow. The entire idea of the Midwest is to leave the Midwest. And if you don't, then you're just kind of stuck. So it is just abysmal terror forever. I'm excited to get into this. Also, just wanted to thank everyone who is listening on audio platforms like Spotify and Apple Podcasts. We appreciate you for giving us nice little reviews as well. I appreciate you. And also to our patrons who support us behind the scenes and help us keep this thing going. Isaiah, are you ready to jump back into the past as I dive in with you?
I'm ready to jump into the past. I'm ready to see if this was something actually scary or if this is just another public flagellation. So we'll find out.
I always like to think that whenever we go into these, I never think they're going to be scary like these old ones. But I am curious to be like, oh, I can see how people maybe read this and then influenced all this other stuff, you know?
Especially kids.
100%.
All right. Well, like I said, the story was written by Zion J. He's written a few stories, most recent of which was in 2016, but we'll leave a link to his creepypasta profile in the description so you can check out the other stories. Anyway, without further ado, the Harbinger experiment. The world we live in is full of things we don't understand. Being the curious humans that we are, we naturally try and seek these things out. Doing so has led us to remarkable discoveries and inventions that we never could have imagined 100 years ago. We have defeated disease, built to the sky itself, and even created machines that can take us beyond the clouds and into the stars. If our ancestors could see us and what we have created, I'm sure many of them would see us as gods. Our innate curiosity and lust for knowledge has not always led us to greatness, however. True evil and darkness have also been uncovered in humanity's conquest of knowledge. And in the end, I fear this evil will be our doom.
Should we also shout out the author and stuff real quick?
I did. That's what I just did a second ago.
Oh, we did? Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, right before I started, I said, we'll leave his link below. Yeah.
Okay, great. Sorry.
Did you go comatose for a second?
I always am.
All right.
I'm in a constant state. It's like a river.
All right. Make sure you leave in him asking me to shout out the author just so the audience knows what I go through.
That if you leave it in editor, you will be fired.
No, you won't. You will.
But
if you get fired, I will double whatever he's paying you on Wendigoon. So
no, he won't. He's a liar.
I'll do it. It's a matter of record right here. So leave this in as well. So there's a public record of it happening. So you have job security. So do the right thing. I do not say this from the standpoint of a great philosopher who has said and simply pondered things either. No, I say this because I've seen it, experienced it. I was a part of it.
It's interesting. It almost reads like a Frankenstein thing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like he's the experiment.
Yeah, like he's the monster, that he was a part of it. I don't remember that, but that could be what it is.
It just reads like that. I don't know. Or he was a part, what's more likely is he was just a part of whatever.
He was like a researcher or something like that. Yeah. What's funny is trying to remember details of it. I just remember the thing, Like, I remember there being an experiment. I remember the third test subject being creepy, and that's it. So I know something else has to happen, because there's no way the story is just, man, that guy's kind of spooky, and then that's it.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe it is. Who knows?
Sometimes that's all you need.
The event I'm about to relay to you is true in its entirety. This I swear. I feel certain that this will fall on deaf ears, and many of you will believe this to be just another spooky story meant to give you cheap thrills, but I promise you, this is neither my intent nor my purpose. Why would you say neither intent nor purpose? That's the same thing.
I just really driving home the message.
Yeah, just making sure you know. I fear. Okay, so that's
It was neither what I meant to do
or
what I intended to do, or was my purpose. The Holy Trinity.
Furthermore, this was not my purpose, my intent, my assumption, my direction, my directive, my that sentence scared me a little bit, where it's like, I fear that this will fall on deaf ears and be another spooky story, because I feel like a lot of the creepypastas back then would do this thing where it'd be like, you may think this is just another ghost story, but it's not, you know.
I do love that. I love that young energy of just being like, yeah, you could just make this into just another spooky story. But it's not. But as a kid, though, I know that I would be in. I'd be like, oh, what? Is this real?
Yeah.
It's like whenever the first time I saw Paranormal Activity, I was like, why are you fucking, that was real? What the fuck? You know, just because there was no credits or whatever. I want to thank you, Paramount Pictures. You're like, what?
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah, like I said previously, I would this and No End House were the ones when I was really young, like 13, maybe 13, 14, that I would always tell people was my favorite. Or I'd be like, oh, this is the best one ever. It was like this, No End House, and I think an Aussie's Goat Man were the ones that were like prime for 13-year-olds.
No End House was good, though. I like that one.
It was good. It just wasn't like the scariest stuff. Like now we've read stuff that, you know, far surpasses it.
Sure.
That I wouldn't have appreciated when I was that age.
Yeah. Well, the pool of stuff must have been so much smaller back then too.
It was a lot smaller, and it was also the quality. And primarily, I was 13. You know.
Yeah.
Like
you're a different human being now than you were when you were 13.
Yeah, if I read Pen Pal then, like, sure, some moments would be scary, but I'd probably see it as like a lot of dialogue and stuff that
just goes over your head.
Just goes over your head with a lot of it. Or like, I don't appreciate how well built the scares are and stuff like that.
Sure.
Whereas now it's way more impactful. At the time, a house with 7 creepy doors was way more impactful.
That's all you need.
Yeah.
That's one too many doors.
Oh my gosh, if it was 6, I could take it, but 7?
6 is fine. Yes. If it was 6, I wouldn't be pissing my pants. But 7, that's why you hear those driblets.
That's why you hear those driblets. Actually, wasn't it like 9 doors? I think it was way more. That's way more than 6.
You're asking the wrong guy, dude.
That's way more than 6. I remember he thought he had gone home, and then he drives to his house and his parents are dead. And then it's like there's another door. Yeah. There's another door that was like a time warp where like he spent an eternity in the void or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, when I was 13, I'm like, oh my gosh, this door's even creepier than the last.
Yeah, oh my God. All these doors.
They keep getting scarier.
Let's just start from the top of this paragraph.
I thought you were about to say the whole story. I was like,
let's just fucking restart. Fuck this.
The purpose of this story is to simply warn you of what lurks beyond the veil of what we can see and understand, to show you what awaits us in the darkness, even if I myself don't understand it. What I'm about to tell you has happened, and I feel certain will happen again. In 1971, a not-so-well-known scientist began preparations for an extremely secretive project known simply as the Harbinger experiment. I would like to keep the identity of the scientist a secret for personal reasons, so throughout this recounting, I will refer to him as Zimmerman. Of course, it's all right. Now, you know what? It could be I could clown on it for having a stereotypical German name for a German, like an evil scientist, right?
Sure.
But I'm not going to do that because it could be good. The story could be good, and I'm just getting flashbacks.
You can have a German scientist. I'm not faulting it for having Zimmerman. That's fine. If he said Count like Count Zimmerman, I'd be like, okay, let's fucking reel it back. But Zimmerman to me is fine.
You know what? Maybe I'm just afraid because what's happened several times in the show is I've pulled up a story I liked, and it's been just trash. So I'm just
90% of the stories we read, Isaiah.
okay.
It's
You
fine.
don't have to go that hard. But I've just got my gloves up a little bit, but I'm good. I'm good. Okay. Zimmerman's background is unclear at best beyond 1971. All that is known about him before that time is that he had grown up somewhere in Maryland with a strange fascination of the occult and supernatural. This later made him an outcast amongst his fellow scientists due to how scoffed upon the metaphysical was and still is at the time. Zimmerman's opinions concerning the otherworldly were not the sole cause for him being an outcast, though. It was his methods that made him widely unaccepted among his peers. Zimmerman was well known during his time for being ruthless and cold beyond measure. He never cared about the means. All that mattered to him was the results. And if he predicted the results to be valuable enough, anything would be worth obtaining them. It was this insatiable and brutal lust for the truth that made him feared among those that knew him, and the few that knew of him and did not fear him believed in him and followed him and his work closely. The word harbinger itself has such a mysterious and intimidating taste to it. Maybe it's the way it rolls from our tongues, or maybe it's simply due to its association with the project. But the word always seems to carry a certain amount of doom with it, which would make sense. The word itself means to warn or forbode. Keeping it together, we're not. The word seems to carry an amount of doom with it, which would make sense since it means doom.
Which would make sense.
That would actually make sense because that's what the word's saying. You know,
It definitely feels like he's putting on like the anime gloves and kind of like, messing with his hands.
that would make sense.
You should be afraid. Very afraid.
Whenever I think of the word car accident, I think of a car wreck, since that's what the word means.
Of course, Dr. Zimmerman. Right away, Dr. Zimmerman, yes.
When I think of the word explosion, I think about something blowing up, since that's what explosion means.
Since that's pretty much what blowing up means. Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying for us. Which would make sense. The word itself means to warn or forebode. I can't imagine Zimmerman's reason for giving the experiment this title, but in retrospect, it fits perfectly. Gosh.
I can't comprehend at all why he would give it this title, but in retrospect, it actually makes a lot of sense. It's like, well, that probably means that he knew that it was going to be a fucking like doomsday experiment, right?
I think of
Dr. Zimmerman would never be so crass with his titles.
When I think of an explosion, I think of something blowing up. I don't know why they decided to name a hand grenade an explosive device, but after watching what it does, I think it fits perfectly.
The doctor at the psych ward this guy's at just takes a gun out and blows his brains out. I can't do it anymore.
Just saying words sound like other words, and then now understanding why words are named what they are.
Yeah. When I think of cheese, I really think of the word milk, which is pretty much because that's what cheese is made of.
I don't know why they call sour cream a dairy product.
You would have to take that person and treat them like a 14-year-old lab. Well, time for a little taste of death, buddy. Time to put you down.
Go ahead and eat the chocolate.
Here, this is Ghirardelli dark chocolate. You're gonna want ooh, it's tasty, isn't it? When I think of chocolate, I think of cocoa. Eat it. Eat the chocolate.
I don't know why they called the mocha at Starbucks a coffee with chocolate, but after tasting it, it fits perfectly.
I don't know why they call it mocha, but when tasting it, it's perfect.
It fits perfectly. I see why they did that now.
Dr. Zimmerman, You are a treasure.
I can't imagine why Zimmerman called the Nutty Butter Crunch bar what he did. But after tasting
Well, with how
it,
crunchy it is and how nutty it
fits
is, it makes perfect sense. It fits perfectly.
If me and you get bogged down in a corner like that on a track, we're never coming out of the turn. We'll just spin in the mud for a while.
We have got to persevere. It also doesn't help. We're recording kind of early in the morning, and I feel like it's us getting. This is us like really coming into the day. So I feel like this is just like revealing itself very slowly, and we're getting fixated on it.
Zimmerman came to select a few, me being one of them. He told us he was working on something big and that he needed people who could keep. Okay. I will not think about the something big being a Nutter Butter Crunch bar. I won't keep it together. He told us he was working on something big and that he needed people who could keep confidentiality and not spread idle gossip of his work. While he did not fully trust some of us, he did know that we were professionals and that for some reason or another, we were all in dire need of employment. I'd worked at the local clinic as a doctor, but I was caught stealing medication and was promptly fired.
What?
It's a funny note.
What is
I steal drugs from work. That's why I'm here.
I steal hard prescription medication. Do you think it's because is he using them, or is, like, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't matter.
He's Dr. Zimmerman saw him and was like, "This man's perfect. The guy that steals medication, he can be trusted to keep his mouth shut."
Well, the doctor who steals hydrocodone and sells it to 12-year-olds. You're going to be perfect for my something big experiment.
This left a very dark mark on my resume, so work was hard to find. I was also a native to Alaska and lived near where the experiment would take place, so I guess you could say I was a convenient choice. As you can imagine, I jumped at the opportunity. It was hard not to when I saw the payout.
So he's getting a ragtag team of basically blacklisted professionals, whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing it's just because it's like, well, no one's even going to like see them gone because they're basically already ostracized from their fields.
Yeah. It feels very, well, maybe not the professional part, but it feels SCP almost.
Dude, I was actually going to say the exact same thing. Expendable people to experiment on or whatever, or like be a part of it. Because like the SCP people, they're all like prisoners, right?
Well, the D class are. There's different classes of people there. Because like the researchers and doctors aren't expendable per se. But the D class are. The D class are like food they throw in to see what it does or how it treats people and stuff. It's like, oh, well, we threw that man into the time prison forever, so oops. 15 of us were hired in total. Some were colleagues of his that have been working with him for a while. Some were maintenance workers, and a few were hired as private security. I was the only medical professional to be hired. It's still a wonder to me how he even attained the funds necessary for the experiment. I would not be wholly surprised if his financing was not entirely legal. But legal or not, I needed the money and he was paying. Looking back, it's a decision I've come to regret. After Zimmerman obtained his money, he used it to buy a relatively large plot of land deep in the frozen wilderness of Alaska. Upon that piece of land, Zimmerman built a concrete structure not dissimilar to a bunker, in fact. The sole difference being that its goal was to keep any potential damage contained within the structure rather than keeping it out, as he put it. Most of the structure dug underneath the earth, which had the effect of making the underground complex seem so much smaller than it really was from the outside, as would be expected. There was only one way of entering and leaving the underground structure, and it was through a ladder that led from a small, unassuming concrete building on the surface, which I will refer to from now on as the entrance building for convenience, to the network below. After everyone had gone to bed at night, the hatch that contained the ladder would be sealed off with a very large and thick metal lid. Zimmerman was very strict about this. Located not too far away from the entrance building was a series of wooden cabins that would serve as the sleeping quarters for the staff Zimmerman had hired. Compared to the entrance building standing on the surface, the underground system was massive. At the center of the complex was the control room. This is where all the facility's electronics and such were linked to. This included security cameras, lights, and door controls. Consoles, monitors, and computers line the walls of this large central chamber. This is also where the ladder in the entrance building connected to in the underground complex. Connected to the control room were 3 doors. One led to a smaller room that served as the infirmary, another door led to the break room, and the last door led into the hallways. The hallways are where the complex began to feel extremely eerie. They were, for some reason, laid out in an extremely confusing scheme that led in circles into complete dead ends. These hallways made up a vast majority of the complex, and it would be very easy to get lost in the maze if you were unfamiliar with the complex.
It seems like the doctor has made a literal like labyrinth underground for the, like I can only imagine that the people that he hired were not for their specialties, but just to experiment on them, and they're going to be like mice in a maze.
Yeah, I think that sounds right. I can't remember exactly what happens, but I think that implication's correct, that these people are down here because they're expendable. Which, if you're gonna kill the people you hire, you can promise anything. You can be like, oh, you'll make $10 million.
Well, 100%, yeah. I'll offer you a 2-year salary. Oh, shit, okay. I'm like, well, I'm never doing that.
Yeah. They don't know they're going to die. Which is kind of... okay, I'll quit. I don't know why he called it the death chamber. Death makes me think of dying, but after what happened, it fit perfectly.
It fits perfectly. This year, I'm focusing on limits, how much I'm spending, how many things I'm working on, and definitely how many streaming subscriptions I need. And that's where our sponsor, Rocket Money, comes in. The unfortunate truth is that it's easy to spend money, but finding unnecessary costs might not be. Running a business or controlling your personal finances takes planning and budgeting, and with so much going on, it can be easy to overlook things. Well, today's sponsor, Rocket Money, is here to help. Rocket Money is an easy-to-use app that helps you save more and manage your money better. I love using Rocket Money to set budgets, and with Rocket Money, you can create a customized budget in seconds. The app keeps track of your money at all times, letting it be the guiding light when it comes to spending. The app identifies your top spending categories with important insights on how to budget better. But that's not all. Rocket Money also helps automate your savings. We all need to save money, so why not let someone else do it for you? It automatically analyzes your accounts to determine the optimal time to save so you reach your goals faster, and I use Rocket Money to help guide me in hitting my savings goal for the year. And I plan to use it again this year to hit a new goal this year. Whether you're planning on buying a house or going back to school or just planning for the future, Rocket Money has got you covered. Take control of your finances today. Go to rocketmoney.com/creepcast to get started for free. You can also scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Unlock even more features when you sign up for premium. That's rocketmoney.com/creepcast or click the link in the description to get started for free. Thank you so much, Rocket Money. Now back to the episode. Almost a year ago today, we read I Dared My Best Friend to Ruin My Life on this channel. We laughed, we cried, some of us screamed. But the biggest thing we learned from the day was the importance of cybersecurity. We cannot trust the David Kings of the world. That's why you need Proton Mail. Proton Mail is free to use and it's built around privacy and security. With Proton Mail, you get a safer alternative to email. You can make sure your files and photos are safe from training AI models, third parties, or hackers. Their encrypted email ensures that only you and your intended audience see the message. Plus, Proton Mail stops companies from selling your data and helps you to avoid identity theft and fraud. You, however, can access your files anywhere and upload without limits. There isn't a restriction on the file or size, which is also great for the show. The best part is that making the switch doesn't mean losing your contacts. With a few easy clicks, you can use their migration tool to transfer emails, calendar invites, and contacts over from Google and other providers into Proton Mail. Protect your privacy and get free end-to-end encrypted email at proton.me/creepcast. That's proton.me/creepcast. Thank you to Proton Mail for sponsoring the show. Back to your episode.
But if you knew where you were going, you would find yourself standing before one of 3 8-by-8-foot rooms before long. Each room had a camera hooked up to one of the corners of the room, and all 3 of those cameras were connected to a corresponding monitor in the control room. Cameras were also scattered throughout the hallways so that whoever was watching their corresponding monitor could see anywhere they wanted to when they wanted to. Thick metal doors stood at the entrance of each of the 3 8-by-8-foot rooms, and in order to open them, you would have to enter a 4-digit code into a panel located near the door. I remember when I first arrived at the complex how badly the hallways frightened me. I've always been claustrophobic, you see, and those hallways were so very narrow. The noise, or more accurately, lack of noise, was also a tremendous source of fear for me in those bleak, narrow hallways. It was always so unnaturally silent, as if the entire world had stopped moving. It really made you feel like you were trapped down there. Thankfully, though, I only rarely ventured into those hallways, for I was the only medical professional in the facility and I had virtually no reason to go into them. In the beginning, I found it so peculiar that Zimmerman would ask for a medical professional like me on a project like this. By the time it was all over, I understood why. It's like the third time. It's like the paragraph said it was like, oh, I get it now.
But I could see how that was. Or it's like, I would come to regret that later.
Yeah. It's like, yes, we know, we're reading the story. We get it. Yes. You're very scary. You're doing a good job. The official purpose of the Harbinger experiment was to test and observe the effects of extended isolation on the human mind. This is what was listed on reports being sent out at least. But unbeknownst to all those who were not participating in the project, excluding the subjects, the true purpose was much darker. Like I said before, Zimmerman had always had an obsession with the occult and supernatural. He sought to prove himself to those who did not believe in him. He wanted physical proof that the supernatural was a real phenomenon, and he wanted to be the first one to attain said proof. The true purpose of the Harbinger experiment was to find proof of the metaphysical, a world we could not see. The thought of doing this was naturally a tad bit daunting and even scary, but it was Zimmerman's method of doing so that was truly terrifying. Zimmerman believed that he would be able to open a portal between worlds momentarily, allowing 3 random entities to cross over to our world, and each one of these beings would be trapped within one of the 3 rooms.
That's not going to work.
We will simply put them in the rooms.
Well, so the ghost-like creatures from the other world will basically see this vacant, very comfortable room and want to take a nap. From there, we will seal the door. Okay.
Thankfully, these multi-dimensional beings respect complicated hallways and doors.
They're so narrow that they'll be kind of weirded out and want to take a nap in the room.
No, you don't understand. We lock the door. They can't open it. Of course they know what doors is. They wouldn't mess with that. That's a universal concept.
That's our dimension, not their dimension. They don't know what doors are.
I think of door. I think I think of a gate. I don't know why he called it a door, but looking at it now, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's perfect. just walking through the bunker, just looking at stuff. I don't know why he called it a computer, but looking at it now, it makes sense.
Zimmerman just shoots him in the back of the head. This is not worth it. Whatever.
We don't need the nurse. That's okay. Zimmerman had the theory that any entity would try and latch onto the nearest living thing that had the capacity for it. He wanted to use this technique to trap a spirit in a physical form by allowing it to enter a living being that had been injected with a compound mixture of Zimmerman's creation. In theory, this compound would keep the entity from simply leaving, whether it was attached to. And the only way it would be able to leave a host who had been injected with the compound was through death. According to Zimmerman, the host would have to be something living with a will strong enough to survive the possession. And there is only one known species that possesses the amount of will required for this: humans. Zimmerman had also done something to ensure that the entities would only enter the 3 rooms and that there would only be one entity in each room. So I cannot say I know what exactly he did. In fact, I know next to nothing when it comes to how Zimmerman managed to do what he did. He liked to keep his methodology a secret to his most trusted colleagues, most likely due to his paranoia that someone would steal his ideas and take credit for the success of said ideas. That whole paragraph's kind of funny. It's like, well, you may ask how he did that. I don't know, but he did it.
And if you try to ask him, he would just throw a bitch fit and be like, "Stop trying to steal my ideas." So
Right.
Whatever.
So I didn't ask him, but I know there's a compound, and that's all you need to know.
So basically, what is happening here is I feel like it's kind of spelling it out. I mean, I don't know if I'm getting this right, but it seems as if he is going to have these entities come in, but it seems like you need hosts to have these entities. So the people that he hired are going to be these hosts for the entities that are coming
I think
through.
there's a specific 3 that we'll get to. I can't remember if they're like prisoners or if they're like test subjects or something like that. But yeah, I remember there's 3 subjects who are designated for it to happen to.
I see.
If I had known that this was the true purpose before I signed up, I may have reconsidered. But Zimmerman decided not to tell us until we were all gathered at his fortress. Even if any of us wanted to leave, I doubt we would have been allowed to do so. The security team Zimmerman had hired was loyal to him and the payout. It's not likely that Zimmerman had given them the order to now allow anyone to leave. There were 3 different subjects included in the experiment. All were native to Alaska, and each one was lured into the project under the belief that they would be participating in a harmless study on the effects of isolation on the human mind, as I mentioned before. Which is why none of the subjects objected when they realized that they would be confined to one of the 3 rooms that I mentioned earlier. The first subject was a young man. He was apparently out of work and desperately needed the money that had been offered for participating in the study. The second was a woman. By looking at her, I could tell she was an addict of some sort. The third and final subject was an older man. Drifter, if I had to guess. One thing they all had in common was that none of them had any family or friends left. In short, no one would miss them, which is why they were chosen for the project. I'm sorry, I wish I could supply more information about the subjects, but all of this had been drawn from memory and I was given little information on the 3 to begin with. The experiment did not officially begin until 1987, 16 years after its original announcement. I was eager to begin, so I packed up and headed out to the complex as soon as I could. I arrived at the compound a week before the subjects had even signed up, and a whole month before the project even began. I was not the first to arrive by any means. When I got there, Zimmerman, his colleagues, and the security team had already arrived. I suppose you could say I was among the people Zimmerman did not trust to arrive first. Everyone had arrived about a week before the experiment began. There was a noticeable rift between those who were there simply for the money, like me, and those who were followers of Zimmerman. On October 15th, 1987, all the preparations were in place. Subjects had been sealed in their rooms, the cameras, lights, and speakers were fully operational, and all the staff members had settled in. The time had come for the experiment to officially begin.
I will say I do like this. Like, I think this is kind of interesting of a secret, like, just like a secret experiment thing and people being subjects of like a paranormal, like basically like a rift opening between worlds and allowing something in and seeing the effects it has for like hosting or whatever. But this kind of like fucked up guinea pig experiment is interesting enough. Like, it kind of reminds me of like the Stanford prison experiment or something, where it's just like these fucked up weird experiments that people are doing for the quote unquote, you know, for the quote unquote research purposes or whatever.
Yeah.
But it almost just feels like a torture or something.
Yeah, I also like the distinction between there are people there with Zimmerman and there's people there for the money. I think it's cool. There's kind of like this shadow group moving in the midst of it and stuff like that. It's interesting so far. I'm actually like invested in the story because I remember some details, but I don't remember where it goes. So like I'm bought in effectively.
It's silly with some of the writing or whatever,
Sure.
but I will say there is like a fun experiment there, or there's like a fun idea here.
Yeah.
And I was going to say too, I was trying to figure out where to put this in, but this definitely has to be a guy who read the Russian sleep experiment, right? And was influenced by that.
Well,
100%, right?
anyone who was writing creepypastas in 2013 read the Russian sleep experiment.
Sure.
It was one of the
As soon
basics.
as he started talking about the doors and stuff in the hallways, I was like, oh man, this sounds like I can see that the flavor of that seeping into this.
I mean, it's like the Russian sleep experiment and early ones like that were so heavy. It's hard to even, because I would say like, oh, it's like saying that you watch movies, but you've never seen Star Wars. It's like, even then you can do that because movies are so varied. It's like being a sci-fi special effects artist and never seen Star Wars. It's like, it's such a hyper niche thing. It's like, of course you've seen the like starting of it, right? Like the progenitor.
Yeah, but what you're saying too is that even if you haven't seen it, the things that you have seen have been influenced by that thing. Or whatever.
Yeah. So this guy definitely did, and which is fine. I mean, it's fine to work off of. You know,
No,
stuff,
I mean, 100%. I think it's cool. I was just pointing that out because I was like, this is a fun idea of someone reading that being like, oh fuck, that was awesome, and then like putting their own take on it, I guess is what I meant.
And also 13-year-old me, I can see I would have been like, oh my gosh.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was kind of like getting nestled into my seat a bit when he's just like, you know, first off, 16 years of this prep work is pretty crazy. So you've like, it's been a huge devotion to your life. And then now it's like just beginning. I mean, now I'm like, even I was kind of like getting nestled in like, okay, well, what the fuck's going to happen?
Yeah, 13-year-old me reading this, like, that's a good point. The Harbinger does mean those things. Wow.
It does mean doom. Yeah,
I didn't think of that. Wow. You're right. It does fit perfectly. Zimmerman asked everyone to report to the control room around 9 p.m. to witness the beginning of the experiment. He wanted everyone to be present when he proved that all his theories had been correct and that he was not just a madman. He wanted us all to see the fruits of his labor. When everyone had finally gathered in the large control room, Zimmerman turned to us and simply said,
Observe.
He then turned his back to us, leaned into the microphone that would project his voice through the 3 rooms, and then he began chanting in a strange language that I feel certain no one but Zimmerman could understand. We all observed the 3 large monitors on the wall, silently waiting for something to happen. The subjects all stood in their rooms, dumbstruck by Zimmerman's chanting, staring at the monitors with confused expressions on their faces. After about 5 minutes, I felt something awful. I cannot explain what exactly it was, but a horrible feeling of dread washed over me, riddling me with fear. It was then the ground actually began to shake subtly and the lights began to flicker. Zimmerman continued chanting into the microphone as if nothing was off or wrong, while the subjects began dashing around their rooms, screaming for help. Then suddenly, the ground stopped shaking and the monitor's image turned into static. The air began to become very heavy as we all stared at the monitors, waiting for them to regain their image and show us what was happening or had happened in those 3 rooms. For a while, all was silent. But then there was screaming. Screams of a woman going through unbearable pain and terror began to echo through the compound. The similar screams of men began to coincide with the woman's terrified screams, and together they mixed into an awful symphony of pain and fear that beat mercilessly into our ears. Those of us who were here for the money began to give each other scared looks, while those loyal to Zimmerman seemed completely unfazed. We wanted to leave and never come back to this awful place, but we all knew deep down that Zimmerman would never allow that to happen. We were here for the long haul. There's no escape. It was 10:13 p.m. when the screaming finally stopped. The monitors had yet to reveal to us what had occurred in those 3 rooms. As soon as the screaming ended, Zimmerman stood and dismissed us all for the night, adding that we were all forbidden to come back into the compound until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Not like any of us wanted to. We all solemnly made our way out of the compound towards the cabins and settled in for the night. I feel it's safe to say that not all of us slept well that night, and I was not one of them. The following morning, all of the staff had arrived at the entrance building. We all stood inside exchanging tired or nervous looks as we waited for Zimmerman to arrive and open the hatch that concealed the ladder. I could see palpable fear in the eyes of some of us, while others did not seem to have been even remotely affected by what had happened last night. Zimmerman showed up 5 minutes after 10, apologizing for his tardiness as he came through the door of the entrance building. He opened the hatch and, without any hesitation, began descending the ladder downwards into the black abyss. He almost seemed enthusiastic. I was the first to follow behind Zimmerman's dark descent into the facility. It seemed that the farther I climbed down, the more the darkness closed in on me, as if it was trying to swallow me whole. As I climbed deeper, I couldn't help but feel that this place was different somehow. While before there was only the unsettling concrete hallways and rooms, now there was something else. Something made the eeriness feel so real and personified. I felt like a horrible and gruesome scene awaited us down there, but I continued climbing downward, despite my fear and my hesitation. This was no longer just a spooky bunker. There was darkness and malevolence in the air. True evil now lived here, and I could feel it. We all could.
I like the idea. After the experiment, it's like what it was once this like normal place that you worked now has this like actual physical change where the presence of these beings is like affecting the entire, like even just the air that you're in. It feels like it's all around you. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it went from something that you were so familiar with to like a lair, a dungeon.
Yeah, and also just like the presence of evil being there. You know, it's like it's at that seismic change that has happened.
Yeah, there's something otherworldly down there with you. I finally felt my foot touch ground and let out a silent sigh of relief to be on solid ground. Almost as if on cue, the light bulbs came alive, dousing the room in their warm and welcome light. Zimmerman must have turned on the power, I thought. I allowed myself to take a couple seconds to examine the control room. It was exactly as we had left it last night, for which I gave a silent and thankful prayer. It was almost as if nothing unusual had ever happened. I shook myself from my thoughts as I remembered the static-filled monitors from the night before. Let my eyes slowly make their way towards the monitors on the wall, anticipating the grim and fearful scenes that would be on them. My attention was first grabbed by monitor 1 and 3, which were still pure static. It would have been a small relief, but then the motionless image on monitor 2 caught my eye. Room 2 was entirely still and everything seemed entirely untouched. I couldn't help but gasp as I noticed the only thing that was different. A woman lay in the center of the small concrete room. An expression of fear and terror was frozen into her gaunt face as she lay silent and lifeless on her back. Zimmerman's expression turned angry when he saw this. He ordered that the second monitor be turned off, and it was. We didn't ask why. It's not like any of us wanted to see the dreadful scene any longer. He also ordered that if the images in the monitors 1 and 3 did not return within the next 2 hours, the security team would be sent to investigate the rooms. The security team nodded at hearing this. It made it seem as if they had no fear, but I could see it in their eyes. I like, that's a fun note about the security team and the fear. I also like the lead up to it where, you know, there's 3 people and the only one you can see is dead. And that makes him upset that you can see it. So he needs to turn it off right away. So it makes you ask, like, what are the 2 others then? Like, it's a good build up to like an eventual reveal.
Yeah. Also, too, the security and staff that is quote unquote Zimmerman's trusted colleagues know what's happening. They're just not saying stuff because there's obviously like a fear on their face.
Yeah. They know it's not just 3 dead people in a room.
Right.
The subtly loud tick-tock of the clock was the only sound that echoed through the control room while I stared at the monitors. An hour and 50 minutes had gone by, and static was still all that occupied monitor 1 and 3. All the other staff members were working except me. This was due to the fact that the project had been completely injury-free thus far, so I essentially had nothing to do but wait for someone to hurt themselves. So like how he clearly saw like a dead or catatonic woman on the floor, and he's like, you know, when I'm called, like, I have no Hippocratic oath for that woman or whatever I just saw on that camera. So, you know, Zimmerman, a couple of his colleagues and I were the only ones that occupied the room. They quietly chatted amongst each other on the other side of the room while I spent my time reading and pondering the situation I currently found myself in. I'd clearly made a mistake coming here. The corpse line in room 2 was evidence enough of this. God only knew what awaited us in rooms 1 and 3. My thoughts were soon interrupted as monitor 3's image returned. The clear image now displayed on the screen made everyone's eyes noticeably widen. What was displayed on the monitor was horrifying. A humanoid thing stood in the center of the room, staring directly at the camera, unmoving. He was wearing the jumpsuit that Subject 3 had been issued, but this clearly was not the same man that had entered the room. What caught my attention first was its eyes. They were solid black and twice the size of normal human eyes. He seemed so endless, so cold. Its head had also grown with the eyes in such a symmetrical and unsettling manner. The being had also shed all of the hair it had once had, and even from the monitor I could see how unnaturally smooth and clear its skin was. It had also seemingly grown in its height and stature, which could be seen in the fact that the jumpsuit was now obviously far too small for its wear. Its limbs had grown especially long. Its arms hung almost as low as the creature's knees.
I'm almost like thinking, does it not sound like a gray alien? a bit.
It does sound like a gray alien, yeah.
You know, doesn't it, like just the description? I feel like that's where my mind immediately went.
What we were looking at was in no way the same man we had seen inside. Fear was all I felt as I continued to stare into the monitor at the thing in the room. My fears seemed to be shared by those around me, which made me feel kind of good. It may sound awful, but it was a bit satisfying to see that Zimmerman and his colleagues could feel fear too. But at the same time, it was worrying because this showed that this was not part of Zimmerman's plan. Something had gone wrong. We all stared into the monitor at the thing despite our fear. It was almost as if we were in a trance. My already present fear began to grow and spread rapidly through my body as I became lost in the creature's eyes, trapped in its terrifying, hypnotic gaze. After what felt like forever, I managed to break eye contact with the creature and divert my attention from the monitor. When I did so, I felt my fear levels drop considerably. After a short while, Zimmerman ordered his security team to make their way to Subject 1's door just as he said he would do. The security team left without question, armed only with batons and pistols. I focused my attention on watching the men progress through the hallways towards Subject 1's room via the cameras. Even through the not so high quality cameras, it wasn't hard to tell that these men were afraid of what awaited them. Their heads were downcast as they walked. They did not possess the same confidence within them that they did when this project began. They looked like scared boys being sent off to a terrible war. Eventually, they made it to the door. We had perfect vision of them in the door via the hallway camera. One of them said something through one of their walkie-talkies and made a motion towards the camera. In response, one of Zimmerman's colleagues buzzed the door open. The men already had their pistols out by the time the button was pushed. Slowly, the door began to open. We all watched eagerly as the men began to approach the door, guns aimed inside. Suddenly, without warning, there was a loud shriek, and as something bounded out of the room at the men, the monitor turned into static. Immediately, we could hear screaming echoing down the hallways, followed shortly after by the distinct sound of gunshots. We could do nothing but wait. After a couple minutes, the screaming and gunshots stopped. We all waited and prayed, hoping that whatever bounded at them from the room would not be the one to return to the control room. After a couple more minutes, 3 of the men came back, carrying with them the corpse of the 4th. He had massive cuts covering his chest and his face was shredded. Couldn't even tell who he was anymore, even that he was human. I was used to gore, being a doctor and all, so I felt somewhat unfazed by the massive shredded flesh and bloodied meat they carried with them. But many of the others went pale and vomited. The security team all wore emotionless expressions and eyes filled with terror. One of the men finally looked up at us. He stared at us for a while with those wide eyes of his. It's dead. He finally managed to mutter in a shaken, scared voice. I will say, so again, cool setup. I like the way that like each of the test subjects are being alluded to and shown off. I do like that line, unironically, the one about the guards where it says they look like scared boys being sent off to a terrible war. Mm-hmm. That was good, and that's a surprising statement out of a story that previously has the it fits perfectly as we described. So
the Zimmerman aspect here, I kind of wish I would knew more of how he felt about how the thing was going.
Yeah.
Like I wish during these things unless it's just supposed to be like it's intentional that it's like, well, even the guards don't know how he's feeling about how it's going so far. I just wish there was more reaction or like something more of like our protagonist looking at Zimmerman being like, he looked unfazed, or he looked like, he was like pushing up his glasses and rubbing the brim of his nose like it wasn't going as planned, etc.
Yeah.
I wish there was more of that, because right now I'm kind of like, I don't know if this is a part of the plan or not. I know that the protagonist keeps saying, well, it's not part of the plan, but how would he know?
Yeah, I think we get more of it later, but I can't remember. I think there's more. Could be wrong, but a couple hours went by. The dead man's name was Frank. He was buried outside in the cold Alaskan ground. 2 of the men were unharmed, physically at least. Third was alive, but only barely. His body was covered in bloody slashes and one of his eyes had been gouged out. I managed to stabilize him, but only just. The other 2 men vaguely explained what happened. Apparently, Subject 1 leaped out at Frank after the door had opened. Only it wasn't really Subject 1 anymore. According to them, it had a hideously contorted face and long, sharp claws. They claimed to have shot it over a dozen times before it fell dead, and then they emptied another dozen bullets into it just to be sure it was really dead. Only once it was dead did they come back. After tending to the wounded man, I went to investigate the monitors. As afraid as I was of seeing what those monitors may have held, I needed to see. Subject 3 was the only one left now, and I needed to see it and make sure the creature was still in his room. It seemed to be more like a jail cell than an ordinary room at this point, though, which was probably a good thing. The cameras displaying Subject 1's room in the hallway outside, it still displayed a static-filled screen. No one was sent to repair them or investigate. We just had to hope that Subject 1 was well and truly dead. Monitor 3's image was exactly the same as I had left it. Subject 3 was still staring directly into the camera at us. He was still in the exact same position, as if it were not for the small fan in the corner of the room, I would think I was looking at a still image. In a way, I felt relief at seeing this. Relief that he was still in his room and had not escaped while no one was looking. After everything quieted down, I noticed something especially unusual. There was a strange sound emanating from somewhere. At first, it was barely noticeable. The only reason I heard it was because of how extremely quiet it was in the infirmary. But as time went by, it slowly began to increase in volume. After about an hour, it was loud enough that everyone else could hear it too. And after a couple more hours, its volume had increased so much that we could determine what the noise was. It was a song. One of the staff members identified it as Living in the Sunlight by Tiny Tim. All right, well, there it is. There.
What year did this movie come out?
2013. When did Insidious?
Yeah, by this time Insidious had come out, so that was just kind of I think that was just kind of the meta or the popular. It was just popular.
Yeah, but keep in mind, Living in the Sunlight is the one that is used in SpongeBob. Because what's the song again? Insidious. What's the one? It's Tiptoe Through the Tulips, right?
Yeah, tiptoe through the window.
Yeah. But Living in the Sunlight's the one from the SpongeBob. I think it's from the pilot when he's making food for the Sardoos. Yeah.
Living in the sunlight.
Yeah. So, you may think it's an Insidious reference, and you're probably right, but there is a chance that this is a SpongeBob reference. So
could very well be.
Maybe the thing that jumped out of room 1 and killed Frank.
Squidward suicide.
It was Squidward. It was Squidward with a shotgun.
Of course.
Apparently, his father loved the song and listened to it frequently. The song seemed to be on a loop and kept replaying itself. Although we were able to identify the noise, we remained unable to identify its source. We knew that it wasn't coming from the speakers because we had turned them off. It seemed to be emanating from the walls themselves. More time ticked by as we all began to become increasingly agitated by the song. I spent most of my time in the infirmary attending to Frank or in the control room. Fear hung in the air, and the presence of unmistakable darkness and evil was no doubt its source. Subject 3 still had not moved. He kept his unblinking gaze fixed on the camera the entire time. It always felt like he was staring directly at me, no matter where I was in the room. I think this effect was also felt by others due to the fact that they had seemed to move around the room a lot and for seemingly no reason. After a few hours, the song was so loud that people almost had to shout in order to communicate. We'd been trying to find its source so that we could turn the song off, but it was to no avail. The source was completely unidentifiable. This added a level of extreme irritation to our already very present fear.
An unnaturally loud song that's also like one of the people's dad's favorite song is actually pretty fucking creepy.
Yeah.
Just repeating over and over again.
It'd be like, for me, it would be like if Night Moves just started blaring full volume. Okay, that would actually be terrifying. Okay, now that I say that out loud, that would be pretty freaky. I'm in an unfamiliar place,
and it's so personal. You know, it's just, I don't know. It's just odd.
I remember my what's that line near the end where it's like I'm playing a song from 1962. Ain't it funny how the night moves? I remember my dad singing that and recognizing his nostalgia for it and stuff like that. So if I was in like an abandoned building and that was
That'd be fucked up.
playing full volume. Like I couldn't
that'd
hear
be
anything
fucked up.
else. That's actually, you know
It's
what?
also
It's pretty good.
Unnaturally loud. Like it's just like it's getting louder even though we're standing in the same spot. Is insane.
Like something's getting closer.
Yeah, 100%.
It was around 8:30 that the ground itself began to shake once again, just as it had done the previous night. Panic began to spread among my fellow employees and me as the shaking grew in intensity. During this, I had the sudden instinctual feeling to look over at Subject 3's monitor. It was gone. Almost as if on cue, the power went out. Thankfully, the song did as well. All right, so what is your game plan here, Hunter? This series of events is happening. You're down there.
Like at this moment, it feels like what can you actually do? You know,
if you try to go up the ladder, you
the
get
power
shot.
goes out. You're in the complete dark.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'd cry. I could probably get under a table and I just cry. I'd probably
Probably cry a lot. Probably be a big baby. Probably be a big baby.
I mean,
man.
I would be in extreme baby mode. I would initiate baby mode.
I would activate baby protocols. Ever since the security team came back, panic had been slowly building up among the staff, and Zimmerman was powerless to stop it. When those lights went out, the calm projections that everyone had been trying to maintain left us, and the fear in all our hearts took over. Emergency backup lights kicked on shortly after the power went out, which I gave a silent, thankful prayer for. The lights were dim, but they still allowed me to see a lot. Total panic seized up as many of my fellow staff members began screaming and rushing to the ladder in an attempt to escape. But too many were trying to use it at once, and no one was able to get very far on the ladder without someone else pulling them to the floor and taking their place. Zimmerman was shouting for everyone to calm down, but his dominating and intimidating personality had no effect here, and his demands fell upon deaf ears. It was total chaos. It wasn't long until people actually started hurting each other in their desperate attempts to get up that ladder and out of this place. I could only stand against the wall and wait for my opportunity to escape up the ladder. All the screams were soon silenced as the familiar hum of that unsettling song began to rise in volume again, only much quicker this time. And this time, it was clear that the noise was coming directly from the maze-like corridors.
Oh God.
People stopped fighting and shouting as all our attention shifted to the door that led into the hallways. The song quickly got louder than it had ever been before, which forced many of us to cup our ears with our hands in an attempt to silence the noise. Then, suddenly, the song just completely stopped. Silence. That was all that filled the room as we all stared at the thick metal door in anticipation for what was coming. It felt like ages had gone by, but in reality, it was probably only seconds before the silence was broken. The door suddenly and violently burst open, and the music started again, louder than it had ever been before. The suddenness and the volume of this caused many of us to recoil by falling to the ground and grabbing our ears in an attempt to block out the noise. I glanced up for just a second, and in the doorway stood a tall, smooth, skinned figure with long limbs and eyes so dark and malevolent that you could clearly see them in the dim lighting. After I got my bearings, I looked upwards at the creature once again, just in time to see the thing pick up and rip Zimmerman in half. One fluid movement.
Jesus. Good God.
Dousing the room and everyone in it with his blood, intestines, and organs. I was no stranger to gore, but the sight of that was too much for me to bear. I hunched over immediately after seeing this and vomited all over the cold cement floor. Crazy moment, just walks in, rips Zimmerman in half, probably because he's the one that brought it here, right?
You would have to assume so. He is the one who did the chant. So that's why I'm assuming that that's the subject, or that's like their target. But
yeah.
At the same time, is he the one that just hasn't been scurrying back in fear or whatever? And then, he just gets picked up.
He's
and
just the
like a
closest
piece
one.
Of paper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, like creepypastas around this time were obsessed with characters throwing up. It was always like, oh, it was so disturbing, I vomited. I had to vomit and stuff like that. So it's funny to imagine this guy in the middle of this being like, can you give me a second? And like bending over to like do the whole hurl thing. That ladder is my only hope for survival, I thought to myself as I forced myself to a standing position. And as my eyes rose along with the rest of me, I could see the thing ripping and tearing through the people as they scattered in an attempt to escape it. It was distracted, and as awful as it sounds, this was my only chance to get up that ladder. I forced my legs to move towards the ladder, trying to block out the terrified screams of my fellow staff members and the unbearably loud music. I could hear gunshots coinciding with the screams and terrible sounds of flesh being ripped apart somewhere in the mess of noise. I reached my hands outwards and felt a wave of relief wash over me as my fingers came into contact with the hard metal rungs of the ladder. I gripped them and began to climb upwards as quickly as I could in my disoriented state, all the while praying that the monster would not see me and pull me off the ladder and back into the slaughter. Felt like at any moment I would feel one of its smooth hands wrap around my ankles and pull me to my death, but I eventually made it to the top. There was no question in my mind. I had to close the hatch and seal that thing down there, even if it meant certain death for my colleagues. I cannot allow that thing to escape. I gripped the thick metal lid and began to push with all my might in an attempt to seal the underground complex off. Despite how dense and sturdy it was, the lid was surprisingly easy to move and did not take very much effort to push it over the hatch, even in my weakened state. In seconds, the hatch was completely covered by the dense metal lid. I collapsed on my side and began to vomit some more as exhaustion overtook me. As I lay there, I realized something. Aside from my labored breaths, the only thing I could hear was the faint echo of that song from down below. I felt as though I would lose more of my sanity if I continued to lay there and listen to that song, so I once again forced myself to my feet and began to make my way to the wooden lodge I had stayed in the previous night. It's where I left my baggage and also where I left the keys to my truck. I like that. I like the end scene. I wish there was more characterization for Zimmerman.
Yeah, I mean, I have a bunch of stuff written down. I was going to say, I think that we might be on the tail end. I'd be curious. We should discuss it at the end or whatever. But yeah, I have a lot of thoughts so far.
You know what, Hunter? You could just tell me to shut up.
Well, I guess it just made me. I feel like we're not too far from the ending. So
I'm just
oh, sorry.
It's just funny. I brought up a point. You're like, yeah, I've got stuff too. I got.
Yeah, that's interesting. I have thoughts, but I'm not going to share them.
Yeah, that's interesting. Anyway, I'm waiting.
I don't want to
like
hear
a good boy. Yeah. Oh, you've got stuff to say. I don't really care. I care about what I have
was
to
rude.
say.
Actually. What were you going to say? More characterization of Zimmerman?
No, I'm just giving you a complex. It was funny. Of the 15 staff members that took part in the Forsaken experiment, I'm the only one who survived. I've never returned to that. Well, yeah, you're the only one who survived. You shut the door.
Everybody in, dude.
Everyone else. Yeah, pretty sure it's just you, dude. I've never returned to that awful place where all of this happened, and I don't intend to. The project was very secretive, and Zimmerman was the only one who knew all the details of it. And as far as I know, no one is aware of my involvement aside from me. In fact, I'm probably the only one who knows that the Harbinger experiment truly was, let alone what actually happened. By now, you're probably wondering why I've told you all about something none of you should be aware of. Maybe you're expecting me to give you a speech about not messing with things you don't understand or something along those lines. I hope not, for I have no speech to give or lesson to impart. Okay, I like that line too. I like that too. I have no speech to give or lesson to impart. I began hearing a noise earlier today. Almost immediately, I recognized the noise as a very haunting and familiar song. I didn't even try to trace it to its source. I knew it would be pointless. And as the day has progressed, the song has increased in volume. It's loud enough now that I can very clearly make out the lyrics, completely unable to escape Tiny Tim's voice. It's followed me everywhere I've gone. Subject 3 is coming for me. And I know my time left in this world is extremely limited now. Man, it'd be really funny if he just had his phone on and it's just playing the song over and over.
Living in the sunlight, but a bit of unlight,
Yeah. He confesses all these government secrets. He's like, my time is up. And it's just because he has Spotify open.
Spotify was open. Yeah.
Oops. I guess you could say that I just wanted to tell the tale of the Harbinger experiment before I was lost forever. I hope that you'll take some lesson from what I've recounted to you, but I think we both know you won't. Let's be honest. You don't believe a word of what I've just told you. And I don't blame you. I wouldn't believe me if I were you. To you, this is nothing more than something to get your cheap thrills from. You're probably mindlessly surfing the internet when you clicked the link and found yourself here, wherever here may be, reading this story. And to be honest, I don't care if you believe me or not. Even if you do, probably won't stop you from trying to uncover the truth of a darkness that few of us have ever seen. It certainly never stopped Zimmerman. If you want a lesson, look what happened to him when he went seeking the truth. I pray that none of you will ever discover this truth. I pray that none of you ever have to see the evil I've seen. I hope you all get to live in ignorance of what lies beyond the veil of what we can understand. It's here now. I feel its black eyes burning into me just as I could all those years ago. I'm as much to blame as Zimmerman is for the monstrosity that is now free to roam the world. Even if I was not the one to create it, I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
That's the end of the Harbinger experiment. I mean, you know what, dude? For an older story, that was pretty good.
Yeah,
I think that.
Yeah, it's not. I don't hate it. Yeah.
My I wrote down a bunch of shit here I wanted to talk about.
All right.
Well, first off, well, I'm just gonna you pop in anytime because I was writing stuff the entire time,
Okay.
all the way through. First off, I was gonna say, like that it was, once again, just to go back and be like that it was definitely something that was inspired by the Russian sleep experiment. It had that Lovecraftian angle, you know. The audience knows I love that. All right, that's my jam. I was thinking whenever they're going through, they had so much emphasis on I don't know, him being like a paranormal or like believing in the occult and all that kind of stuff, that my immediate first reaction is there should have been more to that. Like the hallways and stuff. Like I feel like there could have been an interesting thing, which it wouldn't have coincided with the ending, but this is me just writing it from the beginning. But when you're going through these narrow hallways, how cool would it have been if there was like seals or something like on the upper parts of like the walls or something?
Something kind of like related
Just a
to
bit
like
more
long
occultist.
ritual, something more than just the speech, because then it's
Yes.
like, well, couldn't he have done this at any point? You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Something more
I think like
complicated.
because right now it's like you just had 3 rooms that really didn't.
Which I'll
do
say
anything
this,
special.
which I'm reaching here, and I don't think this is necessarily what it intended. But what if the complex with the twisted hallways? What if the complex itself was a sigil?
It could have been, but see, by not telling us that, or like
Yeah,
if there
I'm
was
just
a
making it
description-
up to say, yeah.
I mean, it could have been. You know, I mean, I like that as an idea of like the complex itself,
And
is
that's
a
why it took
giant
so long
seal.
and why it had to be done here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, like I was thinking of stuff that's like, you know, like the fucking Zach Bagans in his haunted museum or whatever. Which, God, I can't believe I'm talking about this. Is he has the Dybbuk box in there, but it's like this room and there's like a glass thing that has like a giant, like it has like a Jewish seal around it, and it's like it just is kind of interesting where it's like, oh, this is to keep the spirit at bay or whatever. Because at first I was thinking too, when we were reading this, I'm like, oh, with these rooms, if there was seal, I'm like, this is kind of turning into like a 13 ghost situation where it's like people that are capturing ghosts inside of like these rooms or these cases that have like runes or seals on them, whatever, only for the runes or something to be faulty, breaks, and then they're unleashed into this like maze of terror right at this place, is what I was thinking.
Yeah.
At first too, I was thinking, I don't know why, which this might be a weird comment, but at first I thought that he was saying, because the first subject I believe was a woman, right? I was like, oh, I wonder if they're all women.
The second one is.
Oh, their second one is. Well, one of them was a woman. I was like, oh, I wonder if they're all women. And I thought that it might go into an angle where like the possession is almost like a pregnancy kind of thing. Cause I was like, well, we've been here for 16 years, whatever, where I wonder if and I was like, that'd be kind of an interesting thing too. A ghost possesses a woman and then it like, that's like impregnates her. And then like the physical manifestation of that ghost is like birthed or whatever. I was like, that might have been
that'd be pretty cool. There you go. I think similar to me and the whole complex being a sigil, giving it a little too much credit, I think.
100%. I mean, that was just me going through, but and then once again, I wrote down.
In contrast to that theory, the woman just died.
Yeah, no, and that was like the biggest thing is a lot of and we find out with a lot of these older stories, but a lot of the older stories here, it feels like there's really interesting ideas, but there's not any like sweet fat on the bones. It's kind of just the bones of an interesting idea. But, you know, and a lot of times I feel like we're like, you need to cut the fat because sometimes people overindulge. But these older stories, I feel like it's just skin and bones. Like you kind of want a little more meat to chew on. You know, and I wrote it down here again too, but more magic, like more of him doing something that is like experimentative with this occult thing. You know, we touch on it, but really there's nothing that he's doing besides the chant, which after the chant, you can start with that, but there needs to be, I think, more stuff. And I think a big part of that too, what I wrote down was, instead of stealing medications, our protagonist, I think that he should have been an experimentative doctor as well. Or he was like, well, I got kicked out too because I experiment in this way, or, you know, I like a challenging doctor against the status quo that Zimmerman needed for his experiment. Because right now our protagonist is like kind of worthless. He doesn't really do anything here, you know, like there's nothing that there's no real reason that he's there besides just like it's a cheap doctor. But I think it'd be fun if it's like that. I guess that's why I was going back to, like, it doesn't have to be the pregnancy thing. I'm kind of harping on the pregnancy thing, but it's like, oh, it's a guy that would be,
you just really want to see some pregnant
stuff.
ladies. I know you.
Yeah, I just want pregnant women. Sorry, but that's just what I'm all about. But just something where it's like this doctor who is an unconventional doctor gets approached with an unconventional task.
Yeah.
You know? Because this whole idea of like the guy coming out, he rips Zimmerman in half, all this stuff of like bloodshed and the Tiny Tim things, they're effective and fun. But I do wish that it's like there was more cause and effect. Like, because he did X, this happened.
There's more direction involved. There's like, I don't like Tiny Tim specifically because I know that he just got it from, you know, Insidious and it's creepy and stuff. But the idea of these spirits or demons or whatever possessing host and their actions are completely unknowable to us, I like that idea. Like the one that comes out of the room and it just kills people, like whatever. But the one that stares into the camera and then there's music that precedes it as it follows and it kills Zimmerman. I like that. I don't like that immediately after it just becomes a thing that kills you. I remember talking to a guy about writing, and he said, if the solution to your, which this can be like played with, but if you're writing a monster and the monster's breakdown is it just kills people, then you should probably rewrite your monster.
Well, yeah, it's just because it leaves so much purpose. Also, in a thing where it's a man-made experiment gone wrong, whatever, it feels so unrewarding to me, at least as a reader, where it's like, oh, this thing's just evil, versus like, because of your experiment, it was given the directive to do X. Right. You know what I mean? Yeah. It gives it more purpose. Almost like, too, where, once again, wish that the people that he brought down, Zimmerman played everybody that was there to where, like, each person was connected to X ghost or spirit or entity, right? So that's also why it's chasing it too. Because I was like, why the fuck would it still, like, why would it not just be killing everybody? Yeah. Or like, why is it chasing him now? It was like, because it's not really marked in any way, unless it was like, you know, previously stated before, where it was like, well, yeah, we need this guy to be here and you're going to be marked here. You're on subject 3, and it's all these different doctors and different perspectives that you could get, where it's like you're all spiritually linked to this subject or something or whatever, which would make you, like, you know, more of a target, or it's just like, I'm just coming after you. And then you kind of, it's like kind of a buy-in product, like your punishment for experimenting in this, like,
it's
weird,
like you did there's another movie I'm trying to think of where the same thing happens, where someone brings out a demon and the first thing it does is kill them because they weren't supposed to. I guess it's in a lot of horror movies, right? Like someone summons a spirit or a ghost or whatever. And then
it's just punishment for doing something that, like, you know, it's punishment for your action, which feels like it's cause and effect, which is always more satisfying. I was even thinking, dude, where I was like, yeah, this could go into a normal ghost story. You know, I mean, this, once again, I'm giving it credit, but I was like, it would have been sweet if this would have been like a Minotaur parody or something, of like a guy summoning a thing, and then now he is like bringing these doctors and stuff in there, and he's watching them interact with this monster he made or something. Like it's like the tunnels and everything it's a literal labyrinth, and he's going through and he's like watching how it affects, or how it's like,
you could have it to where he leaves, or like they think they're in the control room they're actually in is just a farce to get them down there. And then he releases the subjects with them to see how they interact with it. You could go even closer to the Minotaur myth and have it be the reason he's doing this experiment in the first place is to, like, bring back a lost loved one or whatever. So maybe he thinks this is a way to bring her back, but as we see, it's just monsters. Like he's just opened the door and is not picking what comes through there. So it's kind of like the Ouija board thing, right? Like you're just knocking on a door, you don't know who's going to answer it.
Yeah, that's always a fun angle too with paranormal stuff, where it's like the idea of the theme of being unable to let go.
Yeah,
like being able, like the grief process, you're not able to overcome.
You can't let something go that's already gone. So because of that, you decay with it. Like it gets worse. Or you open the door to let it back in, but something else comes out. Very like Talk to Me kind of vibe of like leaving the door open to talk to something, but then something else comes through that you didn't want to happen. Also, too, you know, these big facilities, they're cool pieces, but I'm always more like grounded a bit more in reality, and it's like just a weird guy. Because like, it's just like, I'm a doctor. Yeah, the long, complicated hallways never came in.
They never come in, and I'm like, would this been a more like almost like a thing where, right? Let's say you do keep the guy who's like, I'm a sketchy drug dealer doctor. Right. I'm a sketchy drug dealer doctor. I got my license revoked, but this guy says that there's a gig that I can do. Okay. Well, I show up, but it's at the guy's house. Well, that's fucking weird. Well, this guy who's like basically a criminal, like a drug dealer, maybe he does like humor this like a fucking weird man who's like doing experiments in his house or something. You know what I mean? Like a little more grounded in reality, where it's like, this is just the walks of this doctor's life put him in the situation where he like was foolish enough to like participate in X, Y, and Z experiment or whatever. I think like just stuff like that, you know, and this is all in hindsight. And I will say, just to give the story credit, we were memeing on it at the beginning and stuff. I had legitimately had a good time with the story.
It's good.
Like, it was like it's a nice, you know, for one of these older, like OG kind of stories, so much more has been like, you could tell this was a guy who was like very inspired, had like a fun idea, because a lot of these stories that we read, like the Jeff the Killers or whatever, it feels like these are like a little throwaway kind of just like, oh, I wrote this in an afternoon kind of vibe or whatever.
I will say, because at this point we're just doing fan fiction, right? But that thing that we talked about with the Minotaur idea. Have you read House of Leaves?
No, I mean, dude, I've heard you talk about it so much. I've been wanting to actually dive into it, but I honestly, like, since we read so much on this show too, it has stopped almost all of the other kind of like reading I do, which is so weird. But so the only reason I have time to is because it's like what I do on the main channel and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, also you just really enjoy it.
I just like it, yeah. But not to spoil the specifics for you, but there's a part in House of Leaves.
Well, is it going to spoil the specifics for me?
No,
if I want to read it one day, should I hear this?
No. I'm saying I'm not going to give the details. To not spoil the specifics. There's a segment in the book where the book has multiple authors, right? Like they're not literally, but in the formatting of the book, different people are writing different segments on the page. And there's one part where a group of people are walking through the hallways of the house. And in the other part, another writer is giving an analysis of the Minotaur myth.
Oh, interesting.
Because in the literal plot where they're walking through the house, they're afraid of something in the hallways as they're moving through it. And in the other part where you're talking about the Minotaur myth. So you have one author describing the literal and you have the other author describing like a figurative that connects to the literal.
Oh, that's fun.
But while describing the Minotaur myth, the author gives an interesting analysis I had never heard of before. So, in the original Minotaur myth, it's not Midas. It sounds like Midas though, right? He has the child. And the child is like half a monster, so he throws it into the maze, right? And the author in House of Leaves says Minos, that's it. The author has a different rendition of the story, or a different interpretation of the story, where Minos did not find his son disgusting, but instead Minos knew that his son would never be safe. So he built the labyrinth to protect his son, to keep people from wanting to find him and kill him. So in the original play, when it's Perseus who kills the Minotaur, right? I'm forgetting so many details. I think it's Perseus who kills the Minotaur. When
Theseus.
Okay, when Theseus kills the Minotaur, he stands before the king holding the Minotaur's head or whatever, and the king cries because the monster's been slain. But in the House of Leaves rendition, it theorizes that perhaps when the hero went forward and killed Minos's son, someone that only had to be killed because it was said the Minotaur was killing people that had ventured into the labyrinth. But in this version, the king sees the people who were going into the labyrinth as those who were going to kill his son, and his son was just defending himself. So when Theseus stands with the head of the Minotaur, the king cries not out of joy for the hero, but out of a mourning for his son. Which is an interesting way to view that myth. So I was thinking about that, where you were talking about the labyrinth for the Harbinger experience, and we're putting a lot of weight on a creepypasta right now. But
no, I mean, I just think that just shows also like, to me, I was writing down so much shit. It might be a simple creepypasta story, but I was just like, man, my mind was going all over the place.
You can use it's the starting point for a lot of different ideas that you can do and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you could have Zimmerman be more nuanced in the beginning, and he brings people this experiment, and then not only the complex hallways, but the control room itself they think is their safe zone is revealed to be all part of like a maze that they're to figure out. As this is some kind of ritual to bring back the dead, like we talked about, or something like that. And similar to the idea of Minos loving the Minotaur, you could have the Zimmerman see this monster as something holy, not the stereotypical route of like, oh, my creation or whatever, but maybe he does believe it's a lost loved one or something. So you have him actively trying to destroy like our protagonist or group members' efforts to destroy the creatures that they're down there with and stuff like that. So he becomes a sort of antagonist, like from the top, but he thinks he's doing the right thing. But like I said, what the story actually is there's 3 people in a room and one of them becomes a scary thing that kills everyone.
Right.
That's like it.
But, you know, I guess just for this part, for people that are interested or whatever, these are the ways that you can start you can start your skeleton of your story like that, but then just go back and find fun ways. I do think that the idea of like, even the thing of like, Zimmerman's plan was this, but our protagonist didn't die when he was supposed to. That creates conflict in his plan. And then he had like that, you know what I mean? Like those kinds of things are the pivots of like, X was supposed to happen, but Y happened. And like that's like creates conflict, and that's like what diverts the thing, and the creature could get loose or anything like that. Like those kinds of things, I think, are the things that make stories fun, and that's just the conflict, whatever your conflicts are in your story. That isn't just scary monster is X and he kills people.
Yeah.
Like I think like the conflict is the things of like, what was the plan? How did it, you know, what is my plan? How did it go wrong? How do I try to solve that? And how does that create more and more conflicts with the kind of like foolish decisions that you're making, whatever. Those are usually the fun ways.
I mean, you can do whatever you want as a storyteller, right?
Sure.
There's no rules or anything like that. But I feel like if you it was a different time on the internet. This author could have been younger. I'm obviously not saying that they're discredit, but from my point of view,
I had a bad story. I enjoyed it.
If you're going to get people's attention, and you're going to, they're going to dedicate their time, and you now have the opportunity to do something with that time. I mean, why not make it, multi-layered, fun, interesting, something to chew on, make it worth their while. Right. So,
yeah. I'm always curious to see with some of these writers in these early stories, how much time did they take on it?
Yeah.
Was it something that you ever just like, you were like, I just took a couple days and was just like a little, I was into it for a couple months, like creepypastas for a couple months, and I just decided to write this, and then I kind of stopped reading them. Was it just something you did in a day with your friend? Like, I'm curious to how many of these is like you're in a room with your buddy, and it's them like being like, oh, and then this happens. Like, I'm so curious to see that collaborative nature. I bet that was like a really fun, weird time of people just quickly putting out things and not thinking too much about it and just kind of shooting from the hip, which is kind of, there's something admirable and pretty wholesome about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what a great story. I mean, once again, we'll leave a link to the author. I'm
officially not embarrassed with my younger self. That was fine.
No.
So, good on me.
No, I had a lot of fun. I think like a lot of all the older stories that we read, I think that this was one of the better ones in my opinion. But no, this was a fun one. I think that we'll leave the link below again. Thank you again to audio listeners that decided to listen to us ramble about possible ideas with Mr. Zimmerman on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. If you could leave us a nice rating, it would help us out. And also thank you to our patrons who do support us behind the scenes and get a little extra content on the side. So if you want to do that, be sure to click the link below as well. But until next time, guys, we will see you in the next one. Stay creeped. Bye-bye.
Stay creeped. If you think about it, I'm kind of Theseus because I'm in a labyrinth with Hunter. He's clearly like a monstrous bull man thing who his father has asked me to kill. I'm a hero, I think. And I think his dad would cry out of joy if I killed him. So, yeah, bye.
For the longest time, the only thing we knew about Gilneas was the impenetrable wall that blocked them off from the rest of the outside world. But during the Cataclysm, their defenses crumbled, and it was clear that within the secluded kingdom, it was not always sunshine and rainbows. Gilneas' downfall was not a sudden collapse like some might think. The root of the kingdom's problem was a slow deterioration because of their king and his more than questionable decisions. Our story begins with the human kingdoms prospering greatly. The Empire of Arathor had evolved into multiple city-states that flourished into their own separate kingdoms, who dominate a good chunk of the continent. In its prime, the land owned by Gilneas was much larger than we know today. They held control over parts of Silverpine Forest, Hillsbrad Foothills, and even an island called Zoldair, a mysterious place we still haven't seen to this day in-game. But I'm getting off track. Point is, everybody's doing great. Until there was 7-foot-tall roided-up orcs from another world that poured out of the dark portal. This overwhelming alien threat rampaged up north and left Stormwind City in rubble. If this threat wasn't managed, these otherworldly savages would be on the other kingdom's doorstep next. With great haste, King Tyrannus Menethil met with Anduin Lothar and then organized a meeting with all of the other human kingdoms so they could band together. King Tyrannus pleaded for the aid of the other kingdoms, and a good majority of them helped without question. This included the kingdoms like Kul Tiras, Stromgarde, Dalaran, Alterac, and Gilneas. Sort of. Gen Greymane heeded the advice of his two advisors. One was Lord Darius Crowley, and the other was Lord Vincent Godfrey. There was also this guy named Baron Ashbury, but he literally did nothing, so I'm just not going to include him. Darius was enthusiastic about the Gilnean military lending aid to their sister nations. It would give them a tight bond with the other kingdoms, and they would grow together. But Lord Vincent Godfrey, he had other plans. He felt like Darius was a bit too optimistic and instead suggested that they only send a very small token force of soldiers to help. Now, despite Gen's boasting of how he had the strongest military in all of the Eastern Kingdoms, he wasn't too thrilled about dealing with other people's problems, so he took the advice from Godfrey and only sent a small fraction of support to help the Alliance of Lordaeron. Oh, come on, Gen. Maybe you can just help out a little bit more. No. Lord Greymane, please, maybe Nope. How about you... Despite Gen's unwillingness to cooperate, the humans win the Second War and push the orcs back into the Dark Portal. But Gen still was not happy. During the war, one of the kings that was a part of the Alliance betrayed them, confirming Gen's distaste for helping others. Also, Gilnean taxpayers had to fork up the gold to pay for orc internment camps and the construction of Netherguard Keep. Lord Greymane started to question why he even joined the Alliance in the first place. The only thing that had happened since he joined was he lost a bunch of gold and ended up with a bunch of dead Gilneans. So Lord Greymane pulled out of the Alliance and focused on securing his kingdom's isolation. Deep within Lord Greymane's manor, he had an epiphany. What better way to isolate his kingdom than building a giant wall? Now, one would think the reasonable thing to do would be to build a wall around all of the land owned by Gilneas. Now, the thing is, building a wall that big would take a ridiculous amount of gold and resources.
Impossible!
It was Lord Godfrey's suggestion that the wall be built into the mountainside instead. This would make the wall cheaper and more practical since it used the natural land to their advantage. The problem is that they would be blocking off a good chunk of their citizens from the rest of their kingdom, effectively abandoning them in the process. But these lands that they would be cutting off were owned by Darius Crowley, that Alliance sympathizer. But, you know, that's okay. Gen was confident that Crowley would understand his reasoning. Crowley did not understand his reasoning. In fact, he was pretty pissed, and so were the people of Briarwood Village, the town that was blocked off from the rest of Gilnean society. Oi! Piss off! Despite the resistance, the wall was eventually constructed. Tensions between Crowley and Gen were incredibly high, but they were able to maintain their differences. But this barely maintained peace would not last for long. While Gilneas was on the cusp of a civil war, the Scourge was busy invading the lands of Lordaeron to the north. As the kingdom crumbled to the might of the Plague of Undeath, they begged Gilneas for aid, and the people, who once called themselves proud Gilneans, pounded on the wall, hoping that the king they trusted would give them salvation. But the only response they received was silence.
Shoot to kill!
Bloody hell. If I knew the Scourge would invade, I would have planned accordingly. Whatever tricks you have up your sleeve, they better work.
Tricks? Oh, no, no, no. My creatures are not mere tricks. I prefer the term very good boys.
I don't know what you mean. They're just dogs. Surely they can't.
Oh, Gen, I must warn you. These creatures have an unsatiable bloodlust. Once they are released, there is no turning back.
To be frank with you, Archmage, I have no choice. You are my last bastion of hope, Harugal, and I will see it done.
Whatever you wish, my lord.
At the king's discretion, Archmage Arukal unleashed the power of the Worgen on the Scourge, summoning them from an unknown realm he did not truly understand.
Go, attack my pets. Yes, who's a good boy? Slash them to bits.
Arugal knew the Worgen were ferocious, but he underestimated how bloodthirsty they really were, and once all the Scourge were defeated, the Worgen's ferocity was aimed towards the remaining citizens of Briarwood Village.
Bad dog, no! Stop this sin!
Arugal was driven mad with grief as the Worgens killed or infected the remaining survivors with the curse, and he just gave up and spent the rest of his days crying in Shadowfang Keep with his Worgen that he now called his children.
Oh, I am so sad. Oh, thank you, my son.
As chaos reigned beyond the wall, tensions exploded within Gilneas when citizens found out about the innocents that were caught in the crossfire. And in an act of defiance, Darius sent a small group of Gilnean soldiers to help with the alliance in the Third War without the approval of King Greymane. Greymane was livid at Darius's careless decision and considered it an act of treason. This outrage sparked an uprising within the city. An organization called the Northgate Rebels started to form, and Darius Crowley was their leader. They revolted against their king and his tyranny. This was the breaking point that spiraled Gilneas into a full-blown civil war. One side was the rebels, that was led by Darius, and the other was the loyalists that sided with their king. Blood was shed on the streets of the city, and the climax of the conflict was when Darius and his rebels smuggled in heavy artillery to Gilneas with plans of leveling the city if it came to it. Unfortunately, the remaining rebels, including Darius, were captured before they could even use their firepower and were thrown in the stone-walled prison.
You to unhand me this infant.
Damn it, Gen. Do you not understand? This is your doing. You cannot pretend like the outside world doesn't exist. You've killed your own people in this pointless escapade for independence, and it will only get worse.
I do what I must to keep Gilneas safe. You cannot say the same, Crowley.
This is ridiculous! The Gilneans people's blood is on your hands, Gen. Gen? Are you listening?
La 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 la, I cannot hear you.
You made.
For a small amount of time, Gilneas had much needed peace, but the curse that doomed the lands beyond the wall had found itself within.
Oh, you know what? You guys are great. No, you're great. Oh, cheers, lads. Oh, why hello there, you little pup. Come on, don't be shy, come here. Come on, let me give you a good old...
Once again, tensions began to rise within Gilneas, but for much more horrifying reasons. Murders labeled as the Starlight Slasher killings left Gilnean people in horror. And at first, people assumed these murders were committed by the Northgate Rebellion, but there too was whispers that the murders were performed by a mysterious cult that willingly submitted themselves to the Worgen curse.
Oh, shut up.
Gen refused to admit that the Worgen had reached the wall. It would only lead to utter chaos within the city. He wanted to hide the truth from his people.
But there was no denying the curse had infected the city.
Gen made the grave mistake of letting in injured Gilnean guards that fought the Worgen outside of the wall, and now this bizarre rumor of a cult was emerging. Things were getting out of hand, and if Gen wanted to fix the problems he got himself into, he'd have to handle it himself. It was a common occurrence. Greymane and his closest noble allies would organize hunting parties on every full moon, culling the Worgen population for sport and for vengeance.
Greymane, have a gander at this beast. I reckon you should join us in a group photo.
No, this one's mine. Suit yourself.
Come on, you beast. I helped bring you into this world, and I will take you out of it.
Are you into furries?
What?
My lord, Greymane, are you alright?
I need to patch myself up before they find me. Much better. Ah, there you are, my lord. Did he touch you?
I'm fine. Just bastard almost got me. But he didn't lay a scratch on me, that's for sure.
Blimey, I'm glad you're safe, my lord. Would have to shoot you on sight if that bloody beast got a bite on you.
Yeah, right. Now infected with the curse, Greymane frequently hides away in his observatory, rather than going on what he now deemed as pointless and dangerous hunts. Things were looking grim for Greymane until a surprising new ally appeared on the horizon. Night elves from a far distant land traveled to Gilneas to help them with the Worgen. The ancient curse was ultimately their doing thousands and thousands of years ago, so they deemed themselves responsible for this plight. One night elf in particular was named Belisra, and she helped fight back Greymane's affliction in secret. Not even the nobles, Gen's children, or his own wife knew about this partnership with Belisra.
And I know what you're thinking, no.
It was a strictly business relationship. She just shot the power of the moon at him. And that's not an innuendo, she literally did that. I cannot thank you elves enough. Perhaps with your aid, Gilneas can be brought to salvation, and my people can be free once more. Whatever it takes, Lord Greymane, the Kaldoride...
My lord, the city of Gilneas is under siege by the beasts. I'm talking bloody hundreds of them. I can't believe my eyes. You must come quick.
No, my city! I need my people evacuated this instant! Hey, so I'm kind of having second thoughts about this whole helping humans thing. Previously on Gilnean history, King Greymane left the Alliance and built a giant wall to lock off his kingdom away from the outside world. When the Scourge invaded and attacked the lands of his people that were outside of the wall, he helped by unleashing the Worgen, who killed all the undead and then his own people. A civil war exploded within Gilneas, and now the Worgen curse has breached the city and his own people's sanity. Before we discover the fate of Greymane and his city that hangs in the balance, here's a very quick word from today's sponsor. Are you balding? Thankfully, the sponsor of today's video has got your back, or the top of your head. Today's sponsor is Keeps. Finally, a solution for fighting back male pattern baldness in the easiest way possible.
Look at the top of his head!
It doesn't matter how lazy you are, Keeps offers you the easiest access to hair loss treatment delivered to your front door, plus online doctor consultation to make sure you can keep those luscious locks till the end of time. Keeps is all about prevention, so the sooner you start using the product, the more hair you can save. So the point is, the faster you act, the better. When you use Keeps, you'll find out why it has more 5-star reviews than any other product, and why thousands of men trust Keeps for their hair loss prevention. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/platinum or click the link in the description to receive 50% off your first order. That's keeps.com/platinum. The ad is over.
I want the perimeter secured and the gates manned by 2 guards at all times. No one gets in, no one gets out. We protected Gilneas from the Scourge. We protected Gilneas during the Northgate Rebellion. We will protect Gilneas from whatever this new threat may be.
When the Worgen wave first consumed the city, the original plan was to just quarantine the sections of the city and keep the Worgen contained.
Oi, you! You got a license for being outside?
It didn't work. Gilneas was still in a weakened state from the Civil War, so their defenses were rather insignificant. The plan quickly changed. No longer was this a quarantine. This was an evacuation. And if Greymane wanted his people to escape, he needed all the help he could get. And that meant recruiting an old ally.
Crowley, the Worgen. They've breached the city. Look, I know we have not been on the best of terms, me throwing you in jail and all, but we have been allies in the past, friends even. Just look, I'm here to say sorry, and please help us. Oh my goodness.
You know, Gen, during the Civil War, I was labeled as a monster, a terrorist, even, all for trying to defend my people from your tyranny. What I do today is not for you. It is to restore the people's faith in the Crowley name.
Hey, wait up!
I have cannons stashed away in the military district. We'll hold up in the cathedral, grab their attention, and the rest of our people can flee.
Wait, you have cannons in my city?
And so, Darius was released from prison to fight for Gilneas once more, and he and the player character got into fistfights with feral wolfmen on top of the prison, recovered the smuggled cannons that were originally supposed to be used for the Civil War, and traveled to the cathedral to blast away as many Worgens as they could. Unfortunately, Darius and his men were later overrun by the Worgen, and their status is unknown. But Darius Crowley's sacrifice was not in vain. The citizens that fled the sacked capital with their king found solace in a nearby coastal town called Duskhaven. Here, they would get their bearings and organize their next steps in controlling this curse. During their time in Duskhaven, a breakthrough was discovered. Krenin, master alchemist, brewed an incredible serum to combat the Worgen curse. The potion did not revert the curse, but it merely restrained their bloodthirsty tendencies. In theory, cursed citizens would still retain their shreds of humanity if they drank the serum. But this was quite the controversial decision to make. People like Lord Vincent Godfrey had nothing but hatred for the Worgen. Fighting alongside the very creatures that destroyed their city was not a gamble he was willing to take. But the fact of the matter was, they didn't really have much of an option. A sizable portion of their population was already marked with the curse. Wounds inflicted by the Worgen slowly morphed over time. The skin around the bite marks would turn a sickly black and blue, and by the end, tufts of thick hair would be growing around the edge.
I don't feel so good.
King, another one's turning. Get the restraints.
Oh, come on, just take the potion, just put it in your...
Give it up, Krenin. It's time to put this one down. It's protocol.
Tell me, Godfrey, when Crowley and his men stayed in the city so that we could live, were they following protocol? I didn't think so. Hand me that potion, Krenin, and double the dosage. Open wide, you furry bastard.
Please, don't hurt me.
Although the serum was not a perfect solution to the curse, it worked for now, but somehow, some way, things got worse for the Gilnean people. Once again, undead monstrosities organized another assault, but this time it was different. These undead fought under the Horde banner, and when they caught word that Gilneas was crippled by the Worgen, they decided to strike.
For the Forsaken!
The irony of this situation was a lot of the Forsaken that were attacking were originally citizens of Lordaeron. You know, the city Gen refused to help and hid behind his wall when the Scourge originally invaded. The Forsaken war machine invaded the Gilnean lands from the coast, and they were met with meddling defense. But what came next was a blessing, but a curse. A truly random and extremely unlucky event for both sides. This Forsaken invasion was done during the Cataclysm, so far off in a whole different part of Azeroth there's a giant dragon that set off a bunch of natural disasters all over the world. Point is, the southwest part of Gilneas was collapsing into the ocean, leaving both sides to suffer a tragic, murky death.
Hello, how are you? I am under the water. Please help me.
But that was the least of their problems. The Cataclysm also busted the Greymane Wall wide open, letting the Forsaken pour into Gilneas, and they quickly took the city.
What the frick? Godfrey, how can we be this unlucky? Round up the refugees. We need to move.
So once again, the refugees and their king found themselves looking for a place of solace once again. They hastily packed their things and retreated to another town called Stormglen, where they could lay low to plan their next steps.
Since the change, I find I prefer my meat rare now. Raw, even. Perhaps struggling. Bit of a blunder there.
Nearby Stormglen, there was a dark forest called the Blackwall. If you remember from part 1, this was the location where Greymane was first bit by a worgen, and now it's the place where the Night Elves reside, who came to help the humans with the curse. Some of the first worgen to be helped were actually Darius Crowley and his followers, who now walked as worgen. After their sacrifice in the city, it seemed they somehow managed to escape, and you can tell it's Darius because of the eye patch. Point is, the Night Elves came to help because of their complicated history with the worgen. The curse was originally an ancient druid form that embodied the great spirit Goldrin. The druids that shifted into this form became blood-crazed and began hunting friend and foe. These druids attempted to control the curse, but instead fell into madness and became the first ever worgen. Archdruid Malfurion took it upon himself to banish these crazed druids into the Emerald Dream. Thousands of years later, the worgen were summoned back to Azeroth in order to hunt once again.
The worgen curse affects some worse than others. Goldrin's rage is not easily subdued. I have spent much time and effort in search of a way to cure it. Let us begin. But be warned. The spirits that accompany Goldrin may not take kindly to our intrusion.
The Ritual of Balance was a way to control the curse, and it must be overseen by the worgen's pack. During the ritual, one must drink from 3 moon wells. The Well of Tranquility was to rekindle peace. The Well of Balance was to strike harmony between the human and worgen spirit. And lastly, the Well of Fury was to build one's strength. Finally, one must suffer through intense visions of their past, forced to confront their doubt and fears, anchors that weigh them down. If unsuccessful, they will be driven to madness.
How does a Tauren hide in a cherry? He paints his hooves red.
Huzzah! With the ritual successful, the Gilneans could freely shift from worgen to human forms, but they will forever live with the lasting effects of the curse.
Crowley, you and your elven allies are hereby ordered to serve along the king's army. Cursed or not, you are still bound by Gilnean law.
Does this toad speak for you again? Do you come dwelling as a friend, or do you come as a tyrant?
No, old friend. I come to you as an equal.
Impossible!
Again, it is not law that binds us. It is something far stronger. We can both relate to that awkward feeling when, like, you're at a fancy party and you accidentally spill wine on your coat and you get angry and you turn to a worgen and everyone's, like, kind of shocked and it's really awkward. And then you, like, turn back into a human, but now your clothes are ripped and it's like, okay, well, I'm at a fancy party. Like, what the hell do I do now? Yeah, no, that sucks, man. I feel ya. Yeah. Yep. It is decided then. We will unite all Gilneans and drive the Forsaken from our lands.
And, could you get me some spare clothes or something before we leave? Oh, hello, Godfrey. Sorry for the wait. Just needed to get my suit tailored. You know, just working things. So, let's go save our... Whoa! Hey, you can't just point the gun at... Ah! Someone, help! Godfrey's kidnapped the king! Godfrey was a lord who had nothing but hatred for the worgen, so when he found out his own king was one of these wretched monsters, he decided to take matters into his own hands. The plan was to hold Greymane captive and use him to negotiate with the Forsaken and save Gilneas, which was a incredibly dumb plan because what are they going to do with Greymane?
The Forsaken aren't here just to kill the king, they're here for the land and to turn everybody into undead. At this point in time, Greymane isn't a part of the Alliance, so the Forsaken couldn't use him for leverage to get anything else. If anything, Godfrey would just hand Greymane over to the undead, they'd say thanks, they'd kill Greymane, and then they'd kill everybody else. Godfrey is just making it easier for the Forsaken to win at this point. The funny thing is when the player character frees Greymane and Godfrey's caught, Blizzard put as much effort into his death as Godfrey did his plan. So not a lot.
No, I'd sooner die than have one of your kind for a king.
On the eastern side of the city, the survivors rallied together. The curse that once wreaked chaos among Gilneas was now embraced and used as a weapon against the Forsaken. No longer would they hide away on the edges of their lands. It was time to retake what was theirs. Gen's son, Liam Greymane, led the charge.
The Forsaken think we're weak, a broken people. They think we'll roll over like a scared dog. How wrong they are. We will fight them in the fields until the last trench collapses and the last cannon is silenced. We will fight them on the streets until the last shot is fired. And when there is no more ammunition, we'll crush their skulls with the stones that pave our city. We will fight them in the alleys until our knuckles are skinned and bloody and our rapiers lay on the ground shattered. And if we find ourselves surrounded and disarmed, wounded and without hope, we will lift our heads in defiance and spit in their faces. But we will never surrender!
Sylvanas!
Such a waste! That arrow's poison was not meant to be spent on your whelp. We will meet again.
We did it, Father. We took back our city. We took back.
My lord, Horde reinforcements are coming quickly. We need to retreat.
May the light bless the spirits of our ancestors, for they have chosen to allow my son to rest upon this holy ground. It is here, surrounded by the heroes and patriots of Gilneas, where he belongs. We'll return, Liam. I swear this to you.
My lord, we must... Oh,
Oh, by the light. Oh, put some clothes on. What? I'm a Worgen, for light's sake. I have a perfectly valid excuse. Fine. Just please. We need to leave with the Night Elves before the Forsaken catch on to us. And so, Greymane and the Gulnean refugees lost the battle and were forced to flee their homelands, which were now scarred with blight. Greymane had lost a great deal. His friends, his kingdom, his own son, and most of his wardrobe. But this was not the end of Gilneas, but merely another chapter. The Night Elves had shown them a bright light. Perhaps having a thriving kingdom on Azeroth does not mean forcing extreme isolation. Perhaps it is through an alliance with others, the Gilneans may one day retake their homelands. It does not matter what hardships the Gilneans face in the future. They are a resilient people who have learned to adapt to their environment. The Gilneans have suffered greatly, but against all odds, Gilneas will prevail.
In my time on YouTube, I've covered all kinds of horror series on the internet. The Mandela Catalog, Local 58, The Backrooms, Gemini Home Entertainment, The Monument Mythos, just to name a few. I believe all those series are great, and there's fantastic projects getting posted to the site every day. But because I've seen so much of it, it's hard for me to find something that I would consider new. Like, sure, there's a ton of series that do new things with ideas I'm familiar with, but it's a rare occurrence when I find something that I truly haven't seen before. And one of those rare occurrences is what we're talking about today. Oakburn Opus is one of the most inventive and frightening horror projects I've come across on YouTube. Posted to the Red Diamond YouTube channel, it tackles everything from occult horror to folk horror to Lovecraftian horror, and a monster behind the veil at the back of the series that leads others to their terrifying end, with even some demonic elements and murder mystery to boot. And all of it, from the visuals to the sound design to the plot to the intrigue, is top notch. Few YouTubers like Nexpo and Nightmine have covered the series before, but since those coverages, there's been more entries, which means now I get to talk about it. As always, with any series I cover, do not let me ruin the experience for you. Oakburn Opus is something special, and I don't want the first time you see it to be a YouTuber explaining things that you could just see for yourself first. So there's a link to the Red Diamond channel in the description. Check it out and then come back and we can talk about it together. Red Diamond also has a Patreon I'm going to leave in the description as well, because artists that are doing something cool deserve to be supported. So if all of that sounds interesting to you, then stick around after the ad as we talk about the nightmare of Old Oakburn and ask ourselves what really happened at the lake in 1997. But something else that can be a nightmare is eating healthy. Between the high prices and elaborate ingredients, most people just decide to skip it altogether. Well, thankfully today's sponsor, Factor, is here to help. Factor delivers fresh, never frozen, chef-crafted, and dietitian-approved meals right to your door. And these meals are ready to heat and eat in as little as 2 minutes. And on top of convenience, Factor is designed to support your wellness journey, and it helps eliminate stress around cooking, planning, or cleanup so you can stay focused on your goals. Every week, Factor has over 100 options, from their meals to their salads to their breakfast to their shakes. And all of these are crafted for taste and nutrition. All their meals are made without things like refined seed oils or refined sugars, and most of their meals deliver over 30 grams of complete protein.
and they can support your diet no matter the diet you have, whether it be gluten-free or keto-friendly, and you can get whatever protein options are best for you, everything from tofu to salmon. And you may hear that and think there's no way salmon would taste good coming out of a microwave, and a couple years ago I would have believed you until I tried Factor. I don't know what they're doing to their food, but it works. My wife and I used to get to our favorite meals first, but recently they're all good. Even stuff I don't think would be that great tastes delicious. And again, it's not only a meal that's inexpensive and good for me, but one that only takes a couple of minutes to prepare and clean up. Factor has made my lifestyle a lot healthier and a lot easier, and hopefully it'll do the same for you, because right now is a perfect time to get on board. That's because if you head to factor75.com or click the link in the description and use code WendigoonFB50, you'll get 50% off your first Factor box plus free breakfast for a year. That's right, free breakfast for a year and your first box half off. Again, that's code WendigoonFB50 at factor75.com to get in on this incredible offer today. Thank you all for watching the ad. Thank you to Factor for sponsoring the channel. Their link will be in the description. And we are now back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Now, while the VHS tales aren't a part of the Oakburn Opus main storyline, they do tie in, or at least the first two do. So we're going to start this analysis by looking at the first video on Red Diamond's channel, The Circles. At the beginning of this video, we see a circle rotating that seems to be made out of fleshy growths. We're not sure what this means yet, but we will soon. After that, we see a small town in Alaska. Text then tells us that this is the town of Atosavik on December 5th, 1986. To which we then get narration from someone named Ethan Astor. Ethan says that he is from Atosavik and that his town is being haunted, not by ghosts or monsters, but by shapes, specifically the circles. Ethan says that every once in a while the circles appear, and when they do, the town is evacuated. Those that refuse the evacuation are never seen again. Ethan then says that the circles will be there in 5 days, and this time he's staying. We then cut to the Astor house on December 10th, or in other words, the day that the circles were said to arrive. Cutting into the house, we then see a note that someone named Martha left for Ethan. We'll later learn that this woman's name is Martha Astor, and she is assumedly Ethan's wife. In the note, Martha says she's now uncomfortable around Ethan. He hasn't left the basement for days, and she's getting out of there before the circles come. We then see several perspectives from inside of the Astor home. Most seems normal. Make Your Own Kind of Music by Cass Elliot is playing on a radio, until we see an image of the bedroom, and on the wall we can see drawings of several circles. This is shown more so when we see the basement door and the basement walls that are also covered in circles, with the shadow of who we can assume to be Ethan standing in front of them. That night, the Channel 5 News has an alert for an anomalous event, giving us a countdown as to when this event will begin. Something I like about this is Oakburn Opus and Red Diamond's channel as a whole seems so far removed from traditional YouTube horror or analog horror. But seeing the Channel 5 news and then the report of an anomalous event almost feels like it's paying homage to things like Local 58 or Gemini Home Entertainment. On any other channel, the thing we would be watching is that news broadcast. But because this is a part of Red Diamond's body of work, it is just a piece rather than the whole. It's especially kind of charming seeing it now. I mean, there was a time period when that kind of horror dominated YouTube. All you had to do was have a small town broadcast format and say something creepy was happening and you had a hit on your hands. But now we've seen so much of that, it's like audiences' appetites have been evolving. Even the bodies of work that started out in that format, things like the Mandela Catalog or Local 58, have moved away from it into new kinds of scares. So it's weird, starting a new horror series as good as this one and then seeing that on the TV almost feels like a callback. Anyway, the TV has its countdown, and when it ends, we see a white circle on a red background. This could be an automated program for the locals to let them know that the circle event is in effect, or it could just be the circle takes over everything when it arrives, including the airwaves. Outside, we see that a massive circle has formed above the town. At the same time this is happening, someone is knocking frantically at the front door. After this, we see a circle in the sky again, followed by another circle, this one being more similar to the fleshy growth we saw in the intro, only this time there's a red light flashing at its center. Perhaps this is the circle's true form, or it accomplishing whatever it came here to do. After this, we see more images from the inside of the Astor home. This time, the TV program is flashing several circles, the center of which looks like the one we just saw, and the clock on the back wall is quickly spinning. More and more circles begin to form around the home. Lights flash, growths appear on the television and kitchen cabinets. Whatever the circle's influence is, it has fully saturated the house. The growth works its way deeper and deeper, eventually making it to the basement door, and assumedly, to Ethan. After this, we see a drawing of who we can assume to be Ethan, his eyes now mimicking the fleshy circle seen at the beginning of the video. After this, we see a spinning circle and text that reads, "A cycle of destruction and rebirth, a curved line of events with no beginning, circling light and shadow through time and space. A line which can never be broken, a line which has never been born. Yet it still exists." This text is interspersed with images of again a fleshy circle, this time showing what appears to be a human eye in its midst. After this, we see a dark screen. The only audio we can hear is that of disgusting growths and squelching, as our image fades in to show us what we've been promised from the beginning, a circle made of flesh. Only this circle begins to speak to us, and we realize it's Ethan. He says, "I'm happy now." And we see the flashing red circle above Atosovic once again. Ethan again says, "The people who decide to stay are never seen again. Some say they join the circles. And now, I'm one of them." And with that, the circles ends. So it seems that the reason the circle is so alluring and manages to trap people within it is because they represent a knowledge so far beyond our own. We don't know if the circle is alien or ethereal or spiritual, but what we do know is that it seems to be eternal. And to be one with the circle is to be one with infinity, a line that does not have a beginning or end. Maybe people come to that conclusion naturally after they see what the circle's capable of. I mean, for who knows how long people have been evacuating this town only for those who stick around to completely disappear. Maybe people just get curious as to what the circles are capable of, or maybe the circle influences a few people at a time in order to join its form. The circles reminds me a lot of Uzumaki, the Junji Ito story. I made a video about Uzumaki on my channel. You can check that out, link in the description. You know, if you want to give me even more money. What? But in short, Uzumaki is about a different town that is obsessed with a different shape. That shape being a spiral. The shape begins to show up everywhere, either from people's obsessions or from things in nature that take on a spiral form. In the first chapter of Uzumaki, one of the characters becomes obsessed with the shape and begins to hoard anything that has a spiral pattern on it. Ultimately, at the end of the story, contorting his own body into a giant spiral. It's revealed at the end of Uzumaki that all of the spiral obsession has been because of some entity that lies underneath the town. Something that has been doing this cycle of death and rebirth for millennia. And regardless if people worship it willingly or resist its influence, they all wind up at the spiral's altar in the end. Similarly, I think that's what we see out of the circles. There is an entity that is so far beyond our knowing that some people feel compelled to bow down to it. I mean, if we truly encountered an entity that powerful, of course there would be people who would pledge their allegiance. It would be the equivalent of God making himself known in the world. You'd have to be a fool to turn away, regardless of how awful that God might be. And it seems Ethan received what the circle promised: immortality, an escape from death. And regardless of how horrifying he seems in the end, as Ethan said, he's happy now. This is just one of the paranormal encounters that we're going to come across in the Atosovic region within this story. The next of which comes in our next video, another VHS tale, this one called The Starving Five. In the beginning, we see an old film reel of what appears to be drawings of some creature. A creature of monstrous proportions with a towering body and a stag skull for a head. If you have your captions on, text appears that reads, "An exiled spirit, rejected from the domains of the afterlife. The earth repudiates its flesh, preventing it from rotting, damned with an endless hunger, a mouth that can't eat and a throat that can't swallow. Take shame on its grotesque form, using every aspect of its unnatural physicality to lure and capture prey. Its objective, to bring upon the decay of men's flesh and ego." And after we see the final image of this beast of three heads, we get our title card for The Starving Five. If it isn't clear enough, this story centers around a Wendigo, or at least Red Diamond's adaptation of the Wendigo. Which, I mean, you know, I mean, like, look at that up there, and then like look at the channel name like down there. Pretty up my alley. Typically in the Wendigo legend, the Wendigo is a spirit that possesses people who commit acts of cannibalism. The legend originates from native tribes of northern North America, areas where it was not uncommon for resources to be scarce and the cold to be damning. So if someone amongst your party were to die, it would be tempting to use them as a resource. But the Wendigo legend forbids this, saying that you will become the vessel of an evil spirit, cursed to forever be starving and forever attempting to satisfy that hunger. Or as Red Diamond's description read, damned with an endless hunger, a mouth that can't eat, and a throat that can't swallow. And it's a creature that hates humanity. It despises their flesh and their ego. This creature will be our main set piece throughout this tale. Text tells us that there is a place of unforgiving cold. We see shots of the Alaskan countryside. Text also tells us that this is on December 21st. A small cabin in the midst of the cold is lit with a dim light. We then see an abandoned, snowed over car. As more text tells us, we are starving. The engine is dead. A flimsy wooden shelter keeps us away from the snow. We see the front door of this shelter that has been marred by the scratches of something. The text continues. Heat escapes through the cracks. Our skin hardens. 2 lone rifles set in the corner. Animals sing and hiss, but nothing is seen. We are starving. From here, we can put some pieces together. A group of people came out to this cabin in the woods, and then their car broke down. Now they are out here with nothing to eat, and it seems that something is trying to get in, at least as indicated by the scratch marks on the front door. We then see a view of this candlelit corner as our narrator continues. Natasha followed him blindly. Alex dreams unquietly. I watched the rumbling snow attentively. We are not starving alone. So we have the narrator, the I from that story, Alex, who's still in the cabin sleeping with him. But Gary thought he heard his lover coming from outside, so he and Natasha ran outdoors into the unforgiving cold. But if you're keeping track at home, that's only 4 people. So why is this video called The Starving Five? Well, as the narrator, who we'll soon learn is named Dimitri, says, they're not starving alone. We see more shots of the dim cabin. We can assume that Dimitri and Alex are the only 2 still staying here. Till suddenly, in the middle of the night, Dimitri hears a loud knock. Text that reads, wake up. Dimitri opens his eyes, and for a brief second, we can see the visage of something outside of the cabin window. Text then appears that says, the anxious dreamer wanders unconsciously. Will you follow him? One of the guns against the wall is missing, and seemingly, Dimitri takes the other. Earlier, it was said that Alex was dreaming unquietly, so this anxious dreamer is probably referring to him. That, in combination with one of the rifles being missing when Dimitri gets up, leads me to believe that Alex had woken in the night, taken a rifle, and stepped outside, so now Dimitri, that was woken by the knocking, is following after him. Alex could not even be aware what he's doing. He could just be sleepwalking, as the text said. He wanders unconsciously. But regardless, Dimitri is going out there to find him. We then see a phone and are about to hear the transcript of a phone call that took place on December 17th. Or in other words, 4 days before this group of 4 ventured out into the cold. We'll learn that this conversation is a phone call between Alex and Dimitri. Alex seems doubtful that they'll find whoever they're looking for alive, someone who Dimitri just refers to as she, especially considering that she's been gone for a month. But Dimitri remarks that they're doing this for Gary. This makes sense because earlier we heard that Gary was lured out to the cold because he heard his lover's voice. So perhaps Gary's girlfriend or wife had disappeared out here on her own, and then when Gary went to look for her, he heard her voice out in the cold and went running. Now, mimicry isn't a part of the original Wendigo legends, but mimicry is a part of a lot of Western native traditions around things like skinwalkers that often gets connected to the Wendigo mythos. And if you'll remember in that opening text describing the creature, it said they use every aspect of its unnatural physicality to lure and capture prey. So it's very likely that this creature was just mimicking Gary's lover's voice, something that Gary was susceptible to since he came out here to find her. Also in this phone call, Dimitri says this city is hostile. All it takes is one detour, a miscalculated step, and you're gone. Dimitri is likely referring to Etosovic. It seems residents of this town know that something bad happens in the dark around here. But regardless of this, Gary seems to be in denial. So he seems determined to go out into the woods to find her, and his friends decided to go with him. And as we see from the December 21st events, this sealed their fate. Now you may hear all this and think that Gary's friends are pretty dumb. I mean, this isn't like our world where someone can get lost in the woods, so it makes sense to go looking for them. This is a place where Dimitri indicates he knows that things go bump in the night. And Alex says just the same on the phone call, saying it's foolish for them to go out there. But then Dimitri says something that's interesting and I think reflects on the rest of the series. Dimitri says, people disappear and are forgotten year after year, and everyone turns away because they fear the truth. Perhaps the mere attempt, even if redundant, to find the truth can take us away from this melancholy. It's like there's this overwhelming dread on the people of the town because so many terrible things happen. And because it happens so often, that's all the more reason to do something when you can. Even if she's definitely dead, even if the best thing you can hope to find is a body, that's remembering someone when so many people, especially as we're going to see in future entries, have been forgotten. It's an act of humanity in the midst of an inhuman reality. But in a world as wicked as that which Oakborn Opus portrays, acts of humanity rarely go unpunished. And we're about to see that with Dimitri right now. Dimitri begins walking through the snow. Text appears that says close, then closer, then Dimitri is spoken to specifically, the voice telling him almost there, until eventually Dimitri finds what he was called out there to see. The body of Gary lying in the cold. Not far off, Natasha lies dead in the snow as well. Through the darkness, Dimitri then sees some figure above the broken trees. Perhaps this is something blocking the moon. Perhaps this is a large eye. As Dimitri looks closer, the creature reveals itself. A mass of broken animal skulls, joined together on some amalgamation of flesh. Dimitri gazes into the beast, and it seems the beast gazes back. The beast asks Dimitri, "Shall we starve together?" Dimitri's eyes grow impossibly wide in response. The screen is caked in red. As you can imagine, it seems none of them will make it out of these woods. One brief flash we see with the text, "Shall we starve together?" is of this Wendigo creature drawn similarly to Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man. That symbolism in itself is loud enough. The idea that this creature is of some different heritage, some history or based form that we've long forgotten. But another symbol here is the position of the creature's arms. As the beast has 3 heads, in the image it seems to also have 2 sets of arms. 2 pointed down and 2 pointed up. To me, this seems reminiscent of one of the most popular positions in satanic and pagan iconography, that being the symbol of as above, so below. The phrase as above, so below traces its origins back to about the 9th century, the phrase itself originating from the Emerald Tablet. However, in the millennia that would follow, as above, so below began to take on an occultist meaning. The full phrase that is most commonly used now is as above, so below, as within, so without, as the universe, so the soul. This communicates the idea that every individual is a part of the collective. In a spiritual sense, our own microcosms are a part of macrocosms, or in other words, the unseen realm of the spiritual that we inhabit. Practices have taken that phrase and inverted it based on things found in biblical scripture, for instance. When Jesus said, "As on earth, so it is in heaven," some point to passages like that as evidence of a continuity between the different realms of existence. So in other words, as it applies to witchcraft, and this will be relevant later in the Oakburn Opus story, the powers of heaven, hell, life, and death, eternity, and oblivion can be harnessed by those who are willing. This is why the phrase gets tied a lot into things like paganism or Satanism, because typically the underlying belief within realms of witchcraft or satanic worship is that the forces in question want to share their power with humanity. Instead of us merely being a part of the macrocosm, they want to give us the ability to manipulate it. Because of this, you'll often see depictions of figures like Baphomet or Lucifer doing the as above, so below pose with their hands. It's effectively Prometheus bringing the gift of fire to man, a power we weren't supposed to inherit, but is being offered to us by a more powerful entity. At least if you view the gift fondly. If you don't view the gift fondly and instead think that this promise leads to damnation, then it's more so the apple that the serpent used to trick Eve in the Garden of Eden. I could be completely off on my connection between the as above, so below imagery and the Wendigo from this story, but I think the pose from the image as well as the temptation or the offering posed at the same time, "Shall we starve together?" points to this as something more than just a monster in the woods. From Dimitri's eye, it seems that he's been transformed. Whatever promise he saw in the creature's face, he must have taken. After this, we cut to the next day, December 22nd. We see the cabin once again with a scratched door and empty hallways, but this time, something moves in front of it. We then see someone's eyes once again, but this time they're cloudy, filled with something. Now, this could be Alex or Dimitri. Personally, I think this is Dimitri because it's Dimitri's eyes that we've seen up until this point. And perhaps Alex, under the creature's influence, wandered out in the cold the night before, only to die in the wilderness. Assuming this is Dimitri, Dimitri asks, "Where are my eyes?" Down the hallway of the cabin, he seems to get a response. "You won't starve alone." To which the monster lights a candle and we see his visage lit at the end of the hall. The monster is in the cabin with Dimitri, but he doesn't want to kill him. Instead, as he offered, he just wants to starve together. After this, time ticks by. January 1st, Dimitri on the bed, the monster in the hall. "You won't starve alone." January 5th, the same. "Let me go." The 13th, "You won't starve alone." The 29th, "You won't starve alone. Let me go." Until Dimitri shuts his eyes and the video ends. For one, I think The Starving Five is an excellent adaptation of The Wendigo. It builds off the idea of the Wendigo being a spirit drawn from cannibalism and something that is committed to eternal starvation because of its sin. But Red Diamond takes that further and says it's not just a creature that wants to kill you, it's a creature that wants you to feel what it feels. If it must starve, it doesn't want to do so alone. It seems the only reason that it killed the other people in the cabin was to have Dimitri alone, so the two of them, as it says, can starve together. It's a haunting adaptation of the creature, and given the creepy visuals and the occult influence, I love it. Now, both of the VHS tells on their own are interesting, and both of them will connect to the greater Oakburn Opus story later, but for now, there's already one connection we have between the two. See, when the missing person posters were flashing right before Dimitri gave in to the creature's influence, during the flash we get the full names of the four characters. Dmitry Olov, Alex Lebedev, Natasha's name has been marked out, but Gary's full name is Gary Astor. This is the same name of Ethan and Martha in the last story, The Circles. So seemingly, Gary was related in some way, perhaps Ethan's brother. So with this subtle connection between the two, it seems their worlds are connected. The world of the Circles is right next door to the world of this Wendigo. But as you're going to see, these all tie in as just fractions of elements from the Oakburn Opus story. Now that we've talked about the first VHS tales, we can get into that story. So let's dive into what is currently a 4-part series, a series that is, in my opinion, one of the best on YouTube, with Oakburn Opus Part 1. At the beginning of Oakburn Opus Part 1, we open on a shot of Lake Oakburn. Text appears on screen that tells us this is 1997, and the old Oakburn population vanished overnight. This probably sounds similar to Atosavik in The Circles, as an event happened and then people who were in the town disappeared. This also tells us what the title of the series means. Oakburn, or Old Oakburn, is the name of the town, and opus is the Latin word for a work or project. You've heard the word before in the term magnum opus, referring to the superb or best remembered work from an artist's collection. So Oakburn Opus implies there was some grand work being done in this town. And now, in 2024, information about the case has been leaked. We'll get hints as to who might have done this leak later on. We then see the image of what appears to be a stone monument. Text says that a new light has been shed on the case, which branches into countless theories, hypotheses, and discussions. If we look closely at the monument, there seems to be some kind of symbol on it. This is a symbol that will be very important through the rest of the series. We're then told that what we are about to see is based on findings from a manuscript that was recovered, belonging to an inhabitant of the town, and a cassette tape that recorded the moment in which everyone vanished. From here we get our title card, Oakburn Opus Part 1, which I've got to say, Red Diamond kills it with the aesthetics of this series. Like the VHS tapes we looked at so far, good, don't get me wrong, but Oakburn Opus nails it. It'll become more apparent in the later parts, especially the most recent upload that has some of the coolest moments I've seen in YouTube horror ever. We start with our first piece of evidence, Oakburn's flutist. From here, we see this haunting image. A man stands in the midst of this cold wasteland. Large horns grow from his head, and the only sound that accompanies him are the mysterious chords of a flute. At the beginning, it said that a lot of what we're about to see comes from a manuscript from one of the residents of the town. So, assuming that's who this is from the perspective of, they began to tell us about the flutist. On a cold morning, the outsider stumbled upon our gates and quickly became a welcome guest through the sweet and captivating melody of his flute. My people brought him into our village, a secluded place west of the Atosavik Mountains. And if it wasn't apparent enough, this gives Old Oakburn a connection to Atosavik, mentioned in the circles. We provided the flutist food, water, and shelter, and in return, the man continued to enchant our people with the tunes of the winds. After this, we see images of the manuscript itself. Children adored him, soothed by the melodic blows. Men and women respected him for the great entertainment and happiness provided by the blessed flute. To the more humble folk, the flutist was a grateful form of art. And then we see, drawn within the manuscript, the symbol once more. This is the same symbol we saw drawn on the monument a moment ago. We'll get a better look at it later, but for now it seems to be a sigil of something. We then see depictions of this flutist, a shape drawn in wisps of the wind, once again with the horns rising off of its head. People gather around to hear the music like children, the songs enchanting them with comfort, enchanting them so much so that once again, that symbol begins to appear on their heads. He hid them under the veil of reality. Impossible to breathe beyond existence. Keep looking. Do not follow the melody. After this, we leave the photos of the manuscript and once again are presented text, this time over a sign of Old Oakburn. He adapted to our customs, ate and drank from our kitchen, hummed our chants, and honored our altars without ever voicing a single thought. The flutist used the wind as his words and melodies as his speech. The manuscript then shows us a sort of poem. Within the wind, it hid fangs. Within the wind, it breached our spirits. Within the wind, the flute buried the veil. We then see images of the manuscript, and it's labeled Evidence 1, Handwritten Records, author unknown, recovered by Martha Astor, 2002. First of all, we have the flutist, a figure who never spake, but his music seemed to enchant the people who would listen. They were given a peace and comfort from his song, and that's all they needed to bring him into their fold. Several of his details, how he speaks with the wind, the drawings, and the people around him, seem to have a dreamlike quality. It's as if he brought with him a trance that laid amongst the town. But what's interesting is the mention that this was recovered by Martha Astor. Martha Astor, if you'll remember, is the wife of Ethan Astor, the main character and victim from the circles. It says that Martha recovered this in 2002, which was 16 years after the death or circle amalgamation death thing that happened to her husband. So perhaps after what happened to Ethan, Martha became interested in the paranormal and the things that went bump in the night around this region. So she becomes an investigator and in 2002 finds these records after the population of Old Oakburn disappears. We'll be seeing a lot more of Martha later, but just know for now that she's a character in this story and ties in Old Oakburn to the circles. From here we get evidence 2, the aforementioned cassette tape, which is labeled the Magnum Opus. Like I said, Oakburn Opus refers to the idea that there was a work to be performed in this town. So if this cassette tape in the disappearance is called the Magnum Opus, then perhaps this is what the flutist was always getting to. Text says that in 1997, the great flutist of Old Oakburn announces the completion of his Magnum Opus. A presentation is set to happen Friday night at Lake Oakburn. Hundreds of men, women, and children gather near the lake in anticipation. And then the cassette tape lets us hear what that sounded like. As the crowd is speaking, the flutist begins to play. And as he concludes, the people cheer. We're then shown that monument once more, only this time, the symbol begins to glow. A red haze appears around it and begins to pulsate. Text tells us to identify, interpret, and follow. Red triangles, right side up and upside down, begin to appear in the haze around this glowing stone, and the text continues with the music, meaning the entire phrase is to identify, interpret, and follow the music. And then we see this. From this, we see this symbol made up into its full parts. At first, the parts are broken down. We see the triangles facing each other, we see the circles, and then finally the completed image of 9 upside down triangles within a circle. This, to me, seems to be a sort of sigil. A sigil, in its literal definition, is a seal or a symbol that is meant to denote something. A king can have a sigil, an estate or a family can have a sigil. It's effectively a crest that can be placed on something to identify it as theirs. Well, in the realm of the occult, sigils can often represent different concepts or entities. There can be sigils or seals that are made to ensure protection or fortune, but in many cases, and as in the case we'll see in this series, a sigil can be an identifier for an entity. It's effectively like their name or their crest inscribed on something. In ritual, sometimes an entity sigil will be drawn to summon that entity. Like if you were wanting to perform a rite to bring about a demon or a spirit, you would draw their sigil in the midst of your worship. Or sometimes the entity will place its own sigil on something to identify its handiwork. And if it's not apparent enough already, the sigil we see here is that of the flutist. And that makes sense. The flutist did something to make everyone in Oakburn disappear. So it tracks that a monument by the lake would have his sign on it. There is a significance to the symbol itself, to the 9 triangles, to their inversion, and to the circle, but we'll talk about that later. All we need to know now is that this symbol represents him. After that, we're presented with 2 images of the wilderness. One image will display the sigil, while the other does not. This continues for a while and seems to be related to the phrase we saw earlier: identify, interpret, and follow. Since we know the sigil to denote the flutist, it seems that what we're seeing here is following the path to Lake Oakburn. Perhaps this is what it was like for all the people that came to the lake. They weren't explicitly told to be there. I mean, the flutist couldn't speak, right? But instead they felt his presence. They were led in the direction he wanted them to go. The last split decision we see is interesting. On one side, we see Lake Oakburn, and on the other, we see this tall, horned figure, the head of which, once again, appears to be a stag skull. Ultimately, the sigil chooses Lake Oakburn on the right. I think that what we see on the left is the Wendigo from the Starving Five. We already know that Atosavik, the town from the circles, is near Old Oakburn, and if you'll remember, in the Starving Five, it said this cabin they were in was outside of town. I think this is again another clue to us that the 2 stories take place in the same world. You drift into the woods on a dark night and you can go to Lake Oakburn, where the flutist magnum opus is taking place, or you can continue through the woods and come across the monster. Again, the monster just being one of many things that can go wrong here. This time when we get to Lake Oakburn, both images have the sigil, this time glowing red. As we look off into the fog, we see the flutist, his hands rising through the void as his flute continues to play louder and louder. And as we get closer, our camera begins to distort, but in the brief glimpse we get of him, this is not a peaceful keeper of the town, but instead some sort of monster. Once everyone had gathered at the lake and heard his song, their fate was sealed. And we hear that in the cassette tape that follows. Their screams were silenced in a moment, and it says the morning after, Old Oakburn woke up to silence. 1,043 inhabitants disappeared overnight. After quick and inconclusive investigations, little evidence was found. The existence and whereabouts of the flutist remained an unanswered enigma. That was until 2003. Search for Old Oakburn's population continues. And with that, Oakburn Opus Part 1 ends. Part 1 does a great job at setting up the story. A mysterious flutist showed up on the edge of town and enchanted everyone. This all seemed to be a ploy that eventually led them to the lake, and then they vanished. The rest of the series will be investigative moments around this event. There will be more analysis of what happened right before, what happened right after, and what happened in the years after when Martha Astor investigated the town. And as we'll soon find out, the flutist is just a small part of something much older and much more sinister that's been happening in the mountains of Alaska. So with that, let's move into Oakburn Part 2. If you'll remember, at the end of Oakburn Part 1, it said nothing was really known about this disappearance until 2003. Well, we see what that was referring to, as in the beginning of Part 2, we're told that this is set in 2003, 25 miles from Lake Oakburn at the Lebedev residence. Lebedev is once again a reference to the Starving Five. As in the missing persons poster, we saw that Alex's full name was Alex Lebedev. So somehow Alex was related to this residence. It's also just really effective how Red Diamond can use so many different means to get across the terror in his story. Like, yeah, the flutist looks scary and a lot of the sigil images can be creepy. But in the beginning of this one, we just see a house and hear 2 gunshots that come from within. There's so many unanswered questions in this series, and we see this moment and our mind races as to what could be going on. Why is this resident suddenly important to us? Is this the event in 2003 that shed more light on the disappearance? Red Diamond does a great job of giving you questions every time you're out on your front foot. You think you understand how the flutist works, you think you understand the sigils connected to him and he made these people disappear, but now there's new elements that we know are relevant, but we don't know how yet. And it's that intrigue and mystery that keeps the series so creepy because you never know what it's going to show next. After we hear the gunshots, text appears on screen, this time in red, that says, "I stood upon their blood. I stood upon the weapon. I stood before the flute, and the drowned city arose beneath my feet." Now we can assume things there like the blood and the weapon refer to whoever was just killed in the gunshots we heard, and the flute can tie into the flutist, but the mention of the drowned city is something new to us. We know something happened at Lake Oakburn, so it probably connects to that, but beyond that, we have no answers. What I really like about this line is it becomes so impactful after you finish the series, but for now, it means nothing. And it goes to show how much of this series was planned from the start. There were pieces of it planned over a year ago that were only elaborated on a few months ago. I just like to see when creators plan a series out and then satisfyingly follow through on it. We then see photographs of a crime scene. The jacket the investigator is wearing says IPD, or Atosovic Police Department. In part 1, when we were seeing the sigil appear on either image that was leading us closer to the lake, one of the images had a cop car that had IPD on it. So this tells us that the Atosovic Police Department is the department that's over Old Oakburn. The timestamp at the bottom of the picture says that this took place on December 10th of 2003. As the photographs move to the interior, text says the melody crawls in. The voice under the veil commands, and the vessel answers. Again, things that don't mean anything to us yet, but will later. The melody, the voice, and the vessel. We then see another cassette tape, this one labeled The Lebedev Murders. We hear who is assumedly the killer laughing as red text once again appears on screen. To make it easier to understand, I'll tell you now that anytime we see red text, it is from the perspective of the flutist or something on the flutist's side or under his control. And the text we're about to see is from the Lebedev murderer. "What stands before you, Detective Astor, is not a person. I exist incarcerated in a vessel of the arcane. I will entertain your feeble sense of justice. I will share you my tale." And text appears that says, "He knows well his wicked ways." This phrase, "he knows well his wicked ways," is also the description for the video. It comes from the song The Boy with the Gun by David Sylvian, a song that will play at the end of this video. The Boy with the Gun is a song about a man who feels he's been scorned by life and begins to hate life around him. Someone so bitter with the world, he wants to take the rest of the world with him. As we'll see later, this line, when applied to the flutist, is fitting. And then we get the opening title card, which, look how cool this is. A lot of the aesthetics from this series match some of my favorite horror projects. The kind of light blue gray text that appears, like the one that just said "he knows well his wicked ways," reminds me of Alan Wake. Not only because of its font and style, but because of the graininess of it all, how several parts of this series feel like they're taken from an old cop drama. And then something like the bright red letters reminds me of Longlegs, another horror story about a series of killings that ultimately ties into the occult. Red Diamond may not have used any of those as inspiration for the story, but I think it's telling that getting a little hint of those influences brings out the greater influences I see in this series and other major horror projects. There's just so much passion behind the aesthetics and so many little moments in this series, it feels far more substantial than just a YouTube video. What I'm trying to say is we need to get Red Diamond a budget and a studio, if they want that. I don't know. And this is further emphasized by the next scene. I mean, look at this. You've got a series of cop cars driving through the dark country at night as this red, grainy text appears above them. Officers that we know are going to the Lebedev residence after the murder, but there's so many questions about the murder and the music and the tone and the pacing does everything it can to build that up. Every video we've covered so far I would say is good, but Oakburn Opus Part 2 is the first that I would say is really great. It's also at Part 2 I was like, I've got to make a video about this. The red text reads, and also, I know I said a minute ago that red text denotes the flutist or someone related to the flutist is speaking, and that's true when it's dialogue. This opening narration, like info dump, I don't think it's the flutist. I don't think the flutist is giving us the police information on the case. I think it's just an aesthetic choice. So I'm still mostly right about what I just said. The red text is the flutist talking, just not this time. I'm still right. I'm just wrong right now. December 10th, a call is made to the Otosavik Police Department from the Lebedev household. The caller confessed to having committed murder. Jackson and Oliver Lebedev were dead, their bodies aligned in the darkroom. The Lebedev brothers, naturalist photographers of Otosavik, searched to capture the empty landscape of the mountains. The criminal was never identified. For the convenience of this investigation, the killer will be addressed by the pseudonym John Doe. And then we lead into evidence 3, the Lebedev murders. This also further establishes everything we've seen so far as being part of this ongoing investigation. Evidence 1 being the manuscript, evidence 2 being the magnum opus or the cassette tape of the disappearance, and now evidence 3, the 2003 murders. It then says that what we're about to see is a timeline based on the interrogatory of John Doe, conducted and recorded by Detective Martha Astor in 2003. This lines up with some things we've seen so far. We know Martha Astor recovered the manuscript in 2002, and that makes sense if she's now a detective. And in the dialogue we heard from the killer before the title card, it seemed he was speaking directly to Martha Astor, or Detective Astor. So after the death of her husband, Martha committed herself to the paranormal, or at least figuring out whatever's wrong in the region, and became a detective at the Otosavik Police Department. And the killer of the Lebedevs knew her. Perhaps the killer himself knew her, or perhaps the flutist just has supernatural information on who he's speaking to. I mean, he seems to be something akin to a demon or a spirit after all. Based on the conversation with Martha Astor, we're told this. December 5th, 2003, John Doe is led by the melody of a wind instrument emanating from Lake Oakburn. Of course, with everything we understand so far, this makes sense. The flutist is at Lake Oakburn and he lures people in with his song. However, this is interesting because, again, this is in 2003, 6 years after everyone disappeared at the lake. So 6 years later, the flutist is still there, luring people in. We see a quick flash of the flutist sigil, and we're once again taken to the landscape around Lake Oakburn. We then get another title card, but this one says Segment 1, Conditioning. So why are there now different segments, and what is being conditioned? Well, we're given a hint as we get the first-person perspective of someone walking across a snowy bridge. At the end of this clip, it seems a figure begins to arise out of the fog. Going back to information John Doe gave Astor, he says, "From the very first moment the flute touched my mind, I was sure to have been struck by something otherworldly, roaming the depths of the lake." Near the lake, John Doe encounters a monolith on the surface of the smooth rock. A symbol was carved, a circle, and 9 triangles. Again, this all makes sense. The flutist is luring this John Doe killer in, and the flutist brings him to the monolith with the sigil we've seen many times at this point. So perhaps this conditioning we're witnessing, this first-person perspective we saw of someone going across the bridge, was our killer being conditioned to the flutist control. Right after this, we see a sigil flash, but this time it's a different one. For a brief instance, instead of 9 triangles in a circle, we see a triangle surrounded by 9 circles. It is presented upright and then quickly upside down, only for a couple frames. I mean, there's obviously a connection between the previous sigil. One was 9 triangles in a circle, this is 9 circles in a triangle. But why is it different now? What could that mean? Could this symbol be indicating another entity that's out here? John Doe continues, "I witnessed in clear and inscrutable reason the flute and the man. They taught me wisdom from the bottom of the lake, the drowned city, and the millions who rest there. He raised me in that instant as a vessel." As once again the flutist sigil flashes on screen, interlaced with an up-close image of someone's eyes shut, until as the sigil on the monolith glows, the eye opens. John Doe continues, emblem etched upon the rock, the beautifully profane assortment of a circle and 9 triangles suddenly gleamed in crimson hue. The song wove a web, his desire in an instant made clear. In the flute, I discerned the will of expansion, which I was to provide. Once again, as this segment is being said, the triangle with 9 circles flashes on screen. Text tells us that after the encounter, John wandered the mountain for 5 days, out of his mind and being guided by something. And then on December 10th of 2003, John came across the Lebedev residence. And of course, from there is where the murders took place. So we see what this conditioning was. This man, John Doe, was led to the lake and then brought under the influence of the flutist. An influence that showed him things like the drowned city, the millions who were there. His mind was opened and he was made a vessel. So with the conditioning phase done, we now move into segment 2, execution. As text appears on screen that tells us this, we see the flutist standing atop a hill with assumedly John Doe in front of him. The rope behind John Doe makes it appear as if he's on puppet strings, being controlled by the flutist wind. It also appears in his hand that he has a pickaxe or some kind of tool. He continues through the woods and again, as we know now, comes across the Lebedev residence. John Doe continues. It's uncommon for many inhabitants of remote areas and hidden places to forget their front doors unlocked. Naive custom, often conditioned by the emptiness surrounding it. More words from John Doe appear, but this time they're being presented to us backwards. When we wait for the scroll to end, if we read it together, it says, "Through the window I beheld his lichened shape. The specter whispered, in evoking horror, his unfathomable name, Marv P.S." The images that are shown to us at the same time is of someone standing in the top floor of the Lebedev home and then looking outside. Specifically, standing in what seems to be the dark room of the home where we know the Lebedev brothers were murdered. I don't know why a dark room would have a window, but whatever. So it seems that once John Doe killed the brothers, he looked outside and saw the flutist, and almost as a reward for his loyalty, the flutist tells John Doe his true name. It's a big thing within the occult, especially demonology, to know a demon or spirit's true names. That can often reveal their power and their intention. And it seems the flutist's real name is Marv P.S. This name does have some influence that we're going to talk about later. John Doe continues, a name in the melody. Then once again, the name Marv P.S. flashes on screen over and over, timed with the heartbeats that overwhelm the audio. And from the profane blade touched by Marv P.S.'s fangs, I cut their eyes open in the dark room. And we see an image of Marv P.S. or the flutist sigil drawn in blood. Once again, a seal so that the author of this handiwork may be known. At 11:42, John Doe furtively strikes the Lebedev brothers. Jackson takes a pickaxe hit to the thigh, snapping the femur, and is left debilitated. Oliver drags Jackson to the darkroom at gunpoint upon performing a suboptimal tourniquet. We see glimpses of this, a dimly lit hallway with the darkroom open. Breathing lays into the mic as a shadowy figure stands in the doorway. Oliver Lebedev, time of death, 12:07. As one of the brothers is standing in the darkroom, we see a silhouette attacked by the pickaxe. And again, the blood sigil is shown. We hear the gunshots once again as text says that Jackson Lebedev died at 12:16. And once more, the other seal, the triangle with the 3 circles, appears. This time in a bright blue. From here, hypnotic imagery appears again. Circles within squares, within octagons, spinning before us. And John Doe continues, "Oh, Martha, the sole reason I stand before you, narrating my tale, contributing to your futile pursuit of a comprehensible truth, is to convey you his message. He calls you to the lake, your good friend beneath the veil. Visit the drowned city. Failure to heed his warning will bring the same fate upon you and the few living folks you love. You will drown too." As the slowly growing image of the flutist is now burned into the screen. Now, this does something interesting. See, up until this point, we've assumed that Martha's just here because of what happened to Ethan, right? She's become interested in stopping whatever's out here. But now it seems the flutist has an interest in her, to the degree that after John Doe made these killings, the flutist, speaking through him, simply told her to come to the lake. What is Martha that she's so special? The image of the flutist then fades into a body lying in the snow, and another image, this time of something breathing deeply in the corner. You look close, it appears to be the flutist or some other spirit. Right before we cut, opens his arms. Something important to note here is when this creature opens his arms, he seems to have 6. This is very similar, even if not the exact same creature, to the Wendigo from the Starving Five. Perhaps this is a beast similar, or perhaps it's just a flutist that can manipulate his form. After this, we hear the cassette tape with John Doe laughing once again, and the song The Boy with the Gun begins to play. We then get an overhead shot of the police returning after the investigation. And finally, text says, in defiance of John's alleged method of murder, the bodies of Jackson and Oliver were found in contradictory conditions. Agents at the scene first observed vascular marbling, skin discoloration, and bloating in both bodies. An autopsy analysis revealed pulmonary injury, insinuating that drowning was the cause of death. With that, part 2 ends. You see what I mean? Every time we start to get a grasp on something, something else is given to us. We hear the drowned city, and that's surprising at first, but then we think about it, and okay, everyone disappeared at the lake, and there's millions under it. Perhaps that means bodies. So sure, it all has something to do with the lake. But then we saw the gunshots in the beginning, and we saw the image of the pickaxe hitting the Lebedevs in their home. So then how did they drown? Sure, we can connect them going out there to something to do with the drowned city and the flutist, but how did that relate to them being murdered in the dark room? How does Martha Astor connect to all of this? What did the flutist want? Why did he want the Lebedevs dead? And of course, at the base of all of it, what happened to the 1,034 people of Oakburn? The series has so many fascinating ideas, and it does such a great job at conveying them. If you're like
sorry, I was seems like truly EP. Yes, smile. I have. Oh, my pinch is actually very, very accurate. A second. There we go. Let me go turn on my lights. Okay. Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Going along slow. So let me see for the record. I sleep. Oh my god. Oh, 3 hours. Jesus Christ. Also perfect. Pause. Oh. As I confuse Jedi Survivor, this is Jedi Fire or that. Well, let's go. Perfect frame to stop when you pues intenta una smile. That was it's all about, baby. Okay. Fallen order. Oh shit. No. Fucking EA. Oh wait, let me. Can you show me? Can you show me the arch? Arch, or is that rainbow? If it's a rainbow, I can look at it. Oh, I see it. Oh, I love that meme. Oh. I love it. Ah, you're going to make me. I fucking need to. An EA account. Fuck off. Let me see if I can remember my account. Oh wow. First attempt. First attempt. That's kinda amazing. Okay, what is my game? There we go. Sorry for sleeping so much. I was tired and I wanted. Actually, I was very hyped to play a lot of games today. Wrong. There we go. Yeah, I wake up at 4 a.m. and I had to take Lara to the bed, so. Oh. Jedi, the Fallen Order. Star. No, wait. Who the fuck is the name? The name is Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Oof. I'm stupid, by the way. I was in that video. Do you want me to keep playing? Star Wars Fallen Order. Let me see if that makes it. The Jedi Fallen. Okay. I'm sorry, love you. The first is good as the second. I mean, May the light be with you. Audio headphones. Before study. Is that so? Is actually the second better than the first? Incoming damage, enemy aggression, familiar signal, press button new to melee action game, story mode, parry timing. Jedi Master seems like the most balanced one. What do you see? What do you think, Pengu? Oh, thank you, Lopi. You made me remember I have to put on the sidelines. On the side. Where the fuck is this? Fuck off, everybody. What do you think, Pengu? What's difficulty? I said I'm asking if you want harm. Okay. Okay. I think let me put move. There we go. Oh my god, what's playing? Oh. Incoming damage. Annihilation. Parry timing. And for normal or master if you wanna hard mode. So parry timing. I think this feels so like balanced that feels like the true normal. Incoming master. Meow. It's true, Pengu is very cute. It's true, Kiki is also cute. I didn't touch much from the...
Listen, I don't want to upset your rhythm, Cal, but the boss wants a word. It's gonna be good for us.
I mean, might be a bit too bright.
An error has been detected on line 10A. Armor clamps are jammed. I need 2 workers to climb up and secure the cables.
That's not an easy maneuver.
The account will double your pay for this shift.
Come on, Cal. Well, extra score? That couldn't hurt. Huh?
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Get to work.
This way.
I'm right behind you.
I may have overdid a bit with the... What it is... visuals. Remove that also. Hold on, ちょっと待ってください。Visuals. Let's leave it in high. Yeah. Military is better.
Gotta take on more jobs.
Military is better than ice new fighting. Okay, go.
Of course the work is dangerous. You're a rigger.
Can I open this? Oof.
Don't worry about it.
I don't think these tools are gonna help
Nice.
your ship.
After you, kid. Will you look at that? A separatist ship. I haven't seen a Luke or Hulk in ages.
Oh,
Ages. Breaking her will be big money. All right, let's go.
I need to put subtitles. Oh, I need to wait. I have to do so many things. Sorry that I'm all over the place. Visuals, audio, gameplay, images and quick time. That's tempting. There we go. Also, I was going to say, I kind of find funny that in the Star Wars universe, humans lie.
Hands up!
Hey, you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Actually,
Ladder's out, though. You're gonna have to find another way.
Yeah, no problem. I'll improvise.
See you there, pal.
Depart this barge immediately. You are not approved trash.
I'm trash, just not approved trash.
Hey, Square Boys! Well, Rectangle Boys. You want to like this so much? What happened, Lucy? Tell us your trashy backstory.
Easy there.
Just passing through.
Again, I wanted to be straightforward. The real experience is Mass Effect, but it's not. It's one of those games where... oh yeah. It's more like a Dark Souls than a Mass Effect. For a Mass Effect, play Knight of the Old Republic. Specifically, Knight of the Old Republic 2.
Reckless cow.
Good to see you.
You too. And get yourself killed.
That's the idea.
Square Boy. Hey! Those are clown helmets?
Sounds like scrap rats. Creepy. Just passing through, guys. No need to come out and say hi this time.
And we love Lucian for who he is. As a man, you're also a grumpy old man, so.
Hey, Cal, I'll meet you at the clamps.
Sounds good. Be there soon.
See, further up now. That's kind of odd. This place is a shipwreck. Smell. Do you want to? I don't know. Why I cannot drop off? Ah! Oh, I forgot to do that. Fucking short move. Okay, drop. Why is it?
How'd you get here?
How'd you get here?
Huh?
Smile. I forgot. Why don't you... I know there is an option for that, but... Why sometimes... Huh? I'm pressing the buttons, man. But it's always a different button to... There we go. Easier.
Look, the ship cutter is here. There it goes. Hey, we should get moving. Yep, good looking out.
Hey, a Walker. Wait, where should I go?
Hurry, we gotta finish before they start cutting this wing.
Cal, use the manual override lever below.
Got it. Your turn.
Hold on. All right, clamp secured. You okay?
Still here.
Give me a fright there, pal.
Done.
Hang on. I got this. We're done. Get out up here. Come take a look at this.
Oh.
It's a Jedi fighter. What a score. It's a real scrapper's payday. I mean, this thing's been here, what, 4 years?
5.
Whoever flew this went down in a blaze of glory. Those Jedi. Real tragedy. I've always said they couldn't all be traitors.
Yeah, maybe.
In the chat, pretty please.
I guess problems here, Leonard. Yeah, here we are, scrapping these ships from the war just so they can turn around and make new ones. What a racket, huh? All of us risking our necks for the bosses. And the pay was better back during the Republic, too.
Hey, you really should watch what you say.
Listen to me. Find us free like this, it'll be your ticket off this soggy rock.
What makes you think I want out of here?
Come on, Cal, you're a young guy. You don't end up like me. Eventually, you gotta move on and live your life. Find your destiny.
Whatever you say. Hey, we should get back down.
You're not listening to me. Who's that?
Whee!
Bro, you okay?
Cal! I can't climb up!
Uh-oh.
It's slipping!
No, don't let go.
I can't hold on!
Bro! No! You okay, bro?
I'm all right. Just pinned down.
Pilot's gone. I'll get us out of here. Just hang on.
Watch out, Cal!
Look out! This thing is barely flying. Hold on!
I love the foreshadowing of the Imperial
We gotta move.
scout trainer.
What was that back there? Was that you? Well, that was the Force, wasn't it?
Just forget what you saw, okay? Please trust me.
I've seen the stories. I've heard it. There's bounties out on people like you.
I know.
Yeah, all right. We need to be careful. Yeah.
Man, are you stupid? Didn't you know? You should say that how all the Jedi's got killed. That, to be fair, Force sensitive is going to pop a little more.
Good. You?
Yeah.
Cal, I've been working with you some time now. I've never seen you do anything like that before. We've been through some hell together. So, I know the risk that you took for me. I don't know how to repay you.
Don't mention it.
Literally.
I mean it.
Oh, you don't have to worry about me. This place, it's not safe. Maybe you should, disappear.
Just gonna head back to my place, grab my bag. Tappers owes me a favor.
I heard he was up on, Nashidawa.
Narshada. Oh.
Won't be seeing me for a while, bro.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Cal.
I think it's the first time I hear Narshada outside Kotor. Question. Pengu mostly, or maybe Lopi, the Star Wars nerds. Narshada barely appears in in places, right?
Prof?
I mean, Narshada from what?
Prof, wait up.
Oi! What the fuck? That guy just puff up existence. Ah, it appears okay.
Where are you going?
What the hell? Oh, I see. Hi, utility droid. Bye, utility droid. Holy shit,
Apprentice, mark well and listen.
Master.
Trust only in the Force.
Train has stopped.
Yeah, something's going on.
Everybody up. Identification ready. Move out and line up.
Probably just another contraband inspection.
I don't know.
Is this all of them?
Yes, second sister.
We seek a dangerous fugitive. This is no common anarchist, but a devotee of the treasonous Jedi Order. Failure to turn over this traitor will result in a charge of sedition. Turn yourself in, or everyone present shall face summary execution.
I think it's time someone came forward. I've been working on this heap a long time. Way before the war. We refit and rebuilt ships. Best in the galaxy. Then came the Empire. And engineers became scrappers. The workers, they just started getting worked.
Prof. No, please.
We all know the truth. We're just too afraid to say it. To the Empire, we're all just expendable.
Yes, you are.
No!
Look at this, a lightsaber.
I found the Jedi!
Another copy on me.
Oh,
that hurts.
Hold it. Don't move. How'd you get here?
Easy now.
Got a stowaway.
Hey, you don't need to call this in.
Quiet. This is TK-819. Jedi!
I was going to say, usually There is a reason why force power, as you say, are not used between Jedi users, is because one can counter the other. That's why they rely more on the lightsaber.
Stay sharp. They won't get past us. The traitor, blast them. You made your last mistake. Contact confirmed. Shoot to kill. Get in. Don't like our chances here. Targeting fire. I sealed the cargo door. I'll get all the rewards for this.
Wait, how do I... Oh. Wait, well that's loot. I want the loot. Hi, you Wait, let me... Since I... Let me remove the... Oh my god. Open this message.
Even though the trigger's there.
Oh, I remember this one. Wait. Oh, M2P, anyway. I forgot a lightsaber can use to cut the shit. Listen, I know you're a Jedi, but
One way out.
I feel like the laws of physics here are not in your favor. My sincere fellow.
Gotta keep moving.
I chose to rest instead. That's how I prepare. That's how you prepare for death. Look alive! Oh no! Oh no, no, no! You're too quick!
I give you a chance to surrender.
I'll get you! Solid hit!
More from that came from.
Keep away!
What is my force meter? Use force on an object with a blue line. Oh, that one. Oh. Now what? Yep.
Enemy! Stay back, just stay back! The fugitive comes this way, I'm ready.
Oh wait. No, no. I need me some yellow barrels. Oh, they are melee.
Hostile! We're in pursuit! I missed! Get the target! We're down!
shite, det var savit. Overkill.
Get to the front, stop the train. Oh no! Need cover. Gotta move in between bursts. Now.
Ooh.
Faster.
He's here. I'm ready for you, Trent.
You shot the coupling out.
I may have to turn on
Get down.
up to ground.
Whoa! This is bad. Only way is up.
Yeah, I might have to turn up to ground because this is very annoying. Hey, you?
We're here to help!
Who are you?
No time! Keep moving! We'll pick you up when we can!
When you extended the bridge, if you wanted to just say that. Really? Loot.
Target. Come on, Jedi. Fight us. Range support down. Advance with caution. I'm doing all the work. I'll just keep dodging.
I'm not dodging, I literally only dodge whenever I had to do for the tutorial reason.
What now? The train stopped?
Fuck off. flip the ship? Oh. Sorry, droid.
Going somewhere? I recognize that stance. Perhaps you've had some training after all.
I don't.
Who's your master? Padawan? Someone I killed, perhaps? What Jedi gave their life so that you might live? This is too easy. That strike will be your last.
Quickly recover after being.
Very well. You won't dodge the next. You'll have to do better.
They're running out of space. If I had to see another meatbag using a blaster against a Jedi, ahora sí, I will shoot off my own behavior core. Whee! Can you turn off your fucking lightsaber?
Okay, shut that thing off and
Yeah, please.
grab some seat.
Yes, please.
Thanks for the help. But who are you people?
My name is Seer Junda, and this is my captain, Grease Dritus.
How you doing?
Grease this night.
Yeah, the Mantis is my ship, but you better pay attention to this lady here.
So, who are you?
Cal. Kestis. Who was that back there?
An Imperial Inquisitor. She's a Force user hunting Jedi survivors. And now that she knows who you are, she will not stop until she destroys you.
How do you know so much? And why'd you help me?
We track Imperial communications. We heard the Inquisitors were heading to Braca. So we made our move.
Oh, yeah? And what's the bounty on Jedi these days anyway?
That's gratitude for you.
Look, I get it. You've been surviving on your own for so long that it's impossible to trust anyone. And it's what's kept you alive. But this is about something bigger than just surviving.
Like what?
Like rebuilding the Jedi Order.
Shut the fuck up.
You too? Anybody else?
Oh, we're not good enough for you?
The Jedi Council?
They're gone.
So I'm all you've got.
Captain, set a course for Bogano.
Aye.
Bugano these nuts.
In the meantime, try and relax.
Ah.
Go, you're safe. For now.
You gotta move on and live your life. Find your destiny. Calico!
Yeah,
You were talking in your sleep. Weirdo.
What a jerk. The mantis join the crew.
That song. I wrote it. Years ago. You touch an object and witness events connected to it. You feel its history.
It's an echo in the force from the object.
Not many Jedi have that skill.
How would you know that?
I was once a Jedi, but not anymore.
Do I know you?
No. But I knew your master, Jaro Tapal. He was a true guardian of the Republic.
He was a hero. Listen. Something happened to me during the purge. I survived, but my connection to the Force is damaged. When I meditate, if I let my guard down, I lose control. And it's like I'm back in that moment when...
You survived, Cal. And you're not alone. Not anymore.
We're coming up on our destination.
This is Bogano. A Jedi I knew discovered it before the Purge. You won't find it on any maps.
The Empire doesn't know this place exists?
No.
So, what's the plan? Will you hide out here?
We're done hiding, Cal. See that structure over there? I believe that vault holds the key to rebuilding the Jedi Order. But it requires someone strong in the Force to pass its test.
Since you're not a Jedi anymore, that's why you need me.
I know you don't trust me. And I'm not really sure I trust you. But we have a common enemy and a common cause. I'll share more of my plan after you reach the vault. But until then, there's someone here I think you should meet. May the Force be with you.
Shut the fuck up. I'm seeing you. I'm fucking seeing you.
Guess I'm looking for a Jedi then. But if there's already one here, why does Seer need me?
So, can I change my outfit?
Grease, what's this thing?
What? You've never seen a terrarium before?
Sure, but don't they usually have plants in them?
Well, I've been a bit busy hauling you around the galaxy, but you know, you could pay me back with some seeds.
I thought you hated nature.
When it's out there, you betcha. But when it's behind a comfortably thick wall of embarring glass, that's perfection.
All right, I'll see if I can find any.
What are you doing, kid? Why are you creeping around my ship?
I'm just checking it out.
Don't you have stuff to do? You know, the faster you do your thing, the faster this is over for me.
You trust Seer?
Huh? And it's not my job to do that. But if it means anything, I don't take just any gig. She's a good one.
I hope you're right.
I usually am. Now get going, kid.
He doesn't seem like a son to me, if you ask me. Orange. Here we go. Tatooine, any of the many twins. Meditate. Save point. You have enough skill points to learn new skill. Okay. F? Why I have to use F to attack? My brother in Christ. I know I use middle button. Also, this doesn't feel like a swamp.
Oh, hey there, little guy.
I don't think I have a force push yet. Good. I can control the bush.
This looks like a safe place to meditate. Just need to focus my mind.
Hi, BD1.
Hey, BD1. I'm Cal. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm looking for someone. No, not you. I'm searching for a Jedi, I think. Hold on. You know the Jedi? What do you know? Wait, hold on! Did you just slice that? Thanks. Vault Seer mentioned. Whoever I'm supposed to find must be waiting there.
No, I'm up. Is there a quick open?
I sense something over here. That's a really big bug.
Yummy. Welp.
No way through here. Guess that's why BD1 warned me. All right, maybe I'll listen to you next time.
Maybe.
Any ideas? Gotta get across this gap somehow. A zip line? Whoa! How'd you know that would work? Wait, you didn't?
To speak utility word. Well, to speak. To know.
I hear you, but there's something over here I want to explore. What is this place?
Huh? Oh. Wait, what? Oh. What the hell? What is?
The Jedi use this place to study the sphere above. I can still feel the excitement.
Yippee! Can you? Okay. There we go. Totally, it was stuck in the vegetation.
looks like it smells worse than grease does.
Oh. Restore when you die, you lose all your XP gains since the last checkpoint. Maybe we'll kill you, restore burn me. Ooh. Fucking frogs. Wait, what am I? What the?
Careful over there. That doesn't look safe. Just like back at the scrapyard.
Stop.
Ogling was killed. Was it trying to defend its family?
Ningeru da yo.
Just won't open. Hold on, BD1. I'm coming.
Oh wow.
Whoever lived here used this room for storage. They kept food and supplies. That was pretty brave. You okay? Wait, I can help you with that. Will you let me? Oh, okay. Well, this compound jump link is busted, but this should help you get moving for now. Okay, try that. The vault. Yeah, that's where I was headed to. Okay, well, first we gotta figure out a way out of this place. BD, that's a little small for me. Don't worry, I'll find my own way out. Tight fit, but this should work.
Listen, I use the orange because it's my eczema. Wait, what?
Those vines look like they lead somewhere. Hope they're sturdy.
Let's see. Why it looks so? My favorite Jedi master is the one with the orange.
Are you thirsty? I'm thirsty.
Lovely.
Yeah, I'm all right.
And finally.
Healing stem. You're full of surprises.
You want to pay the dog?
That's better. Thanks, little droid. Okay, let's try this again. Okay. Here, hop on board.
Now I have mini Yoda.
Don't remember? I've never known a forgetful droid.
What do you mean a forgetful?
Can't argue with that.
Droids are literally have their memory wiped out every so often.
Hey, a chest. Think the Jedi would mind if we grab supplies? Did you find something, BD-1?
Yes, it's an application that is in Steam. It's called Emote Lab.
That's where we need to go. I can feel it.
It's pretty handy. I feel like it could be. It's still in early access. And camera, thank you very much. Has potential. In my opinion, so far, the best use is for alerts. It's the same. I mean, it's made by artists. As far as I know, there is no use of AI. That's the thing. It's a cheaper alternative, quotation marks, for those that might want to have something to begin with. Don't worry that I won't stop commission Kiki. Kiki will still be commissioned. Don't you worry, Lopi, Kiki is not replaceable. I don't, how it is? Well, if you want to see some examples, Larlak Vetch, Larlak Shy, Oh wait, I'm back here. I'm confused. And oh, don't tell me like fuck off. Another one, yeah. I want to give it a go to see how they work. How many times are you going to give me tutorial? Yeah. Yeah. As far as I know, yes, it's actually made by an artist.
Locked.
The Steam page doesn't mention the use of AI. One thing I would like for them to do is if the original artist has like a Twitch, that it was very obvious which one is, so I can create them on the emotes. That was something I'm gonna look into. Yeah, it's Emote Lab. You should check it as an start. In my opinion, again, the best use, even starting with, is for alerts. Let me 1 second. Emote Lab. Emote Lab. Can I open a fourth game? Yes. So Emote Lab. The model is called Coffee Bean, and the license says this page experiment will just include attribution. Also, personal cases. However, use of public commercial for you. Was submission was independently created by you. Clearly indicated the content was created by Emote Lab and it's built as this is how we miss the same. And you cannot use AI with this. Emote app Coffee Bean. What is it? It doesn't say. Oh well, wait. If you want an example, Lopi. No, check that link, Lopi. You can get a wedding. Also, you can customize it. If you know drawing, you can make animations quite fast. So yeah. Let me see parts. Coffee Bean, Eula, made by intellectual property rights. I'm not sure. There must be either the same people that made Coffee Beans did it, or they maybe did. Okay, sure. Okay, I did stuff for you. I stuff because it's something I like. I like to think about stuff that I like. Yippee! Alien Luginas.
You mapped everywhere we've been.
Blocked. Available.
I can't make it over there. We gotta find another way.
Here. Oh, thank you. Fucking tutorial.
you going? What's that mean, one?
New poncho. Yeah, poncho. Actually, the blue one is prettier. If I die because that thing decided to...
This tool was used by someone eager to reach the vault. Run for it!
If only I had a blaster. Smile. What? Can I kill you? Certainly not. I mean, I could, but...
Toss it!
Me ayuda yo. I don't think I have one room. Smile. Oh. Okay, Loki, take care. Have a good night. May the sleep with you. With you.
again.
It's difficult, Master.
Yes, the path is difficult. It may seem impossible, but with persistence and the Force as your ally, you will overcome any obstacle. You will master any path. Now, do what you must to reach me. Good. Again. Now, reach my position.
I did it.
Fucking finally.
Persistence and the Force is my ally. Just remembering old tricks.
So the point of the room, what should that? Wait, how do I access the map? Is there a quick button for the map? Yes. Okay.
Think you can show me that shortcut again?
Fuck off. No, you said that to Dark Souls. What happened? Fish. Oh, a fish. Makes me... Fuck off. What are you finding?
Reese might like these. This area was used for meditation. There's someone familiar with the Jedi Order.
Drinking. I could pull with the Force. I think with this I got a new level.
Whoever owned this bag brought it from Coruscant. They were frustrated with the Jedi Council.
You thirsty? I'm thirsty.
Ayan. Masuk sa mobil ako. Let me see. We have cal maximum force is increased. Maximum life. Cal defenses are improved, allowing him to take less damage for incoming attacks. Invasive evasive. Is this everything? It seems like a very Dipping slash dash strike. That one actually feels useful for survival lightsaber. I do wonder though. Smile. Hehehe. Aku.
All right, then. What is it?
Oh my god, that's a big boy. You want to scan them?
Thanks, BD1. Hello there. Can you slice this? Yeah, sorry about your scalp link. But standing up to that bog rat? Pretty brave. Let's get going, BD1. Oh, okay. What's that, BD1? Creature seems so at home here. Protector of Pagana. I thought that was you. Racy there. Oh, it's on.
Let me turn the camera again. I forgot I have to do something before coming here. Thank you. should be a mutation point. Let me see. Skill 3. Into take less block damage. You know what? Block stamina increase it. That's not what the skill says. But sure, if you say so. Let me turn gameplay. I actually want to remove the quick time event because fuck off. Auto clean igual. Initial input holes. There we go. I'm glad there is at least an option for that. Usually they will say no. That's why I say like the remake of Resident Evil 4 is a very good remake, mostly because it removed all the fucking UTs. You want to scan that? Jesus Christ. What's with this?
This door's not budging.
Yes, dynamic. 1 second. Visuals, video. Let's put it on menu. Okay. Shortcut. Lovely. Reload to see it. Can I do something with this? No. Neither here. Wait, I should open. Wait. Oh, interesting. Alright, there is something in there. What's in there? There's something there. Wow, they gave me some nice. Now that I don't have to press a button to hold into ledge. Marvelous. Oh, that's the freaking frog. Again, lovely place.
Let's get going, BD1.
Wait, what?
Making a new friend?
No. What are my options? Yeah, anyway, Jose, I can make that jump. I could, however, try to hit this from above. What the fuck, man? Fuck off. That frog is dying one way or another. Where was he? Why would I go there? There's no reason for me to go there. I should be going back there. Wait, over here. He's up here.
Stim! I need help.
No.
Help!
逃げるだよ。 What the hell?
Now!
I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I got this. I got this. What the heck?
Help! BD1!
Fuck off. 이 소리 못 말고 이 소리 나만 말이잖아요.
Tim, now! Help me!
I feel like I don't. Huh? I was like, what happened with Banff? Yeah, Banff is a frog. A fall. I feel that I actually don't do damage to it, so. No, actually I do.
Tim, now! I need help!
Fuck! I got this. I got this. I got this. I got this. Smile. I fucked it up. Ah, the second jump. Also, I failed with the sneak attack, so that was kinda rough. I 100% can do this. I need to tell Swamp to get off my swamp. Get off me, Swamp.
Need a stem.
Fuck. I hate when I slowly in the worst possible moment. There we go. Fuck off.
You seem happy. Holding up okay? Good to hear.
Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. Life. No lie, this being
We're not
mad
finished yet.
and this
Okay,
tip,
okay, you probably would have won. Probably.
I don't think you'll be claiming it.
Good job. What's that? Amazing. all right, BD?
Well done, whoever you are. You have passed the test I left behind and gained access to the vault and this recording, one of many encrypted logs stored in the droid. I am Master Eno Cordova. I may not know your name, but I know your purpose. The fate of the Jedi Order lies in your hands. This place, this vault, is a sacred temple, built by a vanished civilization known as the Zepho. Meditating here, I was granted a premonition through the Force, a vision of doom. I have placed inside this vault a Jedi holocron containing a list of the names and locations of young Force sensitives throughout the galaxy. Ahead, you will find the inner chamber of the vault, but also another test. I can only trust this holocron to someone who has followed my path and understands. Seek out the hidden tombs of the three sages and learn to perceive the mysteries of the Force as the Zepho once did. In this droid, you will find everything you need to succeed on this journey. Go to the Zepho homeworld. There, you will find peace in the eye of the storm. Good luck, Jedi. And may the Force be with you.
I guess you were the someone I was supposed to meet. You know, I've been alone for a while now. Without any purpose, just hiding. There's no way to live. Not for a Jedi. Or a droid.
Well, you're a Padawan.
Maybe Seer was right. Maybe we're done hiding. Hey, you want to meet some, friends of mine?
Table.
BD1? Just making sure you're still there.
On demand this. Okay, yeah, right. How do I get the fuck out?
Think I found what you wanted me to see.
Sounds like you did. We'll be waiting.
BD1? Got a scan?
My friend, it appears the Zepho had some interest in Dathomir. Strange. For such a peaceful culture to have any sort of fascination with a place so dark.
That looks like
Hey, BD1.
What do you want to do? BD1? Oh,
I'll check it out. Thanks for the help.
Mostly because I want to get another level before.
Should be a lot quicker than the way in.
Look, yippee. Oh.
You passed the test.
So you knew about BD1?
Come on board. We'll talk inside.
Oh, BD1, this is Grease. Hey, Grease.
What is that? Get off my sofa! Get off my sofa! Don't! Get out of there! Get out!
That is BD1. He's with us.
I don't care who he's with. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get oil stains out of petroleum fabric?
Not really.
Oh, I hope you found something better out there than this droid.
Oh, calm down, Grease. He did. Tell us, Cal.
The vault was built by an ancient civilization called the Zepho. A Jedi named Eno Cordova hid something inside of it.
What did he hide inside?
A holocron from the archives. It contains a list of Force-sensitive children.
The next generation of Jedi. I knew it! Ah, Cordova, you old fool.
You knew him?
Yes, a long time ago. I was his apprentice. Cordova was a loner. That little droid and I are probably the only ones that know about Pagano.
Hold on, wait a minute. A holo what?
A holocron. It stores information, but only accessible to Jedi. Hang on, I think I have one around here.
Yeah.
Use the Force.
This is Master Obi-Wan Kenobi. I
Obi-Wan
regret to
Kenobi.
report that both our Jedi Order and the Republic have fallen.
With that list of Force sensitives, we could rebuild the Jedi Order and defeat the Empire.
Okay, no problem. Let's get it.
Well, except the holocron is hidden deep inside the vault, and to get it, we have to follow Cordova's path. He mentioned something about the planet Dathomir and a Zepho homeworld.
All right, well, where are we going? Now, I'm just asking because I was thinking of maybe making some food.
Look, before we do anything, I need to know something.
Yeah?
How come you're no longer a Jedi?
I had an experience that changed my perspective.
So I cut myself off from the Force.
But you still want to rebuild the Order.
I believe that rebuilding the Order is the best chance we have against the Empire. What do you believe?
I believe I can't keep hiding from the Empire, so I don't really have a choice.
Cal, as long as you're alive, you will always have a choice. Are you with us?
No.
We're in.
The Empire
Dathomir Zepho.
gives
It's
dental
your
health.
choice.
Okay.
When you want to go, let me know. I'll be right here.
I wanna go.
Seer, can you feel the Force at all?
Yes. But instead of opening up, I push it back down. The exact opposite of what you should do.
Out there, I remembered something about myself before the Purge. It was painful, but like I found a piece of myself.
That's good. You're learning to embrace the Force again.
How can you say that?
Because I know what it means to live without it.
Okay, I'll keep trying.
Later, Cal. Please.
What's our next destination?
Dathomir. I feel like much till I get all basic abilities, so
You remember me. I came to Pagano looking for my former master, Eno Cordova. Hi to you too. You two must have spent a lot of time together alone on that planet. You must have left right after you were activated. Do you remember the last thing Cordova said to you?
Good luck, Jedi. May the Force be with you.
The log left for Cal. Nothing else?
Time to land. Get up here. Think of a storm brewing down there. This might not be the best time to land.
Something strange. Those winds are interfering with our comms.
Hey, Cordova mentioned something about peace in the eye of the storm. Well, I can just make out a settlement in the middle of it.
Then we have to get there.
Copy that.
hi Liu.
Couple bumps ain't gonna kill you, kid. Unless the wind picks up. Can you tell that bucket of balls to keep his opinion to himself?
I'm sure everything's under control.
Of course it's under control. It's just a little tricky.
Blood or
Going to be
everything
evil.
has a cost.
Okay, let me see if I can.
Okay, hold on.
Can I hit it? It's on. No, I cannot. Wait, let me double check. No, it's on cooldown. Sorry.
Hold on.
I will refund your points.
Perfect landing. Easy money, baby.
But I'm still getting a lot of interference on the comms. It's gonna take me a minute to get them back up.
I'll search for signs of Cordova in the meantime.
Good. I'll be in touch once I crack this.
Crack these pants, girl.
Cal, over here. You did good work on Bogano. The more information we gather on Cordova and the Zepho, the closer we'll get to stopping the Empire.
I've heard of ancient cultures, but don't know much about them.
I only knew that Cordova was obsessed with the Zepho, believing their teachings to be important. I too was intrigued by the mysteries of our galaxy. You better get moving. There's a lot to learn here. Good luck.
Good work. Oh, we did it. I hope you're not hurt. What are you looking at?
Who are you talking to?
Just my ship, the Manus. Good name, right? Intimidating. Oh, what do you know? You probably never even flown a ship. Maybe I'll teach you one day when you're done with your Jedi stuff. I'll even give you a discount.
Nice landing, Grease.
Me? Oh, yeah. Not a problem. It's easy for a skilled pilot like myself, especially when flying a ship like this. This baby was a steal. Well, I mean, I didn't steal it. I bought it. Well, almost. I took out a small loan. Big loan, actually. No, it's fine. Look, we're all fine. Don't worry about it. Don't you have Jedi stuff to do? Get to it, kid.
Been just you and Seer for a while?
Oh, yeah, she's great company. What about you? How long were you alone on Braca?
Oh, I wasn't alone. I had, people.
Friends?
It's hard to have friends when you have secrets.
Don't worry about it. Friends are overrated. What did that say?
He said we're all his friends.
Oh, well, that's kind of nice. Sometimes you creep me out, kid.
Why? This is the mantis. This is something.
Watch out, BD. Don't look friendly. Huh?
Cal, can you hear me?
The Empire. They found Zepho.
If they were following the Mantis, we would have been swarmed already.
Could they be looking for the tombs?
Let's hope not. Just got our comms working. I'll try the same workaround to crack into theirs.
What's that? I'll check it out.
No, I won't. I want to scan. Oh, that's
That's not moving. Nice assist. Mother used this fabric to keep her child warm. They were on the run from something. Stim crate. Should be here. Wait, can you carry more? Thanks, BD1.
Nice. What's in here?
Oh? Nice job. Something we can use?
Oh, un poncho.
It's locked down. Some help here, BD1? Hey now. What was in there?
Enemy is under us. Taking the shot. If you don't skip.
Huh?
Well, like burning the blaster feels good. That is kudos for the game.
Oh, all right then. What do we find? What's that? I'll check it out.
I'll get you.
Take her and go. I'll lead them away.
Ulster, no!
Think we should check that out? Is it just me?
Not even you.
It's all lies. The Empire just wanted this land.
You will not defeat the Empire!
One victory time. I don't need to defeat the Empire right now.
I see you down there.
Do you? Are you sure about that?
I can't get over there.
Oh, all right then. What was in there?
Someone else get in here. You made your last mistake. Project suspended. Do you think we'll be reassigned? Either way, I hope we finish on another isolated world. Incoming threat! Oh dear. I can't fight anymore! He's gonna wipe us out! I'll shoot him! Shooting the enemy! Surrounded! You can't overpower us! You killed them all! Hurting Jedi!
So anyway,
I see you down there!
Someone needs to
well.
Found the Jedi. Am I all that's left?
Oh, okay. Something we can use?
This seems like the correct way. Yeah. Yeah. Pushing. You surely shine, buddy.
Where are you taking us?
The Empire's forced the villagers from their homes, frightened refugees, shipped off to work camps, or worse.
I see you.
My friend, in the rotation since I left Bogano, I've uncovered more about the Zepho than I once believed possible.
Does it?
Loctite.
Oof. That was scary.
BD1.
Oh, another light.
That looks like a problem.
What the fuck are you?
Nice job.
Wait. Fuck. Not too early. No. Oh, cool. No. Oh wait, I forgot to move.
Okay, I'll look. Thanks, BD1.
That was a close call. really swimming with it.
Review by stormtroopers. Seems anxious for some reason. Try to find route balance.
Mi toma. Alright, this is place. Oh, nice. That's kind of pretty. Ow.
I guess you know. I can't push it. Can't wait to watch these grow. Here, there's a transport ship leaving the Empire's base.
I heard. They plan to bring several artifacts for Coruscant.
What does that mean?
That the Emperor is interested in Zeppo? It may be.
Let me let me play ads for you.
occupied Zetho, redistributing its inhabitants. This planet has failed to yield significant data or relics for Project Augur. Its electromagnetic winds have rendered the bulk of our mining technology useless. Meanwhile, more stormtroopers lose their lives to dangerous fauna. We will not be able to fulfill our directive here. It is my recommendation that we disband the project and leave a token outpost to keep scavengers from stealing our technology.
One second, I'm checking notification. Okay.
Jedi spotted! You, aim him! He's almost out! Again! Hit him again! Hope our commander saw this. What are you doing down there? Where'd you...
Huh?
I need one.
No, that was kind of funny. Literally, the stormtrooper blowing himself.
I'll be able to save you next time. No one saves me, okay? If anything, you gotta know what... Incoming threat! Time to fight!
Oh, all right then. Something we can use?
Oh, interesting.
Cal, the Empire's pinpointed your location. You need to move fast.
On it. Thanks.
sure about that.
All right, then. What is it?
Oh, that's actually very cool looking. Nope. Part 2.
Little help. Nice assist.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
I found something.
What do they know?
No mention of Cordova. I don't think the Empire knows he's been here.
Then we have the advantage. For now.
That's interesting. We're on the right track. Can't get through. There's a storm up ahead. Something about it crippled the Empire's equipment. I can feel something pulling me there, beyond the storm.
Follow it. Let the Force sharpen your instincts.
All right. I'll do my best.
Coming up.
Holding up okay? Good to hear. Huh. Another one of these. Wonder if they connect.
Oh. Surprisingly, I am sleepy.
know? Oh, something was in there.
Choo-choo, motherfucker.
I need help.
It's over, I have the hand now.
Help me. Hey, BD1. These things are pretty cute.
Oh my god. How do I get back? Oh, I just can't. Lovely. 1 HP and nothing is close.
Never seen a storm do that before. Yeah, it's incredible.
Of course.
My friend, I believe this to be the earliest Cepho site we've uncovered yet, despite my reservations. I cannot chase the Bogano vault from my mind. Its visions shape the direction of an entire culture. I must understand why.
Interesting. Oh, I can slow it even.
I'm in the tomb. It's massive.
And the Empire?
No sign of them down here.
What about Cordova?
Still not sure what I'm supposed to find. He's a little...
eccentric? Tell me about it. But he wouldn't send us here for his amusement. Keep an open mind.
Did you see that? Ugh.
Really? With 0 HP? Oof. Well, that helps a bit.
There's not just wind rippling through these chimes. Voices. From the past?
Oh, wait.
Seems like these spheres are related to the sockets on the ground. What do you think, PD? in Zepho meditation rituals. I think they were training Force users.
Fuck off. Yeah. Yeah. It would. I know dealing with the fucking rams this time. Fuck off. Kinda crazy, but you don't need much force to push this one. You don't need. There is no need to be a Jedi. Nor Sith, nor force sensitive. Fucking oversized rats. Fuck you, non-postery. You don't know that. What if they were? Fucking finally. Yeah, this is more your son. Wait.
Never seen cat before. Hey, BD1. Just checking on you. Holding up okay? Good to hear. This will be a good moment to know lightsaber throw.
Paco.
Guess a lightsaber can't solve everything. I need a force push for that. At the minis. That's a ball. Finally.
Focus. The Jedi do not seek aggression, but we stand against it. The Force is there to shield us. The obstacles in your path define the path. What stands in the way becomes the way. Now, try again. Push the ball before it reaches you. Good. Continue. Faster now. Complete the test.
What stands in the way becomes the way.
Bye.
This Guardian was destroyed long ago.
No, I acepto todo.
All right then. What's that mean, bud?
Let's do some backtracking because I want to get whatever was in here.
Zepho crafted this artifact as an offering to the wind. It was destroyed intentionally for some reason.
Kinda stupid that you only get force push and no force pull. Seems like a natural conclusion. Yes, almost.
My friend, take a look at the detail on this mark. The distinctive striations. It can only be a Rosia tree from Kashyyyk.
Kashyyyk?
It's time to call on an old friend. If the Zepho had contact with Kashyyyk, there is a good chance Chieftain Tarfel will know about it.
Einer works in Kashyyyk?
I'll check it out.
Wow. You fuck. I think the road go.
This was deliberately destroyed. I can still feel the hate of the act.
Finally. Entrance for recovery. Oh, that's cool. Can I push this? Yes. It doesn't break. This is corruption. That was kind of funny. Oh, you somehow hit the right spot. Smile. Polly. Please go in your own. Is he doing so? No. Yes. Oh.
My friend, this tomb is utterly fascinating.
That's it? So anyways, balls. Wait, my wheel cannot go through. Wasn't he there already? No. Don't tell Kiki, but I haven't eaten yet. No, actually you have to go this way. Moving on. No. Oui. What? Oui. Easy clap. Achoo!
What did you find?
The Zephyr went to Kashyyyk. Cordova mentioned someone named Tarful.
A Wookiee chieftain. They were old friends.
Think he's still around?
There's only one way to find out. We have to go to Kashyyyk.
No. I'm Finch. Oh. Is that a sexy Etta? Let me give you what the fuck is this? Let me give you a proper shout out. Finch. Who was so Etta? You were playing Cast and Shield? Oh yeah, you were.
Have a good day. Help me. Why is everyone in this town so stupid?
You were playing a pixel art fishing game?
Sorry.
Yes.
I just thought about Amber Turd.
A fish inside of a fish inside of a fish. Yeah.
Oh no.
I saw it and I thought, oh, that's pretty. That's pretty. Smile. So yeah. Oh, was fun. It looked fun. Or at least it looked pretty. Yeah. I'm playing this game that I never played before. Because Pengu is a big Star Wars fan. And I was like, let's play Jedi Fallen Order. And also, previously we played a bit of Bladesong, which actually has a great story. That's what people say. Hi Kiki, welcome back. What did you make of food? What food did you make? Yeah, it's a sort of
we just opened the way for the Empire?
Which a lot of people says has a really good story. I don't wonder. Smile. You're red.
Hey there, BD1.
There, up there. I got this. Move in. Going in for the kill. Now, taking aim. This is it for us. Looks like he's weak.
No.
He moved.
Huh.
You missed him.
Fuck off. Oh, did I run out of shoes? Oh, I ran out of shoes. Oh well. Wee.
Hey! What's that, BD1?
I should have seen that over that time. No, I run out of force for some reason. which is stupid because in combat like stop working, but off combat works indefinitely. Come on.
I see you down there.
See, stop working because things I'm trying to attack. I'm not too bad if you ask me. Also the fact that the force works like mana.
On the ground.
I don't know. I don't know. Hello. Wait a second.
You thirsty? I'm thirsty.
Oh. By slapping enemies. Which, as you can tell, was a bit hard to hit them because he was far away. Imitate that dog. I think Kiki was to show off the newer alerts. I mean, not quite killing, more like fighting. But yes, I get your point. See, here is unlimited. The bar under me, the blue one is force. The grey one is the stamina for blocking. Yes. Oh. They are made with the emote lava. Can I choose? Scan it. Prop droid. Oh, not another slide.
Quiet since we relocated the villagers. Yeah. You have no skills and you're a loser. I see you down there.
Okay. I forgot about them.
Little help.
Intruder up there. I can move back. Attempting pursuit.
Jesus.
You won't get away.
Bravo, Tom. Oh.
Wasn't expecting this. It's a giant Zepho statue. Kind of thought there'd be Zepho stuff inside.
Only will be one. Yes, that's pretty honorable. What about this other part? Wait, what? Don't tell me this looking as stairs is not an actual path. What? Only tough people last.
Scomp
Oh, I can repair
Hey,
him.
you're right. I think I could replace yours with this. Let's get you fixed up.
Welcome back, pengu. I know you probably were looking at welcome back, nonetheless. I will send you to Jesus.
Wanna try it out?
Okay. Slice paredes, access area. So, I still have. Ew. I like gluten the resolve. Ew. Baron wisdom. Didn't I go to Rastel? No. Sleep.
This right here is my favorite thing ever.
Aww.
In the history of forever. I think about this every day. I think about this all night long. I stay awake, not sleeping, because I'm thinking about this.
Actually, this goes hard with this one. Okay. I have silver iron, osmicidrium, alloy metal. Alloy metal, no. Ow. I hope Durastel were a little more shine.
I love you.
Thanks. Also, thanks for the cheese.
Enemy below! Who's there?
Yeah, I should go eat something to... Gladly Kiki's not here to say something about it. Smile. Oh, okay. Fuck off. He's very finicky. Why didn't it work before? New mountain spine. Oh. Oh, actually better. I should heal.
Throw it! You're not getting away!
This door's not budging.
Wait. Ah. Did I get?
Stim here.
No. Fuck off. That's not what I wanted to do.
Jedi! Take that! You'll slip up!
Hindi. Haha, my face.
Help! Stim!
One shit. Hello there.
I'm sure we'll beat you. Assault him! Just need to focus.
My map tells me what did I look for. Oh. It tells me where I can push it. Available. Bottom. All the way, all the way. I'm here. I can open there, I can open there. I'm going to backtrack, no one lie. Yeah, I'm going to backtrack. Since they are available by the so I get them. Loot is loot.
Need to open this.
Wait.
Hey now. Something we can use?
Okay, let me check. There is something through here?
This door's not budging.
81.
Wait, can I scan?
Got a scan? Good job.
Won't kill me. An intruder. I can take you out, no problem.
It's locked.
I thought it was more HP.
Do not concern yourself with the missing artifact. I'll deal with it personally.
Yes, I got one level. Actually, can automatically flick duster ball while sprinting or while running. That's actually very good. Can maximum force increase. Maximum HP. Actually, I want this. Seems like a good defensive. Yeah. I'm going to eat some tea. Welcome back, Mo. Hope you had some food. Orange chicken. Fucking orange.
Jokes, BD? I don't know. Why? Classic.
I'm trusting if you ask me. Yes, babe, that from you, BD. You have food and water, and for you, I want to make sure you take care of. Well, that's certainly something new.
Help me, BD.
Hello there? Long live the king. A golden Chinese meal? Oh. Pengu was feeling a bit pirate. Fair enough. He was playing Black Flag.
Are on the way. Don't slip up now.
From when is this game?
I can't do this by myself.
you sure about that?
Jedi's dangerous. Hurry, end it! Blocking. I got this. I'm going to beat you, Jedi.
BD1?
Can you scan this guy?
Damage. We can do it. Shoot at him. You gonna kill us all?
Wait, I wanted to scan. Fuck move. I was asking when is this game released?
What happened to the commander? Yeah, Skungus got in his quarters somehow. Nearly blew him up. Rumor has it someone put it there on purpose. Incoming! Shoot at him! Yep.
Need to open this. It's one way to do it.
I guess because I feel it has certain quirks of the time, so to speak. Can I hit it? Yes. No? What the hell? I suppose I need force pull, not force push. It's kinda strange that I can target it.
I see you, Jedi.
Do you?
Meaningless resistance.
Seer, I just took down a trooper wearing black and red armor. The same type from Braca.
A purge trooper. Their only purpose is to hunt Jedi.
Are the Inquisitors coming?
It's possible, but we're far from Braca. They might think purge troopers are enough. Or they could be stalling you on purpose. Stay wary.
Toss me a stim, BD1.
I think like that requires me to have lightsaber throw, which I don't. Crash side. Oh. My topi? Okay. What the hell? What is?
The villagers built this memorial to the clones on the Venator. If only they knew the truth. See him? Empire isn't the only thing we have to worry about. This tunnel flooded suddenly. What could have caused such a thing? Something smells like old oil. Sorry, buddy, not you. It's this water. Well, that was helpful. He was killed by a cave-in. Imperial excavation is making these tunnels unstable. Got a scan? Good job.
Interesting. Let's go back for a moment.
Help me! BD1, stim!
Can I scan you now? Thank you. Level up. Yep. Oh, bro. No. I don't get it. It's right there. Why I cannot just disconnect it?
Come back here. What's that, BD1? How are you feeling, BD1? Good. I'm glad.
I cannot, I have to literally empty the whole lake. That was creepy. Okay. Now we should go through there. Oh, there's something more. Yeah. Fuck off. No, that one looks bigger. Yeah, that was great. I don't know. Okay.
Give me a stim.
Ow. This one. I want to try to parry it. I don't know why. My life depends on it. I will only go to it whenever I kill it. I hope y'all did your homework while I put the video of the boss king in Azeroth smile.
Help! Stim!
Oh fuck. Leave me alone.
Little help. Grateful.
Rats. What's with you?
Hey, Grease, you busy?
Well, I was trying to watch the. No, I'm not busy. Never busy. So, you need something?
I'm standing next to two crashed ships. Looks like you weren't the only pilot who had trouble with the wind here.
Whoa, you're just realizing that? Where have you been? I mean, it doesn't get better than me.
Yeah, okay. All I wanted to say was thanks.
You know, you're welcome, kid. But I gotta go. I got a thing, so gotta see ya.
Is it the ship that Obi-Wan had? Or which ship it is? No? Oh, I don't remember. Fine. Is the helicopter looking one? It's too tiny for me. Let me see. Let's see. Oh, wait. The X-Wing. I see. Checks out. Something is not quite right in here. I suppose I cannot know succeed if that thing is wrong. I feel stupid because probably is that I'm going to touch three things and bada boom bada boom, which drive me crazy. Using my lightsaber should do the trick as well. Oh, another plant.
These plants kind of remind me of Grease's fur.
Don't you say to me weird shit? No, another run. Wait. I can also go there. Fuck me.
Probe droid. They're watching us, BD.
Fuck off. Actually, this is very good.
I need one.
No. Wait 1 second. Where is my chutney? There we go. Okay, skill 3. Let me see. There was one more in here, which was maximum HP. Yes. I feel like the lightsaber one is pretty lucky because with this you can do a lot more. With this you can do a lot more. Yes, these are like, oh, fancy. You do something good. What's the point of doing this if you cannot force? What is the point of having The only one actually is this one that doesn't require. No, wait, no, this one. This one doesn't require force. This maybe. This one requires force, right? Yes, seems like so at least. This certainly requires force. That's it. Okay, I'm going to eat. So what I'm going to do is, first off, put the where do I have my BRB? Here. BRB going to will be on chat. Beep. Let me do the I'm sleeping. And now, oh my god, Suklin Chain Starkov. Let's go back with game shows chatting. Let's go back to Wendy Goons. Handsome. Stop.
This right here is my favorite thing ever.
Thank you.
In the history of forever. I think about this every day. I think about this all night long. I stay awake, not sleeping, because I'm thinking about this.
Boop. And now, let me see. The best YouTube horror series never seen. I know it's already 1 hour, and I sleep pretty much all of this. So I'm going to restart this one at least. If the browser allows it. Moshi? Duplicate tab, close the previous one.
In my time on YouTube, I've covered all kinds of horror series on the internet. The Mandela Catalog, Local 58, The Backrooms, Gemini Home Entertainment, The Monument Mythos, just to name a few. I believe all those series are great, and there's fantastic projects getting posted to the site every day.
Okay.
But because I've seen so much of it, it's hard for me to find something that I would consider new. Like, sure, there's a ton of series that do new things with ideas I'm familiar with, but it's a rare occurrence when I find something that I truly haven't seen before. And one of those rare occurrences is what we're talking about today. Oakburn Opus is one of the most inventive and frightening horror projects I've come across on YouTube. Posted to the Red Diamond YouTube channel, it tackles everything from occult horror to folk horror to Lovecraftian horror, and a monster behind the veil at the back of the series that leads others to their terrifying end, with even some demonic elements and murder mystery to boot. And all of it, from the visuals to the sound design to the plot to the intrigue, is top notch. Few YouTubers like Nexpo and Nightmine have covered the series before, but since those coverages, there's been more entries, which means now I get to talk about it. As always, with any series I cover, do not let me ruin the experience for you. Oakburn Opus is something special, and I don't want the first time you see it to be a YouTuber explaining things that you can just see for yourself first. So there's a link to the Red Diamond channel in the description. Check it out and then come back and we can talk about it together. Red Diamond also has a Patreon I'm going to leave in the description as well, because artists that are doing something cool deserve to be supported. So if all of that sounds interesting to you, then stick around after the ad as we talk about the nightmare of Old Oakburn and ask ourselves what really happened at the lake in 1997. But something else that can be a nightmare is eating healthy. Between the high prices and elaborate ingredients, most people just decide to skip it altogether. Well, thankfully today's sponsor, Factor, is here to help. Factor delivers fresh, never frozen, chef-crafted and dietitian-approved meals right to your door. And these meals are ready to heat and eat in as little as 2 minutes. And on top of convenience, Factor is designed to support your wellness journey, and it helps eliminate stress around cooking, planning, or cleanup so you can stay focused on your goals. Every week, Factor has over 100 options, from their meals to their salads to their breakfast to their shakes, and all of these are crafted for taste and nutrition. All their meals are made without things like refined seed oils or refined sugars, and most of their meals deliver over 30 grams of complete protein. And they can support your diet no matter the diet you have, whether it be gluten-free or keto-friendly, and you can get whatever protein options are best for you, everything from tofu to salmon. And you may hear that and think there's no way salmon would taste good coming out of a microwave, and a couple years ago I would have believed you until I tried Factor. I don't know what they're doing to their food, but it works. My wife and I used to get to our favorite meals first, but recently they're all good. Even stuff I don't think would be that great tastes delicious. And again, it's not only a meal that's inexpensive and good for me, but one that only takes a couple of minutes to prepare and clean up. Factor has made my lifestyle a lot healthier and a lot easier, and hopefully it'll do the same for you, because right now is the perfect time to get on board. That's because if you head to factor75.com or click the link in the description and use code WENDIGOONFB50, you'll get 50% off your first Factor box plus free breakfast for a year. That's right, free breakfast for a year and your first box half off. Again, that's code WENDIGOONFB50 at factor75.com to get in on this incredible offer today. Thank you all for watching the ad. Thank you to Factor for sponsoring the channel. Their link will be in the description. And we are now back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Now, while the VHS tales aren't a part of the Oakburn Opus main storyline, they do tie in, or at least the first two do. So we're going to start this analysis by looking at the first video on Red Diamond's channel, The Circles. At the beginning of this video, we see a circle rotating that seems to be made out of fleshy growths. We're not sure what this means yet, but we will soon. After that, we see a small town in Alaska. Text then tells us that this is the town of Atosavik on December 5th, 1986. To which we then get narration from someone named Ethan Astor. Ethan says that he is from Atosavik and that his town is being haunted, not by ghosts or monsters, but by shapes, specifically the circles. Ethan says that every once in a while the circles appear, and when they do, the town is evacuated. Those that refuse the evacuation are never seen again. Ethan then says that the circles will be there in 5 days, and this time he's staying. We then cut to the Astor house on December 10th, or in other words, the day that the circles were said to arrive. Cutting into the house, we then see a note that someone named Martha left for Ethan. We'll later learn that this woman's name is Martha Astor, and she is assumedly Ethan's wife. In the note, Martha says she's now uncomfortable around Ethan. He hasn't left the basement for days, and she's getting out of there before the circles come. We then see several perspectives from inside of the Astor home. Most seems normal. Make Your Own Kind of Music by Cass Elliot is playing on a radio, until we see an image of the bedroom, and on the wall we can see drawings of several circles. This is shown more so when we see the basement door and the basement walls that are also covered in circles, the shadow of who we can assume to be Ethan standing in front of them. That night, the Channel 5 News has an alert for an anomalous event, giving us a countdown as to when this event will begin. Something I like about this is Oakburn Opus and Red Diamond's channel as a whole seems so far removed from traditional YouTube horror or analog horror. But seeing the Channel 5 News and then the report of an anomalous event almost feels like it's paying homage to things like Local 58 or Gemini Home Entertainment. On any other channel, the thing we would be watching is that news broadcast. But because this is a part of Red Diamond's body of work, it is just a piece rather than the whole. It's especially kind of charming seeing it now I mean, there was a time period when that kind of horror dominated YouTube. All you had to do was have a small town broadcast format and say something creepy was happening and you had a hit on your hands. But now we've seen so much of that, it's like audiences' appetites have been evolving. Even the bodies of work that started out in that format, things like the Mandela Catalog or Local 58, have moved away from it into new kinds of scares. So it's weird, starting a new horror series as good as this one and then seeing that on the TV almost feels like a callback. Anyway, the TV has its countdown, and when it ends, we see a white circle on a red background. This could be an automated program for the locals to let them know that the circle event is in effect, or it could just be the circle takes over everything when it arrives, including the airwaves. Outside, we see that a massive circle has formed above the town. At the same time this is happening, someone is knocking frantically at the front door. After this, we see a circle in the sky again, followed by another circle, this one being more similar to the fleshy growth we saw in the intro, only this time there's a red light flashing at its center. Perhaps this is the circle's true form, or it accomplishing whatever it came here to do. After this, we see more images from the inside of the Astor home. This time, the TV program is flashing several circles, the center of which looks like the one we just saw, and the clock on the back wall is quickly spinning. More and more circles begin to form around the home. Lights flash, growths appear on the television and kitchen cabinets. Whatever the circle's influence is, it has fully saturated the house. The growth works its way deeper and deeper, eventually making it to the basement door, and assumedly, to Ethan. After this, we see a drawing of who we can assume to be Ethan, his eyes now mimicking the fleshy circle seen at the beginning of the video. After this, we see a spinning circle and text that reads, "A cycle of destruction and rebirth, curved line of events with no beginning, circling light and shadow through time and space. A line which can never be broken, a line which has never been born. Yet it still exists." This text is interspersed with images of again a fleshy circle, this time showing what appears to be a human eye in its midst. After this, we see a dark screen. The only audio we can hear is that of disgusting growths and squelching, as our image fades in to show us what we've been promised from the beginning, a circle made of flesh. Only this circle begins to speak to us, and we realize it's Ethan. He says, "I'm happy now." And we see the flashing red circle above Atosovic once again. Ethan again says, "The people who decide to stay are never seen again. Some say they join the circles. And now, I'm one of them." And with that, the circles ends. So it seems that the reason the circle is so alluring and manages to trap people within it is because they represent a knowledge so far beyond our own. We don't know if the circle is alien or ethereal or spiritual, but what we do know is that it seems to be eternal. And to be one with the circle is to be one with infinity, a line that does not have a beginning or end. Maybe people come to that conclusion naturally after they see what the circle's capable of. I mean, for who knows how long people have been evacuating this town only for those who stick around to completely disappear. Maybe people just get curious as to what the circles are capable of, or maybe the circle influences a few people at a time in order to join its form. The circles reminds me a lot of Uzumaki, the Junji Ito story. I made a video about Uzumaki on my channel. You can check that out, link in the description. You know, if you want to give me even more money. What? But in short, Uzumaki is about a different town that is obsessed with a different shape. That shape being a spiral. The shape begins to show up everywhere, either from people's obsessions or from things in nature that take on a spiral form. In the first chapter of Uzumaki, one of the characters becomes obsessed with the shape and begins to hoard anything that has a spiral pattern on it. Ultimately, at the end of the story, contorting his own body into a giant spiral. It's revealed at the end of Uzumaki that all of the spiral obsession has been because of some entity that lies underneath the town. Something that has been doing this cycle of death and rebirth for millennia. And regardless if people worship it willingly or resist its influence, they all wind up at the spiral's altar in the end. Similarly, I think that's what we see out of the circles. There is an entity that is so far beyond our knowing that some people feel compelled to bow down to it. I mean, if we truly encountered an entity that powerful, of course there would be people who would pledge their allegiance. It would be the equivalent of God making himself known in the world. You'd have to be a fool to turn away. regardless of how awful that god might be. And it seems Ethan received what the circle promised: immortality, an escape from death. And regardless of how horrifying he seems in the end, as Ethan said, he's happy now. This is just one of the paranormal encounters that we're going to come across in the Atosavik region within this story. The next of which comes in our next video, another VHS tale, this one called The Starving Five. In the beginning, we see an old film reel of what appears to be drawings of some creature. A creature of monstrous proportions with a towering body and a stag skull for a head. If you have your captions on, text appears that reads, "An exiled spirit, rejected from the domains of the afterlife. The earth repudiates its flesh, preventing it from rotting, damned with an endless hunger, a mouth that can't eat and a throat that can't swallow. Take shame on its grotesque form, using every aspect of its unnatural physicality to lure and capture prey. Its objective, to bring upon the decay of men's flesh and ego." And after we see the final image of this beast of three heads, we get our title card for The Starving Five. If it isn't clear enough, this story centers around a Wendigo, or at least Red Diamond's adaptation of the Wendigo. Which, I mean, like look at that up there, and then like look at the channel name like down there. Pretty up my alley. Typically in the Wendigo legend, the Wendigo is a spirit that possesses people who commit acts of cannibalism. The legend originates from native tribes of northern North America, areas where it was not uncommon for resources to be scarce and the cold to be damning. So if someone amongst your party were to die, it would be tempting to use them as a resource. But the Wendigo legend forbids this, saying that you will become the vessel of an evil spirit, cursed to forever be starving and forever attempting to satisfy that hunger. Or as Red Diamond's description read, damned with an endless hunger, a mouth that can't eat, and a throat that can't swallow. And it's a creature that hates humanity. It despises their flesh and their ego. This creature will be our main set piece throughout this tale. Text tells us that there is a place of unforgiving cold. We see shots of the Alaskan countryside. Text also tells us that this is on December 21st. A small cabin in the midst of the cold is lit with a dim light. We then see an abandoned, snowed over car. As more text tells us, we are starving. The engine is dead. A flimsy wooden shelter keeps us away from the snow. We see the front door of this shelter that has been marred by the scratches of something. The text continues. Heat escapes through the cracks, our skin hardens. Two lone rifles set in the corner. Animals sing and hiss, but nothing is seen. We are starving. From here, we can put some pieces together. A group of people came out to this cabin in the woods, and then their car broke down. Now they are out here with nothing to eat, and it seems that something is trying to get in, at least as indicated by the scratch marks on the front door. We then see a view of this candlelit corner as our narrator continues. Natasha followed him blindly. Alex dreams unquietly. I watched the rumbling snow attentively. We are not starving alone. So we have the narrator, the I from that story, Alex, who's still in the cabin sleeping with him. But Gary thought he heard his lover coming from outside, so he and Natasha ran outdoors into the unforgiving cold. But if you're keeping track at home, that's only 4 people. So why is this video called The Starving Five? Well, as the narrator, who we'll soon learn is named Dimitri, says, they're not starving alone. We see more shots of the dim cabin. We can assume that Dimitri and Alex are the only two still staying here. Till suddenly, in the middle of the night, Dimitri hears a loud knock. Text that reads, "Wake up." Dimitri opens his eyes, and for a brief second, we can see the visage of something outside of the cabin window. Text then appears that says, "The anxious dreamer wanders unconsciously. Will you follow him?" One of the guns against the wall is missing, and seemingly, Dimitri takes the other. Earlier, it was said that Alex was dreaming unquietly, so this anxious dreamer is probably referring to him. That, in combination with one of the rifles being missing when Dimitri gets up, leads me to believe that Alex had woken in the night, taken a rifle, and stepped outside, so now Dimitri, that was woken by the knocking, is following after him. Alex could not even be aware what he's doing. He could just be sleepwalking. As the text said, he wanders unconsciously. But regardless, Dimitri is going out there to find him. We then see a phone and are about to hear the transcript of a phone call that took place on December 17th. Or in other words, 4 days before this group of 4 ventured out into the cold. We'll learn that this conversation is a phone call between Alex and Dimitri. Alex seems doubtful that they'll find whoever they're looking for alive, someone who Dimitri just refers to as she, especially considering that she's been gone for a month. But Dimitri remarks that they're doing this for Gary. This makes sense because earlier we heard that Gary was lured out to the cold because he heard his lover's voice. So perhaps Gary's girlfriend or wife had disappeared out here on her own, and then when Gary went to look for her, he heard her voice out in the cold and went running. Now, mimicry isn't a part of the original Wendigo legends, but mimicry is a part of a lot of Western native traditions around things like skinwalkers that often gets connected to the Wendigo mythos. And if you'll remember in that opening text describing the creature, it said they use every aspect of its unnatural physicality to lure and capture prey. So it's very likely that this creature was just mimicking Gary's lover's voice, something that Gary was susceptible to since he came out here to find her. Also in this phone call, Dimitri says this city is hostile. All it takes is one detour, a miscalculated step, and you're gone. Dimitri is likely referring to Etosovic. It seems residents of this town know that something bad happens in the dark around here. But regardless of this, Gary seems to be in denial. So he seems determined to go out into the woods to find her, and his friends decided to go with him. And as we see from the December 21st events, this sealed their fate. Now you may hear all this and think that Gary's friends are pretty dumb. I mean, this isn't like our world where someone can get lost in the woods, so it makes sense to go looking for them. This is a place where Dimitri indicates he knows that things go bump in the night. And Alex says just the same on the phone call, saying it's foolish for them to go out there. But then Dimitri says something that's interesting and I think reflects on the rest of the series. Dimitri says, people disappear and are forgotten year after year, and everyone turns away because they fear the truth. Perhaps the mere attempt, even if redundant, to find the truth can take us away from this melancholy. It's like there's this overwhelming dread on the people of the town because so many terrible things happen. And because it happens so often, that's all the more reason to do something when you can. Even if she's definitely dead, even if the best thing you can hope to find is a body, that's remembering someone when so many people, especially as we're going to see in future entries, have been forgotten. It's an act of humanity in the midst of an inhuman reality. But in a world as wicked as that which Oakborn Opus portrays, acts of humanity rarely go unpunished. And we're about to see that with Dimitri right now. Dimitri begins walking through the snow. Text appears that says close, then closer, then Dimitri is spoken to specifically, the voice telling him almost there, till eventually Dimitri finds what he was called out there to see. The body of Gary lying in the cold. Not far off, Natasha lies dead in the snow as well. Through the darkness, Dimitri then sees some figure above the broken trees. Perhaps this is something blocking the moon. Perhaps this is a large eye. As Dimitri looks closer, the creature reveals itself. A mass of broken animal skulls, joined together on some amalgamation of flesh. Dimitri gazes into the beast, and it seems the beast gazes back. The beast asks Dimitri, "Shall we starve together?" Dimitri's eyes grow impossibly wide in response. The screen is caked in red. As you can imagine, it seems none of them will make it out of these woods. One brief flash we see with the text, "Shall we starve together?" is of this Wendigo creature drawn similarly to Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man. That symbolism in itself is loud enough. The idea that this creature is of some different heritage, some history or based form that we've long forgotten. But another symbol here is the position of the creature's arms. As the beast has 3 heads, in the image it seems to also have 2 sets of arms. 2 pointed down and 2 pointed up. To me, this seems reminiscent of one of the most popular positions in satanic and pagan iconography, that being the symbol of as above, so below. The phrase as above, so below traces its origins back to about the 9th century, the phrase itself originating from the Emerald Tablet. However, in the millennia that would follow, as above, so below began to take on an occultist meaning. The full phrase that is most commonly used now is as above, so below, as within, so without, as the universe, so the soul. This communicates the idea that every individual is a part of the collective. In a spiritual sense, our own microcosms are a part of macrocosms, or in other words, the unseen realm of the spiritual that we inhabit. Practices have taken that phrase and inverted it based on things found in biblical scripture, for instance. When Jesus said, "As on earth, so it is in heaven," some point to passages like that as evidence of a continuity between the different realms of existence. So in other words, as it applies to witchcraft, and this will be relevant later in the Oakburn Opus story, the powers of heaven, hell, life, and death, eternity, and oblivion can be harnessed by those who are willing. This is why the phrase gets tied a lot into things like paganism or Satanism, because typically the underlying belief within realms of witchcraft or satanic worship is that the forces in question want to share their power with humanity. Instead of us merely being a part of the macrocosm, they want to give us the ability to manipulate it. Because of this, you'll often see depictions of figures like Baphomet or Lucifer doing the as above, so below pose with their hands. It's effectively Prometheus bringing the gift of fire to man, a power we weren't supposed to inherit, but is being offered to us by a more powerful entity. At least if you view the gift fondly. If you don't view the gift fondly and instead think that this promise leads to damnation, then it's more so the apple that the serpent used to trick Eve in the Garden of Eden. I could be completely off on my connection between the as above, so below imagery and the Wendigo from this story, but I think the pose from the image as well as the temptation or the offering posed at the same time, shall we starve together, points to this as something more than just a monster in the woods. From Dimitri's eye, it seems that he's been transformed. Whatever promise he saw in the creature's face, he must have taken. After this, we cut to the next day, December 22nd. We see the cabin once again with a scratched door and empty hallways, but this time, something moves in front of it. We then see someone's eyes once again, but this time they're cloudy, filled with something. Now, this could be Alex or Dimitri. Personally, I think this is Dimitri because it's Dimitri's eyes that we've seen up until this point. And perhaps Alex, under the creature's influence, wandered out in the cold the night before, only to die in the wilderness. Assuming this is Dimitri, Dimitri asks, "Where are my eyes?" Down the hallway of the cabin, he seems to get a response. "You won't starve alone." To which the monster lights a candle and we see his visage lit at the end of the hall. The monster is in the cabin with Dimitri, but he doesn't want to kill him. Instead, as he offered, he just wants to starve together. After this, time ticks by. January 1st, Dimitri on the bed, the monster in the hall. "You won't starve alone." January 5th, the same. "Let me go." The 13th, "You won't starve alone." The 29th, "You won't starve alone. Let me go." Until Dimitri shuts his eyes and the video ends. For one, I think The Starving Five is an excellent adaptation of the Wendigo. It builds off the idea of the Wendigo being a spirit drawn from cannibalism and something that is committed to eternal starvation because of its sin. But Red Diamond takes that further and says it's not just a creature that wants to kill you, it's a creature that wants you to feel what it feels. If it must starve, it doesn't want to do so alone. It seems the only reason that it killed the other people in the cabin was to have Dimitri alone, so the two of them, as it says, can starve together. It's a haunting adaptation of the creature, and given the creepy visuals and the occult influence, I love it. Now, both of the VHS tells on their own are interesting, and both of them will connect to the greater Oakburn Opus story later, but for now, there's already one connection we have between the two. See, when the missing person posters were flashing right before Dimitri gave in to the creature's influence, during the flash we get the full names of the four characters. Dmitry Olov, Alex Lebedev, Natasha's name has been marked out, but Gary's full name is Gary Astor. This is the same name of Ethan and Martha in the last story, The Circles. So seemingly, Gary was related in some way, perhaps Ethan's brother. So with this subtle connection between the two, it seems their worlds are connected. The world of the Circles is right next door to the world of this Wendigo. But as you're going to see, these all tie in as just fractions of elements from the Oakburn Opus story. Now that we've talked about the first VHS tales, we can get into that story. So let's dive into what is currently a 4-part series, a series that is, in my opinion, one of the best on YouTube, with Oakburn Opus Part 1. At the beginning of Oakburn Opus Part 1, we open on a shot of Lake Oakburn. Text appears on screen that tells us this is 1997, and the old Oakburn population vanished overnight. This probably sounds similar to Atosavik in The Circles, as an event happened and then people who were in the town disappeared. This also tells us what the title of the series means. Oakburn, or Old Oakburn, is the name of the town, and opus is the Latin word for a work or project. You've heard the word before in the term magnum opus, referring to the superb or best remembered work from an artist's collection. So Oakburn Opus implies there was some grand work being done in this town. And now, in 2024, information about the case has been leaked. We'll get hints as to who might have done this leak later on. We then see the image of what appears to be a stone monument. Text says that a new light has been shed on the case, which branches into countless theories, hypotheses, and discussions. If we look closely at the monument, there seems to be some kind of symbol on it. This is a symbol that will be very important through the rest of the series. We're then told that what we are about to see is based on findings from a manuscript that was recovered belonging to an inhabitant of the town, and a cassette tape that recorded the moment in which everyone vanished. From here we get our title card, Oakburn Opus Part 1, which I've got to say, Red Diamond kills it with the aesthetics of this series. Like the VHS tapes we looked at so far, good, don't get me wrong, but Oakburn Opus nails it. It'll become more apparent in the later parts, especially the most recent upload that has some of the coolest moments I've seen in YouTube horror ever. We start with our first piece of evidence, Oakburn's flutist. From here, we see this haunting image. A man stands in the midst of this cold wasteland. Large horns grow from his head, and the only sound that accompanies him are the mysterious chords of a flute. At the beginning, it said that a lot of what we're about to see comes from a manuscript from one of the residents of the town. So, assuming that's who this is from the perspective of, they began to tell us about the flutist. On a cold morning, the outsider stumbled upon our gates and quickly became a welcome guest through the sweet and captivating melody of his flute. My people brought him into our village, a secluded place west of the Etosovic Mountains. And if it wasn't apparent enough, this gives old Oakburn a connection to Etosovic, mentioned in the circles. We provided the flutist food, water, and shelter, and in return, the man continued to enchant our people with the tunes of the winds. After this, we see images of the manuscript itself. Children adored him, soothed by the melodic blows. Men and women respected him for the great entertainment and happiness provided by the blessed flute. To the more humble folk, the flutist was a grateful form of art. And then we see, drawn within the manuscript, the symbol once more. This is the same symbol we saw drawn on the monument a moment ago. We'll get a better look at it later, but for now it seems to be a sigil of something. We then see depictions of this flutist, a shape drawn in wisps of the wind, once again with the horns rising off of its head. People gather around to hear the music like children, the songs enchanting them with comfort, enchanting them so much so that once again, that symbol begins to appear on their heads. He hid them under the veil of reality. Impossible to breathe beyond existence. Keep looking. Do not follow the melody. After this, we leave the photos of the manuscript and once again are presented text, this time over a sign of old Oakburn. He adapted to our customs, ate and drank from our kitchen, hummed our chants, and honored our altars, without ever voicing a single thought. The flutist used the wind as his words and melodies as his speech. The manuscript then shows us a sort of poem. Within the wind, it hid fangs. Within the wind, it breached our spirits. Within the wind, the flute buried the veil. We then see images of the manuscript, and it's labeled Evidence 1, Handwritten Records, author unknown, recovered by Martha Astor, 2002. First of all, we have the flutist, a figure who never spake, but his music seemed to enchant the people who would listen. They were given a peace and comfort from his song, and that's all they needed to bring him into their fold. Several of his details, how he speaks with the wind, the drawings, and the people around him seem to have a dreamlike quality. It's as if he brought with him a trance that laid amongst the town. But what's interesting is the mention that this was recovered by Martha Astor. Martha Astor, if you'll remember, is the wife of Ethan Astor, the main character and victim from The Circles. It says that Martha recovered this in 2002, which was 16 years after the death or circle amalgamation death thing that happened to her husband. So perhaps after what happened to Ethan, Martha became interested in the paranormal and the things that went bump in the night around this region. So she becomes an investigator and in 2002 finds these records after the population of Old Oakburn disappears. We'll be seeing a lot more of Martha later, but just know for now that she's a character in this story and ties in Old Oakburn to The Circles. From here we get evidence 2, the aforementioned cassette tape, which is labeled the Magnum Opus. Like I said, Oakburn Opus refers to the idea that there was a work to be performed in this town. So if this cassette tape in the disappearance is called the Magnum Opus, then perhaps this is what the flutist was always getting to. Text says that in 1997, the great flutist of Old Oakburn announces the completion of his magnum opus. A presentation is set to happen Friday night at Lake Oakburn. Hundreds of men, women, and children gather near the lake in anticipation. And then the cassette tape lets us hear what that sounded like. As the crowd is speaking, the flutist begins to play. And as he concludes, the people cheer. We're then shown that monument once more, only this time, the symbol begins to glow. A red haze appears around it and begins to pulsate. Text tells us to identify, interpret, and follow. Red triangles, right side up and upside down, begin to appear in the haze around this glowing stone, and the text continues with the music, meaning the entire phrase is to identify, interpret, and follow the music. Then we see this.
Oh. I think I'm going to be
From this, we see
before
this
going to
symbol made up into its full parts. At first, the parts are broken down. We see the triangles facing each other, we see the circles, and then finally the completed image of 9 upside-down triangles within a circle. This, to me, seems to be a sort of sigil. A sigil, in its literal definition, is a seal or a symbol that is meant to denote something. A king can have a sigil, an estate or a family can have a sigil. It's effectively a crest that can be placed on something to identify it as theirs. Well, in the realm of the occult, sigils can often represent different concepts or entities. There can be sigils or seals that are made to ensure protection or fortune, but in many cases, and as in the case we'll see in the series, a sigil can be an identifier for an entity. It's effectively like their name or their crest inscribed on something. In ritual, sometimes an entity sigil will be drawn to summon that entity. Like if you were wanting to perform a rite to bring about a demon or a spirit, you would draw their sigil in the midst of your worship. Or sometimes the entity will place its own sigil on something to identify its handiwork. And if it's not apparent enough already, the sigil we see here is that of the flutist. And that makes sense. The flutist did something to make everyone in Oakburn disappear. So it tracks that a monument by the lake would have his sign on it. There is a significance to the symbol itself, to the 9 triangles, to the inversion, and to the circle, but we'll talk about that later. All we need to know now is that this symbol represents him. After that, we're presented with 2 images.
I'm under an Imperial dig site.
One image
got a lot
will
further
display
than
the
we
sigil,
thought.
while the
We
other does
can't
not.
worry about that
This
now.
continues for a while and
Empires
seems to
identified
be
you as the Jedi
related
from
to
Braca.
the phrase we saw
They're searching
earlier.
for the mantis at
Identify,
the
interpret,
Can't you
and
move the
follow.
mantis?
Since we know the sigil to denote the flutist, it seems that what we're seeing here is following the path to Lake
I'll be back as fast as I
Perhaps
can.
this is what it was like for all the people that came to the lake. They weren't explicitly told to be there. I mean, the flutist couldn't speak, right? But instead they felt his presence. They were led in the direction he wanted them to go. The last split decision we see is interesting. On one side, we see Lake Oakburn, and on the other, we see this tall, horned figure, the head of which, once again, appears to be a stag skull. Ultimately, the sigil chooses Lake Oakburn on the right. I think that what we see on the left is the Wendigo from the Starving Five. We already know that Atosavik, a town from the circles, is near Old Oakburn, and if you'll remember, in the Starving Five, it said this cabin they were in was outside of town. I think this is again another clue to us that the 2 stories take place in the same world. You drift into the woods on a dark night and you can go to Lake Oakburn, where the flutist magnum opus is taking place, where you can continue through the woods and come across the monster. Again, the monster just being one of many things you go wrong here. This time when we get to Lake Oakburn, both images have the sigil, this time glowing red. As we look off into the fog, we see the flutist, his hands rising through the void as his flute continues to play louder and louder. And as we get closer, the camera begins to distort, but in the brief glimpse we get of him, this is not a peaceful keeper of the town, but instead, some sort of monster. Once everyone had gathered at the lake and heard his song, their fate was sealed. We hear that in the cassette tape that follows. Their screams were silenced in a moment, and since the morning after, Old Oakburn woke up to silence. 1,033 inhabitants disappeared overnight. quick and conclusive investigations, no evidence was found. The existence and whereabouts of the flutist remained unanswered as ever. It was until 2003. The search for Old Oakburn's population continues. And with that, Oakburn Opus Part 1 ends. Part 1 does a great job at setting up the story. A mysterious flutist showed up on the edge of the mountain and chanted everything. This all seemed to be a ploy that eventually led them to the lake, and then they vanished. The rest of the series will be investigative moments around this event. There will be more analysis of what happened right before, what happened right after, and what happened in the years after when Martha Astor investigated the town. And as we'll soon find out, flutist, just a small part of something much older, much more sinister. One way to do it. That's been happening in the mountains of Alaska. So with that, let's move into Oakburn Part 2. If you'll remember, at the end of Oakburn Part 1, it said nothing was really known about this disappearance until 2003. Well, we see what that was referring to as, in the beginning of Part 2, we're told that this is set in 2003. 25 miles from Lake Oakburn at the Lebedev residence. Lebedev is once again a reference to the Starving Five, as in the missing persons poster we saw that Alex's full name was Alex Lebedev. So somehow Alex was related to this residence. It's also just really effective how Red Diamond can use so many different means to get across the terror in his story. Like, yeah, the flutist looks scary and a lot of the civil images can be creepy. But in the beginning of this one, we just see a house and hear 2 gunshots that come from within. There's so many unanswered questions in this series, and we see this moment and our mind races as to what could be going on. Why is this residence suddenly important to us? Is this the event in 2003 that shed more light on the disappearance? Red Diamond does a great job of giving you questions every time you're out on your front foot. You think you understand how the flutist works, you think you understand the sigils connected to him and he made these people disappear, but now there's new elements that we know are relevant, but we don't know how yet. And it's that intrigue and mystery that keeps the series so creepy because you never know what it's going to show next. After we hear the gunshots, text appears on screen, this time in red. It says, "I stood upon their blood. I stood upon the weapon. I stood before the flute. And the drowned city rose beneath my feet." Now we can assume things there like the blood and the weapon refer to whoever was just killed and the gunshots we heard, and the flute can tie into the flutist, but the mention of the drowned city is something new to us. We know something happened at Lake Oakburn, so it probably connects to that, but beyond that, we have no answers. What I really like about this line is it becomes so impactful after you finish the series, but for now, it means nothing. And it goes to show how much of this series was planned from the start. There were pieces of it planned over a year ago that were only elaborated on a few months ago. I just like to see when creators plan a series out and then satisfyingly follow through on it. We then see photographs of the crime scene. The jacket the investigator is wearing says IPD, or Etosavic Police Department. In part 1, when we were seeing the sigil appear on either image that was leading us closer to the lake, one of the images had a cop car that had IPD on it. So this tells us that the Etosavic Police Department is the department that's over Old Oakburn. The timestamp at the bottom of the picture says that this took place on December 10th, 2003. As the photographs move to the interior, text says the melody crawls in. The voice under the veil commands, and the vessel answers. Again, things that don't mean anything to us yet, but will later. The melody, the voice, and the vessel. We then see another cassette tape, this one labeled The Lebedev Murders. We hear who is assumedly the killer laughing as red text once again appears on screen. To make it easier to understand, I'll tell you now that anytime we see red text is from the perspective of the flutist or something on the flutist's side or under his control. And the text we're about to see is from the Lebedev Murderer. What stands before you, Detective Astor? It's not a person. I exist incarcerated in a vessel of the arcane. I will entertain your feeble sense of justice. I will share my tale. The text appears that says, knows well his wicked ways. This phrase, he knows well his wicked ways, is also the description for the video. It comes from the song
Commander was killed by a lightsaber.
David Sylvian, a song that will play at the end of this video.
This
The
needs
Boy with
power.
the Gun is a song about a man who feels he's been scorned by life and begins to hate life around him. Someone so bitter with the world, he wants to take the rest of the world with him. As we'll see later, this line, when applied to the flutist, is fitting. And then we get the opening title card, which, look how cool this is. A lot of the aesthetics from this series match some of my favorite horror projects. The kind of light blue-gray text that appears, like the one that just said he knows well his wicked ways, reminds me of Alan Wake. Not only because of its font and style, but because of the graininess of it all, how several parts of this series feel like they're taken from an old cop drama. And then something like the bright red letters reminds me of Long Legs, another horror story about a series of killings that ultimately ties into the occult. Red Diamond may not have used any of those as inspiration for the story, but I think it's telling that getting a little hint of those influences brings out the greater influences I see in this series and other major horror projects. There's just so much passion behind the aesthetics and so many little moments in this series that feels far more substantial than just a YouTube video. What I'm trying to say is we need to get Red Diamond a budget in the studio. They point that out. Well, this is further emphasized by the next scene. I mean, look at this. You've got a series of cop cars driving through the dark country at night as this red, grainy text appears above them. Officers that we know are going to the Lebedev residence after the murder, but there's so many questions about the murder and the music and the tone and the pacing does everything it can to build that up. Every video we've covered so far I would say is good, but Oakburn Opus Part 2 is the first that I would say is really great. It's also at Part 2 I was like, I've got to make a video about this. The red text reads, and also, I know I said a minute ago that red text denotes the flutist or someone related to the flutist is speaking, and that's true when it's dialogue. This opening narration, like info dump, I don't think it's the flutist. I don't think the flutist is giving us the police information in the case. I think it's just an aesthetic choice. So I'm still mostly right about what I just said, that red text is the flutist talking, just not this time. I'm still right, I'm just wrong right now. December 10th, a call is made to the Atosavik Police Department in the Lebedev household. The caller confessed to having committed murder. Jackson and Oliver Lebedev were dead, their bodies aligned in the dark. The Lebedev brothers, naturalist photographers of Atosavik, searched to capture the empty landscape of the mountains. The criminal was never identified. For the convenience of this investigation, the killer will be addressed by the pseudonym John Doe, and then we lead into evidence 3, the Lebedev murders. This also further establishes everything we've seen so far has been part of this ongoing investigation. Evidence 1 being the manuscript, evidence 2 being the magnum opus or the cassette tape of the disappearance, and now evidence 3, the 2003 murders. It then says that what we're about to see is a timeline based on the interrogatory of John Doe, conducted and recorded by Detective Martha Astor in 2003. This lines up with some things we've seen so far. We know Martha Astor recovered the manuscript in 2002, and that makes sense if she's now a detective. And in the dialogue we heard from the killer before the title card, it seemed he was speaking directly to Martha Astor, or Detective Astor. So after the death of her husband, Martha committed herself to the paranormal, or at least figuring out whatever's wrong in the region, and became a detective at the Atosavik Police Department. And the killer of the Lebedevs knew her. Perhaps the killer himself knew her, or perhaps the flutist just has supernatural information on who he's speaking to. I mean, he seems to be something akin to a demon or a spirit after all. Based on the conversation with Martha Astor, told this. December 5th, 2003, John Doe is led by the melody of a wind instrument emanating from Lake Oakburn. Of course, with everything we understand so far, this makes sense. This is at Lake Oakburn, and he lures people in with his song. However, this is interesting because, again, this is in 2003, 6 years after everyone disappeared at the lake. So 6 years later, the flutist is still there, luring people in. You see a quick flash of the flutist sigil, and we're once again taken to the landscape around Lake Oakburn. We then get another title card, but this one says Segment 1, Conditioning. So why are there now different segments, and what what is being conditioned? Well, we're given a hint as we get the first-person perspective of someone walking across a snowy bridge. At the end of this clip, it seems a figure begins to arise out of the fog. Going back to information John Doe gave Aster, he says, "From the very first moment the flute touched my mind, I was sure to have been struck by something otherworldly, roaming in the depths of the lake." Near the lake, John Doe encounters a monolith on the surface of the smooth rock. A symbol was carved, a circle, and 9 triangles. Again, this all makes sense. The flutist is luring this John Doe killer in, and the flutist brings him the monolith with the sigil we've seen many times at this point. So perhaps this conditioning we're witnessing, this first-person perspective we saw of someone going across the bridge, was our killer being conditioned to the flutist control. Right after this, we see a sigil flash, but this time it's a different one. For a brief instance, instead of 9 triangles in a circle, we see a triangle surrounded by 9 circles. It is presented upright and then quickly upside down, only for a couple frames. I mean, there's obviously a connection between the previous sigil. One was 9 triangles in a circle, this is 9 circles in a triangle. But why is it different now? What could that mean? Could this symbol be indicating another entity that's out here? John Doe continues, "I witnessed in clear and inscrutable reason the flute and the man. They taught me wisdom at the bottom of the lake, drowned city, and the millions who rested, and raised me in that instant as a vessel." So once again, the flutist sigil flashes on screen, interlaced with an up-close image of someone's eyes shut, until as the sigil on the monolith glows, the eye opens. John Doe continues, "Emblem etched upon the rock, beautifully profane assortment of a circle and 9 triangles suddenly gleamed a crimson hue. The song wove a web, his desire in an instant made clear. In the flute, I discerned the will of expansion, which I was to provide." Once again, as this segment is being said, the triangle with 9 circles flashes on screen. The text tells us that after the encounter, John wandered the mountain for 5 days, out of his mind and being guided by summons. And then on December 10th, 2003, John came across the Leatherneck residence. And of course, from there is where the murders took place. So we see what this conditioning was. This man, John Doe, was led to the lake and then brought under the influence of the flutist. An influence that showed him things like the drowned city, the millions who were there. His mind was opened and he was made a vessel. So with the conditioning phase done, we now move into segment 2, execution. As text appears on screen that tells us this, we see the flutist standing atop a hill with, assumedly, John Doe in front of him. The rope behind John Doe makes it appear as if he's on puppet strings, being controlled by the flutist wind. It also appears in his hand that he has a pickaxe or some kind of tool. He continues through the woods, and again, as we know now, comes across the Leatherneck residence. John Doe continues. It's uncommon for many inhabitants of remote areas and in places to prevent their front doors on the custom, often conditioned by the emptiness surrounding it. More words from John Doe appear, but this time they're being presented to us backwards. When we wait for the scroll to end and read it together, it says, "Through the window I beheld his lichened shape. The specter whispered, invoking horror, its unfathomable name, Marpius." The images that are shown to us at the same time is of someone standing in the top floor of the Leatherneck home and then looking outside. Specifically, standing in what seems to be the dark room of the home where we know the Leatherneck brothers were murdered. I don't know why the dark room would have a window, but whatever. So it seems that once John Doe killed the brothers, he looked outside and saw the flutist, and almost as a reward for his loyalty, the flutist tells John Doe his true name. It's a big thing within the occult, especially demonology, to know a demon or spirit's true names. That can often reveal their power and their intention. And it seems the flutist's real name is Marpius. This name does have some influence that we're going to talk about later. John Doe continues. The name and the melody. Once again, the name Marpius flashes on screen over and over, timed with the heartbeats that overwhelm the audio. And from the profane blade touched by Marpius' fangs, I cut their eyes open in the dark room. We see an image of Marpius or the flutist sigil drawn in blood. Once again, a seal so that the author of this handiwork may be known. At 11:42, John Doe furtively strikes the Leatherneck brothers. Jackson takes a pickaxe hit to the thigh, snapping the femur, and is left debilitated. Oliver drags Jackson to the darkroom at
That's an
gunpoint
excellent
while performing
find.
a suboptimal
It will need
tourniquet.
my
We
personal
see glimpses of
evaluation.
this, a dimly lit hallway with the dark room open. Breathing lays into the mic as a shadowy figure stands in the doorway. Oliver Lebedev, time of death, 1207. As one of the brothers is standing in the darkroom, we see a silhouette attacked by the pickaxe. Again, the blood sigil is shown. We hear the gunshots once again as text says that Jackson Lebedev died at 12:16. And once more, the other seal, the triangle with the 3 circles, appears. This time in a bright blue. From here, hypnotic imagery appears again. Circles within squares, within octagons, spinning before us. And John Doe continues, "Oh, Martha, the sole reason I stand before you, narrating my tale, contributing to your futile pursuit of comprehensible truth, is to convey you his message. He calls you to the lake, your good friend beneath the veil. Visit the drowned city. Failure to heed his warning will bring the same fate. And few living folks you love, you will drown too." It's the slowly growing image of the fullness burned into the screen. Now, this is something interesting. See, up until this point, we've assumed that Martha's just here because of what happened to Ethan, right? She's become interested in stalking whatever's out here. But now it seems that Flutist has an interest in her, to the degree that after John Doe made these killings, the Flutist, speaking through him, simply told her to come to the lake. What is Martha? That she's so special? The image of the Flutist then fades into a body lying in the snow. And another image, this time of something breathing deeply in the corner. We look close, it appears to be the Flutist or some other spirit. Right before we come, open his arms. Something important to note here is when this creature opens his arms, he seems to have 6. This is very similar, even if not the exact same creature, to the Wendigo from the Starter 5. Perhaps this is a beast similar, or perhaps it's just a Flutist that can manipulate his form. After this, we get some help. John Doe laughing once again, and the song "The Boy with the Gun" begins to play. We then get an overhead shot of the police returning after the investigation. Finally, text says, "In defiance of John's alleged method of murder, bodies of Jackson and Oliver were found in contradictory conditions. Agents at the scene first
Imperial officer was trying to hide a relic down here.
Skin discoloration,
There was a cave-in.
bloating,
She
in
became
both
trapped and
bodies.
never
An
escaped.
autopsy analysis revealed pulmonary injury, insinuating that drowning was the cause of death. With that, part 2 ends. You see what I mean? Every time we start to get a grasp on something, something else is given to us. We hear the drowned city, and that's surprising at first, but then we think about it, and okay, everyone disappeared at the lake, and there's millions under it. Perhaps that means bodies. So sure, it all has something to do with the lake. But then we saw the gunshots in the beginning, and we saw the image of the pickaxe hitting the Lebedevs in their home. So then how did they drown? Sure, we can connect them going out there to something to do with the drowned city and the Flutist, but how did that relate to them being murdered in the dark room? How does Martha Astor connect to all of this? What did the Flutist want? Why did he want the Lebedevs dead? And of course, at the base of all of it, what happened to the 1,034 people of Oakburn? The series has so many fascinating ideas, and it does such a great job at conveying them. If you're like I am, then by this point you're hooked with the aesthetics, with the plot, with the storytelling elements, with the horror elements. I just love how well done the whole thing is, and hopefully you do too at this point. So without further ado, let's get into part 3. At the beginning of part 3, the black screen fades in to a light blue hue. The noises around us imply that we're underwater, looking up at the sun. For a moment, strange chants are heard at the same time before quickly we cut to the point of view, backseat, car sitting on the street of a foggy, empty town. The narration shows up again. The land remains still, cursed by a tragic silence for over 5 years. Old Oakburn, a village hidden between barren mountains and white woods, and its heart,
What is
depths
this?
of the lake. A single
Continue
road connects
excavating.
the village
I
to
want
its
rare
neighbor town,
artifacts, not
Tosevik.
useless
After 5
trinkets.
years of neglect and decrepitude, it has become treacherous, overgrown with weeds and twigs, the path barely visible amidst the snow. I'm here now. I'm home. Today, into those dark depths I must venture, and behold my secret.
There is something in
Very
there
root
I
my
can
curse.
open.
These waters go much deeper. From here we get our introductory Red Diamond Presents, and we see a view of old Oakburn, abandoned, caked in red. We're now outside of the car. The camera pushes in on the fog in front of us, before it cuts to our title card, Oakburn Opus 3. Again, just so much of the aesthetics of this series kill me. The Silent Hill-esque town, and then the bold letters, and presentation, and the demonic imagery, and the monsters and everything. This is so up my alley. Like sometimes I make videos about conspiracy theories, and sometimes videos about like unsolved cases and stuff. And sometimes I just find something I think is really cool, and I want to talk about it. Oakburn Opus is sick. We'll see soon that the narration we were just reading was that of Martha. At the end of part 2, Clueless, speaking through John Doe, told her to return. So now she is. And Martha is more connected to everything that's been happening than we've been led to believe. We're about to find out why now. In a couple brief flashes after the title card ends, we see images of snakes. Snakes cloaked in a red light. Still, we're told this is in 2002. Right before the Lebedev murders and around the time that Martha discovered the manuscript. Now we see text that is taken from Martha's audio journal. Suspiciously, it says that the audio journal was recovered in 2010. This again raises some more questions. If Martha was an investigator in 2002 and 2003, then why wasn't it found until 2010? For now, we get her perspective of what's happening. For now, all the evidence collected from the 1997 phenomenon is abstract, frantic, ambiguous, and reveals the arcane nature of the case. Manuscript findings, diaries, newspaper entries, and cassette tape depicting the magnum opus. In some of these samples, one notices a strange constant. I believe to have found a promising clue, a line of investigation that will lead me to the truth. After this, we see an image of the flutist. This image seems to be a picture that was taken sometime far in the past, the face of which has been burned out. Martha continues, or perhaps condemning the most horrible adversity, a monolith, raised in the woods that surround the lake. On its surface, etched is the oft-mentioned sigil, the sigil of Marv Pias. All of that lines up so far with what we've already established. Marv Pias, the spirit, or the entity, or the demon, or whatever you want to call it, identifies itself by the sigil, and Martha seems to have gotten far. Crumbling, covered in moss, and stained with moisture. The stone, however, reveals a more intriguing nature when analyzed in depth. I found it possible to deduce the monolith's true purpose. The tombstone. Before the monolith, we're likely to find the entrance of the tomb. Which this is an interesting clue. We've been shown the monolith since part 1. Now we're told there might be something under it. I also want to point out, and again this is just hyping up how cool some of the visuals are in the series, how well the image works as the text is being displayed. Because we understand the drowned city, we understand there's something at the bottom of the lake. So the visual we get as Martha is driving to Old Oakburn is the car driving towards the bottom of the screen from a top-down perspective. But as the car is driving to the bottom of the screen, there are bubbles floating from the bottom to the top of the screen. So while we're literally seeing a car driving on a road, it gives the impression of the car traveling underwater. Or in other words, it's indicative of Martha traveling to the drowned city beneath the lake. Again, just little touches like that add so much. Get more text. This time the camera switches to a rear view of the car, where only illumination is the car's red taillights. Fittingly, red text appears now. Now earlier I said red text typically denotes something that has to do with the flutist, and here Martha's continuing to speak, so it seems I would be wrong again. Unless I'm secretly right again, and Martha's connected to the flutist in some way. I will be conducting a solo expedition. I here now ask the department to allow the investigation to be conducted by me and me alone. My roots are here. Our mark share the same curse. The sepulchral depths are mine to explore. For those who may inadvertently stumble upon these discoveries, stay away. Here there are destinies greater than death. And as she says this, the other sigil, the triangle with 9 circles, begins to flash over the car. And also, I mean, once again, just look at this. I mean, it's so good. We're going from the drowned underwater city to on land and the flipping and the stuff. Camera traces through the woods as Martha finds the tombstone. And sure enough, she was right. there's a doorway beneath it. Snake flashes for an instant before we are shown segment 1, titled Necropolis, or in other words, the City of the Dead. So if the drowned city is beneath the lake, then in this forest next to the lake, the doorway down connects to it, or at least connects to something related to the drowned city. John Doe described the millions that are housed down there. Perhaps this is the necropolis that Martha's stepping into now. Martha steps down into this cave and her narration continues. Upon prying open the tomb's entrance, it revealed a vertical descent of absolute darkness, a pit that reached the depths of the earth, and from said pit, a horrible smell. Putrid, rotten miasma rushed to the surface. Despite the unbearable exhaltations, I pressed forth and began the descent. As she does, we see the door behind her shut. However far she's come, there's no turning back now. Martha continues through this rotting, stinking hole. As she does, we see that the ceilings, walls, floors are covered in triangle imagery. Geometry whose importance has been made evident at this point. Whatever's down here, it's something far older than old oak. As Martha presses forward, she says, black moss covered the walls, forever damp. The smell of fish fetuses, putrid scales, disappearing into ossuaries.
Cal, we've got a Walker firing on us, and our weapons are down. Is that him? Tell him he better get his butt.
Our sigils
Hold on, I'm on my way.
That last sentence is interesting. What is she
waiting?
Our
Some meds for you,
sigils
one.
burn in proximity. Does
Need
she
a stim?
need towns? Does she need Plutus? How would she know if they're burning? How does she know so much about these sigils in the first place? She continues, plunging abyss of the mortuary, dragged through the secrets long forgotten. The disrupted knowledge, better left unseen, a terrible familiarity. Repressed memories of times of wrath afflicted me in short flashes. And the terrible burden, this obsession, being dragged to things occult. Ethan, is this how you felt? This is the first time Martha has made any mention of Ethan, and here it's fitting. She is in the depths of whatever this nature is, whatever these creatures, whatever this world truly is. And she's compelled to go deeper in spite of the fear, in spite of the horribleness of what she's stepping into. Much like how Ethan, for some reason, had to stay for the circles. She continues forward, occasionally passing suspicious marks on the ground that seem to be blood, perhaps the remnants of someone or some ritual. Eventually she stops, and it seems someone is standing at the end of the hallway. This thing speaks to her and says, "Behold my necropolis." The sigil of the flutist flashes, and he is standing before her. The walls around her now baked in a glowing red, same red the sigil burns with, and surrounding them are the screams of the damned. Skulls, heat, and fire seem to emanate around them. This necropolis, this city, seems little more than hell. The physical realm, the realm of the rotting bodies that Martha was in earlier, seems to have faded away for its true nature, damnation of souls lost to the flutist. Martha comes to a door. When she's at the door, eyes and walls glare back at her. On the door itself seems to be a massive, still beating heart. The only thing to be found here is suffering. Martha steps through the door and then sees windows that appear to look out into the bottom of the lake. In front of the window is a sort of tabernacle. The tabernacle itself having the inscription of the deer, and on it a crest of gold, stamped the sigil of Martha. Martha reads it, and we're presented with evidence for the first book with the lady in the series. First image we see shows us the sigil of Marpheus once again. This time a sort of hidden geometry within it is made more known. Circles within the points, triangles, and angles drawn amidst them. More elaborate and detailed name than that we are normally familiar with. As we look at the first page of the book, we see this. Marpheus begins to rise from the water as he speaks long after the wrath of times, when the serpents can no longer hiss. The drowned artist, Marpheus, rises. As Marpheus stands, we get our first good look at him. The horns and the goat-like ears we've come to expect thus far. However, his mouth and his low-set eyes seem to be of something different, perhaps some other animalistic amalgamation. His body seems to be covered with coarse hair, and his feet are often hoofs. The book continues as the sigil is seen, risen from the pungent water, carrying the darkness of those eldritch depths. Throughout this section, several Latin words will appear. I'm going to say the Latin word and then its translation. Here it says tenebra aeternae, which means eternal darkness. Burning
Got an enemy below. I understand.
Get in there! Servant to a certain viper's sin.
Help!
Dies array or betrayed.
Don't stand still.
Price was paid. His kin spared from the gloom of the lake, and now his flesh is born of blood. The images of snakes are shown to us once more. The text continues. Rise, call from beyond the veil, roaming the last way. Face the fire, a tomb, or your sin. His way. Marv Pias descended the mountain's height, forever white and glamorous, seeking the land of light, the city of snow where once two miracles were born from divine glow.
All right, thank
People
you.
of the city, with lurid orange sunrise, would assume regret their pity. For the wind hid fangs and mobbed the drowned city over, under his arcane chance. To swallow the accursed soil, roar the fire from 9 circles, and let the water boil. He will drown them ad tenebris, or to darkness. Into the drowned city, the gloom of the lake, forever
that was it.
Acropolis. And with that, segment 1 ends, we head into segment 2. Reunion. So, that was a lot of info. That gives us a whole lot to work with. I'm going to save most of it for after we have covered the videos in the series, because this will make more sense once we have Marv Pias Book 1. From what we've seen so far, there was a bargain made and Marv Pias arose, gathering more people into this drowned city. It can be inferred up until this point that Marv Pias and the forces at play here are far older than the town. And that's made evident by some of the stuff here that seems to be in far history. When the serpent's fangs were cooled, how there were 2 miracles born from this land. And that's also seen in some of the imagery we saw in the background while the text was being read. There were depictions of flute players, artists, and most notably, of the Pied Piper, a medieval German legend of a flute player who arrives to town and takes all the children with him. Something that obviously has some connection to Oakburn's magnum opus. Again, we'll talk about a lot of what we just read later, but for now, we're into the reunion. I mean, segment 1 was the necropolis, and we saw that for the hell it was. So if we're about to get into a reunion, what's it a reunion of? What 2 things are coming back together? It's been upon for some time. Also noticed here with segment 2 being called reunion and getting that gray text with the line that drops off. I mentioned earlier how similar this is to Alan Wake, but it is really similar to Alan Wake 2, down to elements of another world or the dark place emanating from beneath the lake within the town, things coming out of this place to lure people into it. That's not a diss to this series saying it just took it from Alan Wake. I just like both series. We're then taken back to Martha's perspective reading the book. He's on the last page of the series of poems we read. Once again, we can see Marv Pias, the sigil, and the serpent. The serpent that's been alluded to a few points up until now, or the biker's sin is mentioned in the poem, one we haven't seen yet, but we will in a moment. For now, Martha comes across something much more alarming, as the next page of the book says her name, and around her name is the sigil of the triangle and the 9 circles. Then the book speaks to her directly. When you behold me, turn to me. I shall hear the serpent bite through the brother's mouth. Martha then looks up from the book, begins to turn away, which, I have to say, first time I watched this, absolutely terrifying. See all that to know how powerful Marv Pias is, to know that there is an entity greater than him called the Serpent. With all the questions we have to see the book speak to her and then say, turn around, behold me, and the Serpent speak through the brother's mouth. I'm going to pause again right here to say, if you have not watched this series for yourself, do not let me ruin moments like this for you. Go to the link in the description, watch the channel, and then come back, because it is not worth losing moments like these that seem so far, so few nowadays. Stories like this are really going to save it. Martha turns and looks through the catacombs. Darkness awaits her there. Something else. Shapes begin to mirror themselves out of the center of her image. Shapes of scales and something ancient, until she sees a scaly hand standing in the darkness. Martha looks, and for a brief moment, we see Marv Pias as he truly is. Not covered in hair and fur as we might have seen thus far, but instead covered in scales. His arms and torso look like that of a snake's, his head
Another.
looks like that of a fish.
Nice work
He's
out
not
there,
just
kid.
some
Hey,
satyr
you got some
creature
real
of old
moves on
folklore.
you.
He's forever been a disciple.
Just tell me that this visit
drowned
wasn't
too.
for nothing.
I love this
I found the
reveal.
tomb
Through
of
all
the
the
Zepho
imagery
sage.
we've seen of the flutist
They
thus
definitely
far,
use the Force.
he looks like a
An
goat
advanced
man.
civilization
Something
of Force
covered in
wielders
fur,
who
standing in
mysteriously
darkness,
vanished.
typical
No
of
wonder
like
Master Cordova became
satyr
so obsessed
or
with them.
minotaur
What else did you
imagery.
find?
But when
Before
we
they
see his
disappeared,
true
the Zepho
form,
journeyed
he's
to the
forever
planet
been
Kashyyyk.
something tied to the drowned city.
Cordova had a
Something
Wookiee
cursed
friend
with
named Tarkin.
scales and
Maybe we
features
can find
of
him.
fish. Whatever this viper
Things are
is,
really
he's been
bad down there.
transformed
The
into
Empire's
its form.
muscling
Rather
in
than
on
a
those
beast of
Wookiees
power
big
invoking
time.
satanic
Better get ready for a
imagery,
fight.
this seems to be more of a curse. It seems that he's trapped in this form as much as he traps others in the drowned city. And from here,
I think this
Mark Pierce
lifestyle
speaks
suits
to
you.
her. And here you
Fighting
are,
that walker
trapped
seems to have made
within
you
my
more
shadow.
confident.
Fear not. Contain
So,
your shivers.
How are you
For there are
holding up?
horrors beyond my rock.
And with the Force?
Our bane,
Yes, with the Force.
our sigils.
I know you said it could
our
be
blood,
overwhelming.
roots,
Haven't gotten
our
myself
shimmer.
killed yet.
As Martha's sigil
Rather not talk
flashes,
about it.
the sigil in Martha's eye
well,
flashes as well.
I understand.
And she finishes his thought. An
More than you
eternal
realize.
thought. Martha's continues.
Why'd you choose to
Shall
stop
us
using the
recall
Force?
those times? Or have you grown to abhor your very nature?
When the purge started,
Your of the sentence
and our
quickly changing to our
Clone troops turned
very
against
nature.
us. My Padawan and I
Martha
took
says,
several younglings and we
like
went into
Earth
hiding.
itself,
But
Marcus
we didn't last
continues.
long.
Those wrathful days.
Imperial
as I
Patrol was
held
about to
your
discover our
lifeless
location,
corpse
so
in that lake,
I tried to
knew
lure them away from
was
my
far
Padawan
beyond.
Trilla.
I contested death
She
itself.
stayed behind with the
welcomed
younglings.
a vile force to bathe this land
caught me.
blasphemy, damned me to those depths.
And they
Martha
tortured me.
says, to choke for eons.
wanted to know about the
Martha
others and
says, a fragment
how many were
of
left, but mostly they wanted
I
to know
reside
about
within. The text from the book appears once
Cordova.
again. It says, "Thou shalt hear
And
the
where he
serpent
went
utter
to
through thy
escape.
brother's mouth." As a serpent appears
It
on
was a prison
screen.
riot.
It seems after this,
saw my
we see
opportunity and
just
I
that,
took it.
as the serpent speaks through Marv P.S. And my dead throat shall cast
almost
upon
broke
this
me.
earth the fires of 9 circles,
And I am not
to
the
the
same
land that
as I
plunged
was,
me into
Cal.
darkest pits, to blazing marble,
Padawan.
to the drowned city so below. And
Did she
those who
survive?
skin the lungs of mine will scream into the void for eons
No.
far beyond. The name of that beast,
Are you fucking nuts?
That's why we can't give up.
Marv P.S.
We can't let the sacrifice of
Images
those
of the
closest to
series
us
flash before us. The flutist on the
be for
lake
nothing.
shore. 1,034 disappeared. And right now, you probably have a lot of questions. How is Marv P.S. or the flutist or whatever he is,
Please,
Martha's
I'm
brother?
trying to
How does
collect my
Martha know
thoughts.
about this in the first place? What do the sigils mean? Well, it seems through the rest of the book we get some clarification on that right now. Martha Ludolph, born 1852. Matthias Ludolph, born 1852, died 1897. Oakburn, established 1897. Its motto being Dies Irae, or Day of Wrath. Its logo being that of a serpent. Martha Astor's a Tosevic Police Department badge, and a depiction of the Pied Piper, overlaid, of course, with the flutist sigil. Martha Astor's findings were recovered in mid-2010 and remain classified until 2024. The material shows a direct connection between the detective and old Oakburn's flutist, while also creating doubt on Astor's true identity. And with that, part 3 ends. So all of that is a lot. Let's start with the most important revelation we got at the end. Martha and her brother Madhouse were twins born in 1852. Madhouse died in 1897, but Martha didn't. Martha has been alive for over 150 years. She is just as much a part of what is happening as Marv P.S., as the flutist, as the serpent, as anyone else. We know that the sigil of the 9 triangles in the circle is the flutist, or as we know now, Madhouse, and the sigil of the triangle with the 9 circles around it is Martha's. Martha has her own sigil. That's what she meant by the closer she got, their sigils began to burn together. She knew
This is a better
that
gardener
she
than
was
I thought.
returning to her brother, but how is her brother the flutist? Well, a lot of this will be explained
Yeah,
once
you
we
and
see the
me,
Book of Marv
we're
P.S. part
unstoppable
1. But what we know for now
Don't you
is that
think,
according
kid,
to
huh?
her brother, when
Managing
they were speaking
Greaves,
there at the
every
end,
time,
he at
perfect
one point
landing.
held Martha's
You could
lifeless
say
body.
that.
It seems that
Ever
she
piloted a ship
drowned in the
before?
lake. So
No,
he made a
mostly just
deal with
scrapper
these
transports and
supernatural,
Braca.
unspeakable
Oh,
powers
kid,
that be
you gotta
to
get in
bring
the
her back
cockpit
to contend
sometime.
with death.
Feel
as
the
he said.
controls in
It
your
seems
hands
that whatever
and the
deal
galaxy
he made
in your
worked,
grasp.
as he was
Oh,
able to
it's
trade his life for
unbelievable.
hers
Sounds
His
good.
death
Let me
has
know when.
never found her again.
No,
She
not
seems to have
mine.
been made
Not the
immortal
Manus,
or
no
at
way.
least
I'm just
ageless
saying you should
from
try
the
it
time this
sometime.
drowning took
But
place, when
with
she would have
someone
been
else's
45 years old. When Madhouse made
up,
this
Grease?
bargain, he was
Remember that scout
transformed
walker you
into the
took down?
Flutist, a monster
The ATST?
made to bring more
Yeah.
down to
You
this
got up close and
necropolis,
personal,
down
right?
to this drowned
No.
city.
What are you
His
getting at,
form
Grease?
grotesque and
How's about
rotted,
you
as we saw
liberate
and he
one of those
described.
things from
It
the
seems that
Empire,
the town of
and I
Oakburn
take it for a
itself was
spin?
established in this moment.
You gonna help
Always
me out next
intended
time
to
we're
be
in
a
a fight?
playground for these
What?
powers that be.
No,
Established
no
on
way.
the Dies Array,
It's always
or the
fighting
Day of
with you.
Wrath.
Yeah,
It seems that
forget
this
I said
power that made
anything.
Madhouse, or this entity he bargained
worrying
with,
you?
is the serpent or the viper.
There's a lot
There
of
was a
things that
time in
bother me.
days past
The
as
Empire,
described when the viper
deadly
was
creatures,
violent. That
poorly
age
cooked
has
burrow
since
fish.
left.
But
Now
when
the
I'm in my
flutist is
ship,
made to go out
it's
into the
all
world and
breezy
entice
breezy.
more to come to the
Good to
lake.
know.
I don't know how
We got
much
a lot more
control
flying ahead of
Martha's
us.
brother has
Right.
in this, and
No need to
frankly,
keep
I don't know
reminding
if
me,
he is now Marv Pias or
Can I have a
Marv
moment
Pias
with
is
my
just
ship?
the entity that lives in him. Madhouse could just be a vessel for this creature. Marv Pias could also be the name of the serpent, this greater thing that made Madhouse into what he is. It wouldn't break the continuity. When John Doe killed the Lebedev brothers, he said that the
Cordova
entity
had
gave its
supplies
true
hidden all
name,
over Vagano.
Marv Pias. Flutist
Could be
himself
worth a
may
trip
be a
back to
victim.
explore.
Madhouse may act on these things after he traded his life for his sister's. Or perhaps he's become corrupted as well, content to take on his role as the persecutor. As he says to Martha almost accusingly, "Have you grown to hate our very nature?" Perhaps he's right where they want to be. I mean, when she drowned, he knew in some
think
way
any
to
Jedi will
speak to
come
these
out of
entities
hiding?
to bring her back.
What
Perhaps he
makes
knew
you think
exactly
there
what
are
he was
Jedi
getting into
hiding?
all along.
No,
We also get that mention again at the end that
Is there
Martha's
someone
findings weren't
specific you're
found until
thinking of?
mid-2010.
Well, growing
This
up,
was
we
in
heard tales of a
2002,
green,
and we know
20-yeared
that after
legendary
this,
Jedi
she went to
master.
investigate the
Are you
Lebedev
talking
murders.
about Master
So she
Yoda?
didn't disappear
Yes,
here when she
he
went to the
is very
necropolis.
legendary.
If the end
Wait,
visuals
what?
we
No,
see
I'm
where
talking
we're
about Master
backtracking
Yoda.
out of it are any
The Jedi
indication,
High
after she
Council member?
spoke to her
Yeah.
brother, she
We all
left.
have our dreams,
So why then were her
okay?
findings
Let me
not
have
found
mine.
until mid-2010? And
No
then, as
problem.
it says, why were they classified until 2024? It seems whoever's
So now, kid,
documenting
it's
this,
time to
perhaps the
land.
police station or some other investigator, is seeing what we have seen and is beginning to doubt Martha's true identity. During this ending, we also hear the song Death Song by Robbie Basho begin to play. The song is about someone who is ready to meet death and is embracing it almost as a comfort. As a matter of fact, the description for this video that reads, "Towards the midnight sun, I am riding home," is lyrics from the Death Song. With the last song that was used, The Boy with the Gun, I said that would turn out to be indicative of the flutist. And now we start to see how that makes sense. The Boy with the
making
Gun
good
is about
progress,
someone who's hateful, who despises life, and wants others to suffer because of how they have suffered. And now with everything we've seen with Madhouse up until this point, that makes sense. He committed himself over to this being, became a monstrous figure, and is dragging others
This is the
to
same
drown
kind of
city.
sphere and
So if
socket
that
from Zephyr.
song was
do you think
indicative
it does?
of the flutist, then perhaps this song, the Death Song, could be indicative of Martha. It's a song about someone who is waiting for death and wants it to come for them. Perhaps Martha, seeing what happened to her husband Ethan, a husband who probably had no idea of how long Martha's been alive or of her true nature. And then all the other death and destruction that's happened around her. I mean, she became an investigator seemingly to try to stop this from happening. Perhaps she's ready to end it all, even if that means herself, even if that means her immortality. All of these are questions we'll ask ourselves more of and elaborate more on after our last video. Now there's technically 2 videos on the channel before this. There's another VHS tale. This one is called The Wasp Nest, and it's a really cool little horror project that again is expertly done with its visuals and its storytelling and its pacing. It's about an MK Ultra experiment where the government is trying to convince people to effectively act as mindless drones for a wasp and wasp nest. And they do it using a flower that only blooms once every 38 years. It seems to have psychoactive properties. And it's a really cool video you should go check out for yourself. But as far as I can tell, it doesn't have a connection to the greater Oakburn Opus story. The Starving Five and the Circles did because of the connections we talked about earlier and the fact they're in the same region. But I'm not going to cover a wasp nest just to not bog down the pacing of the current storyline we're chasing. However, I highly recommend you check it out. I will have it linked as its own video in the description. Because I mean, you got to save something for yourself, even if you get the whole Oakburn Opus storyline spoiled for you. This video, you can at least go watch his cool MK Ultra horror story. Then after that, there's a trailer for Oakburn Opus, which we'll talk about in a bit. So for now, let's get to what is at this point the most recent upload on the Red Diamond channel, Oakburn Opus Lies. See, this one breaks the part 1, 2, and 3 convention because it's almost a sort of breakaway story. It of course ties into the Oakburn Opus narrative, but it tracks something we haven't really thought about yet. What became of some of the people affected by the 1997 disappearance? And how do they connect to what we've seen so far? Well, we're about to find out right now. Lies opens with the screen fading in, once again wind instruments can be heard. You see what appears to be 2 tombstones in the bare terrain. And once again, red text appears. What do you wager? Am I win him yet? If you give me your permission first, I'll lead him gently on the road I set. Again, this is red text, and it seems to be a conversation perhaps between Marv P.S. and the Serpent, or some other supernatural entity, wagering that he can lead someone down his path. It also invokes musings of the biblical story of Job. And the devil went to God and asked for God's permission to torment Job because he believed Job would turn towards him, the devil. It's not a direct one-to-one, but the phrasing seemed reminiscent. After this, we're shown the inside of someone's home. Someone who, it seems, is investigating the disappearance at Lake Oakburn. And we see that they're on the right track. Not only do they have the sigils of both the flutist and Martha, but they have images of the Pied Piper as well as several runes. The circle, 2 inverted triangles, and a line. And on the center of the desk in front of this is a gun. Whoever this is receiving a phone call from Martha. The other artifacts around the phone paint a disturbing picture. He has 2 discounts for funeral services, as well as a gun with 1 bullet. We then see a transcript of the message that Martha left this person. The cassette tape says this was recorded in December of 2003. That should set off some bells because that is the same time as the Lebedev murders. And also,
Never thought I'd be so happy to see you
visited Drowned City. It seems that the person who's really just saw it and Martha is trying to call is named Carter. As Martha says, Carter, listen to me. You're making a mistake. Intersplice shots of a car driving to Lake Oakburn tells us that Martha was probably calling this person to keep them from going there. She continues. Talk to me. Don't you dare turn away. Don't you dare listen to him. I told you I'm working on it. For God's sakes, Carter, answer the phone. Just where the hell are you? What the hell were you thinking with that message? Stay away, Anthony, please. Don't follow the melody. And as Anthony Carter continues to Lake Oakburn, we get our title card once again for Oakburn Opus, Lies. So it seems that despite Martha's protest, Carter is traveling back to Lake Oakburn for some reason. If that was his house we saw, he's been obsessed with this case for some time. But now he's seemingly following him and the melody, which we can assume to be the flutist. If that's the case, in the conversation we saw at the beginning, it's likely between the flutist and perhaps the serpent asking permission to lure Carter in. Taking to part 1, Call on the Wind. This takes us back and shows us how Carter got here in the first place. You see a series of messages that Carter's received. 1997, I'm deeply sorry for your loss. Such a terrible thing. My deepest condolences, Carter. Thoughts are with you during this difficult time. In 2000, and what an endless grief have their departure caused. I shall pray for you. I'll pray for us and all the lost. 2001, where have you been, man? We often talk about you. Left your office intact, you know, when you decide to come back. And in 2002, time heals all wounds, Anthony. You gotta hold on tight. Which, to these condolences, we seemingly get Anthony's response when he says on December 3rd, 2003, time didn't heal a thing. As he says this, we can also hear the audio of a revolver cylinder spinning. Now, the first time I saw this, I thought this was a cool, like, tough guy moment where he's decided he's gonna go back to Oakburn and kill whatever's responsible for this. But then as the next few scenes continue, we keep hearing the cylinder spin and the trigger get pulled a single time before it spins again. And that, in combination with the 1 bullet we saw on the desk, tells us that Anthony is playing Russian roulette. What I initially thought was a cool, good guy who's gonna go hunt down the monster was actually something very depressing, and I completely missed the vibe. We see a series of the tombstones we saw earlier on a hillside. Text tells us again that all 1,043 residents of Old Oakburn disappeared overnight. In hope of ever finding them withered, the people built cenotaphs, stone memorials raised in the mountains. As their names disappear from our conversations, another monolith is built in their memory. Today, there are 900 cenotaphs, and we see the 2 from the intro once again. As Anthony tells us, yesterday, 2 more were built. See, Anthony lost his wife, Catherine, and his daughter, Ashley, in the disappearance. He wasn't in Oakburn when the disappearance took place, and for the past 6 years, he has suffered with the guilt that he couldn't keep his family safe. And whatever tragic thing happened to them happened without him. All this is being said as the revolver cylinder spins. Anthony says as time moved on, people moved on, and hope faded, but he can't let it go. He says we all felt the wind shift uncannily that night, and we all dreamt those symbols. Something took them. Call on the wind. I fear my strength is failing. I will never stand in those empty graves again. Confirming my idea earlier that the bargain was in reference to Anthony, the mourning father, the serpent appears on screen and the red text appears again. See the Father. He grieves and withers. His mind a fiery sun. As he seeks, a spirit of death thunders draw close. The shadow halts at the door. Sure enough, as Anthony pulls an empty trigger once again, this time a heavy knock falls on the door. As he glances towards the door, a shadow moves away, and he finds a box left on the front step. This seems to be the first step in whatever is trying to lure him back to the lake. Inside was a VHS tape, an upright triangle drawn on it, and a letter with no signature other than an 8-pointed star on its front. Interestingly, on the table, along with the stuff he just received, Anthony also has a copy of Faust. Faust being the famous play about a man who made a deal with the devil, something that in Anthony's
81?
investigation, he might have
making
tied
sure he's still there.
Morpheus, as would be fitting because as we know now, Madhouse gave his soul for the life of his sister. Even if Anthony doesn't know the true nature of that yet, he's starting to catch on. The letter reads as follows: I am part of that power which eternally wills evil and eternally works good. Death is a guest whose visit is never fully celebrated. My gift, a piece of me, to show you what no man has seen. Beneath it,
ancient burial site.
Seal. So, to see this supposed gift, Anthony plays the tape. The tape opens with shapes spinning in the same way Martha saw shapes when she went down into the drowned city. Here, however, the circles and octagons are removed, and we now just have squares, at least initially, until the red circles begin to emanate from their center, fading and obscuring as if we are looking into water. The first thing we see is the Ludolf family banner. Family banners were used in old times to indicate aspects or sigils or signs or memorabilia of a family. And we know the Ludolfs to be the true last name of Madhouse and Martha. We know thus far the Madhouse, or the flutist, is indicated by an upside-down triangle, and Martha is depicted by an upright triangle. Now on the banner we see on the left side, the upside-down triangle shows once again the Pied Piper, and the upright triangle on the right shows justice, the visage of the blind woman holding the scales. This is further confirmed by in the middle of the image, we see both of their respective sigils. And this tracks with everything we've seen thus far. It's fitting that Martha would be represented by justice, since she seems to be doing everything she's doing now to make this right, or to stop whatever powers are at hand that led to the disappearance of these people. But there's some other things we see on this banner as well. For one, near the top of the image, we see a serpent. At the bottom, we see two wolves. The serpent's likely indicative of the Viper, the thing that led them down this path, or at least gave Madhouse's power in the first place, and the two wolves could be representative of the two twins. However, at the top of the image, at the Ludolf name, we see an upside-down triangle with a line through it. We'll talk about what that might mean later. But for now, it seems the flutist is giving Harlow all of the things he's been searching for. We know from the drawings on the pinboard he was trying to connect the dots between what the sigils mean, what all these connections could be. Now the flutist, in order to lure him in, is giving him just that. So from the next slide, we see that this tape is the Book of Morpheus 1, a statement by Professor Fyodor Petrov Lebedev in Lower Saxony in 1864. Now this is interesting for a lot of reasons. For one, we're about to see the first Book of Morpheus. It'll give us more context to the history of all this. But also, it seems to be put together by Professor Lebedev. The same last name as Alex Lebedev, who again was killed in the Starving Five, and the two Lebedev murders seem to be a focal point for a lot of the things we're witnessing. It also says this was recorded in Lower Saxony.
He hoped someone would pick up his trail, but left BD1 to guide them.
The Ludolf name is Germanic, so it's likely when this was recorded, it was by someone who knew the Ludolfs, and the twins would have been 12 years old. So with that, let's look at the first Book of Morpheus. See a woman sitting in a chair with an upside-down triangle and a line through it on her back. This is the same image we saw at the top of the Ludolf banner earlier. Text says, a grieving parent is most conducive
This hill
cosmic
belonged to
forces.
Cordova.
This is also
Feels weird to
ironically
someone I've never
targeted
met,
at
but
Carter himself,
kinda
as he
comforting.
is a grieving parent who is about to
I
give
agree.
way to cosmic
This place is
forces
special.
because of his grief. We then see a strange depiction
added his
what
hill to
appears to be
I wanna
Marvius
keep
or
a
some
piece of him
horned
with us.
creature fighting a skeleton,
Finally,
representation of death as a viper watches. And thus she bargained with the keen serpent, should her redeem her motherhood on the shores of the Weser River. The Weser River is in North Germany, and it seems this woman made a deal with the serpent in order to save her children, a deal that was made on the shore of the river. And the water turned crimson as the blood of our children sunk below. The covenant was fulfilled, and raised were the object of our grief, twins. And we see two children, a boy and a girl, represented by an upright triangle and an upside down triangle. And then once again, if it isn't clear enough, we see the visage of the Pied Piper and justice attributed to the sigils of Madhouse and Martha. This tells us that it's likely the fate of the twins was sealed far before they had any say in it. It seems the two of them drowned in the river, and their mother, perhaps a witch or just familiar with dark rituals, made a deal. She bargained with the serpent so that her children may be brought back. But the text continues and says, "Yet the compact commands the sorcerer's willingness. The bargain commands veneration. Contrarily, the viper won't sink its teeth." So because the sorcerer or the mother or the witch made this deal with the serpent, she pledged her allegiance to it. Much like how many years later, Madhouse would do the same when his sister died in a lake once again. Either Martha's quite clumsy around water, or the serpent has used her life to trick the Ludolf family for his purposes time and time again. The book says, symbols speak the language of our faiths, and we're given some clarification to several of the shapes we've seen thus far. The circle, representing the cycle and the obsession, the triangle, representing fire, the inverted triangle, representing water, and the line, representing the bond. Now, this symbolism of the triangles representing elements isn't unique to the series. It's popular within occultism for 4 different variations of the triangle to represent the 4 elements. Upright being fire, inverted being water, as seen here. But upright with a line through it represents air, and inverted with a line through it represents earth. Keep in mind, inverted with a line through it is the same thing we saw on their mother, as well as at the top of the family banner. This symbolism is something that gets used in everything from occultism to alchemy to things like Wiccan practices in the West. The unity of the elements often being represented by a pentagram or a 6-sided star. You may already be drawing some conclusions. Madhouse's symbol is water 9 times within a circle that represents cycle or obsession, and Martha's is the symbol of fire connected by the bond to 9 circles. Again, a symbol of cycle or obsession. We'll talk about this more later, but what's happening here literally, again, is Carter is given his answers. The video continues. In their covenant, the serpent would grant power to those who venerate it. Power to defy death. Power to reunite life and death. One can only speculate about the sorcerer's mental state. But as for the Ludolf, with all due respect, I wish to refrain from discussing her personal tragedies. Truth is, the serpent is alluring. Elixir vitae, oozing from the viper's fangs. Elixir vitae is Latin for the elixir of life. This confirms for us that the Lebedev, the professor who wrote this original text, knew the Ludolf twins and knew the mother who lost them and made the deal with the serpent, saying that he doesn't want to discuss her personal tragedies and defending her by saying the viper's offer is alluring. I mean, the serpent has the power to give life. What kind of grieving parent wouldn't want that? Which is the exact reason the flutist is showing Carter this now. And then seemingly, Marv P.S. speaks to Carter directly. She cries your name every night, the little one. Come to the lake. Here my forces lay strong. Should you wish to dry her tears, the sigil is key. You know which one. As an inverted red triangle emanates behind the text. From here, the tape ends, and Carter's decision's pretty clear. He was told from this tape that the serpent has the power to give life, and now he's told that his daughter cries his name at night, crying for him. I mean, a man who is about to take his own life because he couldn't live without her? What else is he gonna do? So we then hear a voicemail that Carter left for Martha, the same voicemail she referenced at the beginning of this video. In his message to Martha, who Martha was the lead investigator working the case, Carter says, "Martha, I'm tired. I know you try. We all know how good you are at finding people. But to me, your words just don't have any meaning anymore. You say you'll fix things, look away and frown, and with a cold stare you return to the same old condolences. Is there really anything inside you? Behind that husk, I found the damn solution. Or maybe the solution found me. Doesn't matter. Don't worry about lying anymore. I know those symbols have great power. Fix it myself. I'll save my family." To which Carter leaves for Old Oakburn, and Martha replies with the message we heard at the beginning of Lies. Fittingly, a depiction of the Piper is shown once again as Carter drives to Oakburn. We see how more and more cenotaphs are added to the countryside as more and more people lose hope. Then amongst them, on the hillside, Marv Pia stands, waiting as new disciple of Carter. We see pictures of Anthony and his wife depicted as two swans, deeply in love, and then their daughter, Ashley. Marv Pia continues to speak. Journey home, and
it was
all
after
the
boggling
black
eggs in the
stones
pack
turned
pot
to
back.
him. Grimace in each, and a judging stare. We see more artifacts of the disappearance, a newspaper from after the disappearance, an IPD missing persons poster, which, yeah, sure, it shows Catherine and Ashley, which is the point, but if we look to the left, we see that someone named Melissa Bime doesn't have a face. I guess you could say the exposure was too high that it blurred out her face, but if you look at that image, to me, she doesn't have a face. I don't know what that means or what to do with that, but that's weird. If I had a nickel for every time I was covering an internet horror story and someone in the background of an image didn't have a face and it was never explained, I would have 2 nickels. The other time that happened was during the Monument Mythos. You're welcome for not making you try to find it. Anthony drives back to his old home, a home he likely hasn't been to since his wife and daughter disappeared. The house is in disrepair. Windows are broken.
This is really gonna help us.
Pickaxe, front yard. We're now taken to part 2, titled Blue Crystal Fire. Blue Crystal Fire is the title of another song by Robbie Basho, the same singer who sung the song in the last Oakburn Opus video, and this song appears at the end of this video. The song is about someone wanting to be reunited with their lover who will wipe their tears away. So now that Marv PS has effectively made Carter want to have what he's offering, he's now about to offer him the thing that will damn him. Carter walks through the empty and dark house all the way to his daughter's room. When he gets to her room, the door opens on its own. Carved into the door itself is an upright triangle. Carter says that all of her things stood still, perfect to memory. It seems that Ashley was an artist, drawing pictures of ladies and swans. He looks down at her desk, and while the main thing we see is a journal with the swan in front of it, I also want to point out the wolf plushie to the left. For one, the wolf symbols come up a couple of times. On the Ludolf family banner, there were 2 wolves shown at the base of it, possibly representing the twins, and John Doe described Marv-Pius as lichen-shaped, or wolf-shaped. But on a sweeter note, or more tragic note, I want to point out that the wolf plushie we see here is the same plushie next to Carter's television when he was watching the tape earlier, meaning that one of the only memorabilias of his daughter that he had with him was the matching wolf plushie. Perhaps the plushie he gifted her one year as a father and daughter thing. Her plushie now sitting on the desk watching him as he opens her notebook. The next segment of the video beamed from that same notebook, or Ashley's diary, taken October 1997. From the 3rd to the 7th of October, we hear about events that we've heard some depiction of up until now, but this time with Ashley's illustrations and perspective. Cold and foggy morning. The wind blew softly as an outsider stumbled upon our gates. Hunched and cloaked, he came towards us deeply injured. Our people took him in, treated his nasty wounds, and offered him refuge. He is tall.
Not a fan of nature, Grease?
Only behind glass. Otherwise, nature's not a fan of me. I mean, I may have 4 arms, but if you haven't noticed, I'm basically bite-sized for most deadly creatures.
So we gathered around the fire,
So you and
they all
Sierra have been here a few
danced from night
times?
to morning.
Oh,
and
we've
from
been all
morning
over
to
the
night.
place. Non-stop
Sometimes
tour of the
tall
galaxy
figure
with
danced
her.
too. In these illustrations, we see everything from the townsfolk gathered around to
hiding on a
scrapyard
scrapyard for
dancing around him.
Oh, that I can
Some
agree
sort
with.
of idol casting down
I've seen
a glare
trash
upon
heaps
them.
before.
He stays here.
And that planet
He roams the
was
night,
the
spreading melody through the avenues.
I can't believe anyone would.
The ill,
Sorry,
the children,
You're not
all
wrong.
folks into mighty, peaceful
What?
sleep.
Hey, keep that
Anxious
droid at a
nights.
distance.
He calms
I don't
my
want it
heart.
leaking on me or
Then, on
whatever.
October 8th, this morning, he insisted on accompanying me on a walk in the woods. He said he wished to protect me from any hungry wolves. We were looking for the forget-me-nots and fireweeds and all the pretty flowers that
I feel
blossomed around.
the hippiness.
Most of the time, he'd follow silently.
Hippie consuming me.
Then the wind would blow around us and I'd understand his words. He says he was here a long time ago, that he saw some...
Stop. Tomorrow. Survival Sundays. Wait. Apen Lab. Digital Penguin. Robert Lewin and Sleepy Sleep. Wow. Oh, I'm very happy. Is anyone alive? Is anyone alive? Shaya is. Let me check. Never mind, Shaya isn't. I think I'm going to choose N because I don't have any idea of who to rate. So yeah, I'm going to end here and I'm going to go eat. So thank you everybody for being here. Love you all. Take care and see you tomorrow with the nurse. Yippee! How cool is that, Bye bye.